And welcome to day two of the New Zealand Masters tournament. I'm Kenji, and this is my co-commentator, Josh Sokol.
What's up, Kenji? Hello, everybody. Good morning to everybody that is in the other part of the world that I'm not currently in. I'm really excited. How's it been? You were commentating yesterday. The tournament's gone on for a day. I haven't been following, so we should take a look at the standings, I
Well, they're going to be following because you're going to be commentating for a very long time.
think.
Josh is commentating the rest of the tournament, so you'll get to know Josh real well if you don't know him already. Um, Here we have the standings. It seems like Peter Sinton, Dylan Early, Lewis Hawkins. No one's really running away with it too much. Pre-tournament favorites, you have, yeah, lots and lots of people. I think anybody above five can still win. Even some of the people at four can win, I think. Um, Still early. Still lots and lots and lots of games. Even, first to 6 and 2, which is, means that anybody, even people who are at like 2 and 6 have somewhat of a chance, although that's less likely.
Yeah.
Uh, and there's only four people who are 2 and 6 or worse.
Right.
um,
And there's 21 games. Yeah, so I mean it's still up there, of course.
it's
Yeah,
still early.
only one day
Um,
gone. But yeah, it's pretty tight. Six. No one has 7 wins. That's kind of rare, I think.
yeah, for a first tournament this size, it's kind of rare.
Yeah. Cool.
Um, yeah.
Awesome.
First game will be between Lawson Sue and Murray Rogers. So both of them are kind of in the middle of the pack right now. Uh, I think, Josh, I think that Lawson is going to be your favorite player. I don't
Favorite
know if you've ever seen
player?
him play.
Yeah. I mean, I love the way he plays. Yeah, and he's an awesome guy. I'm trying not to be biased immediately. I'm fucking commentating the rest of the tournament. Gotta keep my mind open. But yeah, I love the way Lawson plays. I've seen him play before. But who knows? Maybe Murray plays even more awesome Scrabble than I haven't ever seen Murray play. I hear
Okay.
he lives in a really small town at the top of the South Island.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
took a look at. I sort of stalked his town. 1,400 people, 1,400 people, and just amazing, of course, just amazing views.
Yeah.
Just drop dead gorgeous area of the world. So
That's New Zealand in a nutshell.
yeah.
Lots and lots of very pretty places.
Okay, cool. They're starting.
They are starting. Lawson is wearing his shirt that he is selling. He sells those shirts at every tournament. I think they're pretty cool. Um,
Yeah, I'd buy some for sure. Scrabble merch. There's a sort of a gap in the market, right, Kenji?
there is,
Have
especially
you ever
like,
sold merch?
have I ever sold merch? I sell my book. You're basically just leading me into that, aren't you? But yeah, I sell a strategy book. That's my limitation to Scrabble merch. But yeah, I mean, I, there aren't very many like tile bags, tile racks. Strategy book is breaking the game if anybody wants to see it. And the international version, I guess, is what people are just called Word. You can get it on Amazon, you can get it at a website. Just look around in Google, you can find it anywhere. Anyway, that first game, Lawson's playing extremely quickly. Um,
No, I
Looks
think
like he's
there's just
playing.
there's oh well he has a bingo, but I think it was just because yeah we had the wrong rack camera, but he's taken almost a minute to play this bingo.
Yeah, he's playing
Um,
Riot Ties.
yeah,
Pretty standard, I think. Nothing
that's
much to
what
say
you
about
do.
that.
Yeah. And the only question is once you see the bingos where you place it, and yeah the T and the S sandwich between those double letter squares looks like the correct position.
Yeah. Um, Murray with ABH and PTW. Probably not going to bingo here. Um, Probably just going to be looking to get rid of some of those high point tiles. I don't know what you see, Josh, but
Yeah, um, yeah. Once we get the so ABHPTW, I see the underlap of like path, I guess, under the OTIS,
yeah.
making SH. That seems pretty good. I'd want to
Yes.
play WAP or something like that. I'd like to get rid of like the high scoring tiles. Ideally the HW and the B, but can't
Yeah.
have everything.
Yeah, at least three of PHWB are is usually what you're trying to do. You probably can't get rid of four of them. Uh, this does get rid of three of them, but
Yeah.
Seems solid.
Yeah, the only question was whether you wanted to score a little bit more. But I like the balance that he's keeping, and yeah, he definitely targeted some of the letters he'd like to get rid of. So that's a good play. And what a nice draw.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna see a second bingo in a row here.
Yeah. Although Murray also has a bingo that's probably going to end up playing. Almost certainly going to end up playing, I think, unless there's some word I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. There's something through both eyes, right? For Murray. And
Yeah.
For Lawson, I think what Dilius. Is that a word?
I mean, I'm not sure, honestly.
Alias. There should be something, right? You never know with these IEST words.
Yeah, there is Diliest.
So that would be ideal to hit both double word scores.
Yeah. Dilly compares in both ways, so it's very difficult to. It is a little bit difficult. You can easily get confused when you have these Ys that you don't know how they compare necessarily.
Yeah. I guess if you think about it like containing dill, I guess it kind of makes sense. But he's
Boston's
playing Daliest,
which is
isn't
not a word.
And we see Murray look up into the abyss, and he doesn't remember the word and instantly challenges. So this is gonna come off.
Yeah.
It's gonna be really funny because Lawson still has Diliest after this, and Murray's not gonna block. He's gonna play through one of the eyes, right?
Right.
So what's crazy is, okay, I mean, we're seeing the challenge. Daliest is gonna come off. We look a turn in advance. Like, what does Murray do? Does he play through the first eye of Riotize and give stilled double? Or does he play through the second eye and give Dilius double? I think you have to play through the second eye and just hope that Lawson doesn't think to play Dilius after he loses his turn.
Well, the thing is Ablation gives away stilled anyway.
Right.
Is there ever a world that you don't bingo here? There isn't, right?
I knew you were gonna say that. It feels so wrong. But the thing is, like, psychologically, you've lost a challenge. You're less likely to a very quick decision. Wow. You're less likely to wanna try something else. So if you end up blocking or just leaving Lawson with Diliest only, he might not bingo. But this is guaranteeing him to bingo next turn. So Ablation being challenged. So a very interesting turn of events. Yeah, those IESC words, quite difficult. From where we're sitting, it's easy. We can just check.
The thing is too that you're pretty much forecasting that still is a word when you play it here because you don't want to. You're basically forecasting. Like if Lawson wasn't sure, he's more sure now because of where he played it. Because otherwise, if it weren't a word, he probably would have just played it in the other spot. So if there was any doubt, you're kind of actually removing it from playing this, which is one of the reasons why I'm kind of leaning, like, I would be at least okay with not bingoing. But
so I think stilled is just a word, regardless. I would understand, like, I mean, it is a word, but I'd understand if it was something that was not, like, necessarily valid. Mm-hmm. But what's really, I've noticed this in my own games and in other players' games. Have you noticed that when the thing that you see, the bonus that you see gets blocked, you're like 3 times as likely to play a phony next turn?
I've noticed that a little bit. There's just an expectation of like, oh, I was going to get back in the game. Now I'm sad. I'm in a much worse position. Maybe I should force, but maybe this is a word. I need to force the issue. And then you just kind of like talk yourself into it or something.
Yeah, it's harder to sort of reset, right? It's harder to reset and just like act like nothing happens and this is the turn. Because I mean, Scrabble is a turn-based game. You should never expect one spot to just remain open so early on. But yeah, it's it's a funny thing. We hear from the producer booth that Daliest is a phony that Lawson has gotten away with as a triple at the New Zealand Nationals in the past.
Okay.
So the question is, did he know that he was phonying then?
I don't know.
I think so, right? I think that means it's hard to imagine that he wouldn't have learned that it was phony. But then again, if you get away with the triple triple, you don't think to look up whether it's a word, right?
You don't think
Really
so? I mean,
interesting.
I know that a lot of people, or far too many people, at least from my perspective, don't think that like phoning is actually like something that is like acceptable strategically to do. I mean, I can't fathom that personally because I 5 points is basically it's just like it's laughing like it's a laughably small penalty to me, um, but that is something that people will do that from time to time. It's just like, oh, well, you don't know if they're going to challenge. I mean, I guess you don't, but you kind of should, I guess. I don't know. There's a small possibility of that, but
So we're seeing Welk. That's a nice play by,
yeah.
by Murray. He's playing quickly. I like the way he's playing. He's confident. Seems confident at least, making his decisions rather quickly, and the moves make sense. They have a flow to them. So see now I'm trying to root for Murray after what you said earlier.
Well, we'll see if you know we'll see if that we'll see if you feel the same way once this game is over.
Oh wow.
As we see the second blank coming from in Murray's rack here. So even though Murray's behind by a bingo, it will not last. Because Murray will certainly find something, even if not next turn, very shortly.
I think he spotted plebeian, which is really nice.
Yeah.
There's P-bean with all the 3 E's. I love that word. But yeah, it looks like maybe he's seen pre-bend, which I think is that good pre-bend. I think it is. Maybe he's just thinking of plebeian. Anyways, back to Lawson. Got the AEIOU, and he's just like 1 or 2 letters short of a really good rack.
Yeah.
But I think maybe you just play caution here through the T.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing here. Maybe Kuta, you don't necessarily have to go all the way out across, but something like that, yeah.
I kind of like caution because it looks like it opens like a dangerous triple, but it really doesn't. That end there isn't really that big of a deal.
Yeah, it's not.
But yeah, always good to keep maybe a couple of bingo tiles for a small score difference.
Yeah, I don't think there's a big difference. I think any play that scores decently and leaves decently is fine, whether it's caution or Kuta or probably some other plays too.
In this position, I mean, Lawson's up 33, so I guess he's maybe more inclined to just go for score and a little bit of balance than to keep like the 1-pointers. But this board is pretty open. A lot of floating tiles. So what is he like? What did he do there? That's whatever that was. I liked it.
I know.
Man, I'm just a fool for Lawson, aren't I?
I can imagine something like auto maybe being played. I don't know if I would do that necessarily, but something that's like really bingo centric you could consider as well.
You mean auto through the T and riot times?
Yeah.
Just looking to play. Oh, okay. I was thinking about something from that B, maybe bunko or bounce, bunya to keep the C. That's reasonable.
Okay.
Blocks the lane down to the WE, I guess, of Welk. Blocks a couple things, keeps the C for a little bit of scoring.
He's playing very quickly here.
Yeah, just bleeping.
Bleeping. Okay.
There's probably better than that. I mean, I imagine both blanks. But...
There's P. Bryans, evidently.
Ebrine, okay. Ebrine.
Yeah, that's the only double-double.
Okay. Yeah, that's weird. Oh, what a draw.
Zuishia.
Does not fit. Oh, no.
Does not fit.
That's really upsetting. I mean, it's a great rack.
It's still a good rack. There's still decent options here for sure.
I missed Hoaxin yesterday to an N. It was very sad.
Yeah.
HOACT ZIN.
Mm.
So this is reminding me of that. What you do here though?
Maybe Zuia, maybe Zoetic. There might be some other things I don't see.
Those are active, nice. Do the T and Welked.
Yeah.
And Zuia just to overlap bleeping.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I wonder how long Lawson's gonna take. As the rat kit gets fixed. Thank you to everybody.
I have a suspicion that Lawson's not making either of those plays. I don't know why, but I suspect that maybe I'm wrong here.
I mean, you could play Ooze, right? Overlapping the NIA of Bunya. I guess that's reasonable.
The NIA and
ONOI.
yeah, I mean I wouldn't do that, but you could do that.
But yeah, it's always really scary to just throw the Z out there in space after a play like Zuia. But Zoetic is really nice if he knows that word and sees it. Weird 6-letter word. Scores over 50 points. Doesn't open anything amazing. There is, I mean, it does open an X spot, I guess. And not a great draw for Murray at all.
It's not it's not good, but it's not the worst. He's gonna score this turn. He's not gonna leave very well, but he's gonna score fine for one turn at least.
So what do you think Lawson's gonna play then?
I don't know. I do worry a little bit that Murray has QIS lined up because I don't know where QIS goes.
Because Welk doesn't take an S, right?
I believe not.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. So that's maybe with Bunnyas?
Maybe bleepings? I don't think bleepings is good.
Oh, that'd be hilarious.
I don't like bleepings.
I mean, this changes things, right, though? Right? You just play Grizz after this?
Yeah, I think Grizz is coming down for sure.
So I heard that there was this insane thunderstorm in Auckland last night.
Okay.
I think Alex was saying 100 thunder strikes, like biggest storm ever.
Wow. Okay.
They have power. It looks like they have. I guess New Zealand isn't really a stranger to weather things.
Yeah.
But it sounded crazy. So I wonder how much sleep everyone's.
It's never QIN here, right? Just making sure.
QIN.
Or just QI and OB.
Not since there's no vowel to play through. I would just venture and say no.
I mean, QI's 6 less.
Yeah.
It does block the Z somewhat. I don't know.
Not enough.
Probably not.
I mean, yeah, the Z's the biggest spot on the board. The Q is really, really bad. So that's why we're considering this play. It scores less. But there are options for this turn, I think. As we see a nice draw of AIN.
Yeah.
That's a lot of options now. There's Kaid, Sank, QIN. Okay, well
Yeah.
that's pretty much the best you could hope for, short of a U, I guess. It's a good game now, after all is said and done.
It is.
That was a funny start. Yeah, this is a weird position for loss.
Just Cootie, I guess.
T-O-O-T-I-E. Seems
There's
pretty
something-
sad.
Yeah, maybe there's something more creative.
Yeah, I guess you want to play COOEY somewhere, but did we get confirmation that there's no bleepings? Let me check.
I checked. There's no bleepings.
That'd be funny. Like, the news anchors fell victim to a great deal of bleepings during their interview.
Could just be YE here. I could see YE being right.
Yob and eel?
Yeah, maybe not. No,
E8.
maybe. I'm not. I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah, I mean both YE and Kuti save each other for the next turn. Um, I guess Kuti would be the more um, flexible option. You're playing more tiles. You maybe have a higher upside most of the time, but COOIE I guess could turn into bingo sometimes.
The thing is worth noting is that this is a good example of when a bag is not particularly good. uh, this is a pretty shit bag to draw into.
AY.
Uh,
AYE?
I hope not.
CAY? Just to score. Oy. Oh, don't do it, Lawson. E-E-E-I-E-I-O. Oh, not even E-I-E-I-O. Okay, he played CAY to score
Okay.
something. Maybe he sniffed out the QI and the QIN being playable. But this is not, I mean, this is not never working out for Lawson at all. Keeping those five vowels. Yeah, that was an unfortunate play. And now Kaid is so strong setting up that S.
Yeah.
There's one more S left, but it's unlikely Lawson has it. Yeah, this is going to be hard to recover from if Murray draws anything decent. But still a lot of game to play, I guess.
I'm not particularly sure what to do here. The options look gross, at least to me for Lawson. They look pretty gross. Like you're behind, you're gonna be more behind. It probably isn't gonna get better. Any leave you leave is terrible. I don't think you can justify fishing here, right? Um,
Well, what's interesting is you mentioned the unseen letters are pretty bad. They're not like horrendous, but I guess if you keep like decent letters, play something short, you have some time maybe to develop your rack into something nice. I'm thinking of something short here, not panicking too much. But what that is not quite sure. Like aloe, I guess. Do the L instilled.
well, Aloe just also takes away your only good floater, which is a really good floater considering your rack.
Yeah.
So that's also scary.
Yeah, certainly that's the worst part of that about that play.
Um,
Kohiroa.
I don't hate it. Wowie.
Kohiroa through the TH is really weird. It's actually that might be the best play.
It might be. I actually, I wasn't. I'm not. I don't mind that play.
It's so weird looking. But it's true that T is so good for you that blocking it now that you're down 20. I mean, 26 isn't much, but with the letters you have, it's hard to imagine you're scoring much in the next couple moves. And yeah,
I don't
going for
hate.
an S
This
is
was
probably a
probably.
good idea.
No, I can't do that. Never mind. I don't hate Aeroid, but I don't think I could do it either.
Aroid?
Just because, like,
Aroid?
yeah, I don't think I
Where?
can do it. Well, it's kind of like an E setup, but it's like where your opponent probably doesn't have one, but it's just kind of like over the top too ridiculously. You don't have enough information that they don't have an E. It's not worth it.
That's an insane play. Aroid to the
Um,
wow.
I don't think it's good.
I mean, what's the math on that? Opponent has an E like 65% or something. 2 out of 3.
I don't think it's that often, but it's still
There
too
are three
often.
E's left, right? Or was it 4? Oh,
Well, he does draw a
interesting.
Ravener.
That was an interesting play by Murray. I mean, he's still playing extremely fast, so using the time as a weapon for sure, using the clock as a weapon, but
Yeah,
I don't think he needed to play his S.
I don't. I think if he did play his S, he probably should be playing more tiles. But yeah,
But it's good to keep scoring, keep the pressure on. I probably would have taken a bit longer, but maybe I wouldn't have found anything much better. Oh,
I think
Casino.
Casino and Porres, yeah, is
Yeah,
where
maybe he doesn't know Puri takes an S. Didn't see it, maybe. Casino and Puri's looks good. But anyways, back to Lawson.
Lawson's getting short on time somewhat here. Um,
Gonna try Gravener. There is, I mean, engraver is a word, but Gravener sounds like a word. It's Gravener. Yeah, this is weird. The V is really not great if you're trying to get a bonus down, which I think in Lawson's position seems like the
it's gotta just
way
be
to win.
Rev here, I imagine.
Oh, yeah. Still, I think so. I think based on the play of CAY, I think Lawson did not see YE we were mentioning earlier, probably because of the blank L and bleeping, a little
Yeah,
bit of blank blindness. So that is a great spot. I didn't see it myself, but yeah, that yeah, Rev, Eel, Rob, and Vey looks be fantastic here. Low on time though. A lot of game left to play.
I do wonder how much Lawson needs to worry about the board dying here. Like he can do something that like forces the board open, but he kind of would ruin his lead doing so. I don't. I am a little worried about like scenarios where he plays Rev and then Murray plays something and kills the T, and then what line is there left? Rev does come down.
How easy is it to kill the T without like scoring almost nothing? I'm not super worried. What I am wondering is if both players are confident that whelked is not a noun, doesn't take an S. That's probably a pretty important thing because yeah, without whelks, which isn't a word, there's nowhere to play a 7-letter word. Well, now there's one place with uve. So that's actually interesting with 3 U's out. That's actually a thing.
Still a pretty bad line.
Oh yeah, not disagreeing there.
I mean, there is stuff like Vatman that I mean, you can kill the T. It's not. Maybe I'm like overthinking this a little bit, but I am worried about it in terms of like if Vatman comes down or something like that. Does this board ever really open again? Um,
Yeah, I'd be very surprised to see Batman come down. That's a weird word. Even if I know the word to find it. Yeah. But you're right that there are some scenarios like this where he gets a pretty nice edge and pretty good control. But he's not up by that much, so I think there's a lot of ways for Lawson to come back if Murray sacrifices points or opens up scoring spots.
the scoring spots aren't that great though. I don't know. I would be considering Vatman pretty hard here. Um, but I agree. I don't think it's probably what's going to actually get played. Um,
Yeah, I mean now Lawson's rack is quite good. And if that T stays open, is there something good to that T though? Quite right. Did they add jorts yet?
I think so.
No. Wait, maybe. On the wrong dictionary. No, they haven't added jorts. Jean shorts. Is it jean shorts? Yeah.
Yeah,
That is right. AH.
it's
That
not what I was
feels like
expecting.
I just want to keep playing fast. I don't really see anything type of move.
I I like to think of Scrabble in terms of every play should have a point, and I'm not sure what the point of age is. That doesn't mean that there isn't one, but I don't know what it is. Um, for me personally, like I'm if I'm trying to explain, like, okay, this play accomplishes what besides scoring 19 points, I'm not sure I have an answer for you. It blocks the C and cos, but I don't think I care. It's really hard to hit the C and cos. Um, yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know.
I agree. I agree. I don't think there's any other purpose other than get one of the A's off the rack, score something, and keep the time pressure.
But like, what was the advantage of that even versus like how, which also doesn't have much of a point, but at least it scores 32 or 30, yeah, 32.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly didn't CHAO to the O and Riot ties. It's weird spot, but yeah, certainly it's certainly a mistake. There, I don't think he's that concerned about the C. I think a lot of people overestimate how dangerous a C in eighth position is,
Yeah.
but I don't really. I think it was just a miss, and just
This
wanted to play
is
quickly.
also a bit weird to me. Plays
Huh.
Jets. E's really valuable here, so getting rid of the E is a pretty big sacrifice. But
Yeah. What do you recommend instead? Just JAP?
maybe just JAP. Maybe, yeah, maybe just JAP.
Ooh,
I'm not sure really.
what a draw. Both
That's an
U's.
interesting draw, yeah.
It almost feels like it's good, but I don't think there's a granulus or something. Is that good as a nine? Like a granuloma.
I like it as a 9.
Yeah, OUS. Definitely,
Undulars.
we were wondering when the U's would come out. Here they come.
Is matting ever a good idea?
He's playing mating.
Okay.
But yeah, MADDING looks better, but you have to know that that's a word and
Yeah.
it's also a bit dangerous. Here we say mating, so now the board is pretty ripe for a bingo eventually if one of the players draws well. And since Lawson is behind, that's probably what he's going to aim for. The problem is if you get a bonus on the second to bottom row, that's opening a whole lot of cans of worms and scoring spots. So even if Lawson does get that, as long as the bag isn't empty, both players are
He really needs
possibly going to win.
an E, which is
Yeah,
um, kind of the problem
yeah.
here.
You hate to see the W draw. Uh,
Yeah, I mean, I think Ulu's gonna get rid of the rack pretty nicely, but
where are we playing Ulu?
just on the just UH and Ulu.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. Doesn't Yeah, it doesn't open anything. You could also play Ulu with Uvai for a bit more, but that scoring spot might be a little bit too much. A good bet.
Yeah, and I actually want to keep the G open. That actually has some value to me as Lawson.
You see
Plays
gun
gun as opposed
instead
to
of
gull.
gull. Yeah, same thought. Yeah, I guess there is one N left, but no L's. I mean, in this sort of position, it really depends on the letters that are left. But usually, I would think that keeping the N so the L would be better. The L and the S go well together, but the L with other bingo consonants
That's a
tends to make
draw.
the L pretty bad. Wow. FX now. Interesting draws for Lawson. Murray has some deep thoughts about the word on the right side of his rack. If he could just get rid of that V, he's pretty close. So Vrat means rotten.
Is it worth it? Is it worth taking like a little bit of? I think it's probably worth taking a little bit of risk on playing Vitro rather than Vrot, just because even though it opens things, or it has like some parallel options. It's not a lot, and the difference in score is pretty significant here.
So it's interesting. I mean, you could also play Voider, I guess. So you're thinking of playing under the M.
Right.
I'm thinking that Murray might want to leave it himself, but he is ahead, so I guess yeah, it does make sense to score something and block.
Could leave it with something like vote to the instills, or what else would he leave it with?
Yeah, that's. I mean, I haven't really done the done the work required to have a counter option, such as Vitro or Virio or Voider or something. So there's 8 vowels, 11 consonants. Okay, interesting. So this will work out a decent amount of the time. Murray. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. He's gonna lean towards just trying to get the dagger himself in the next couple moves. But this might actually backfire. That draw, Vati doesn't. Oh, it does compare. Vatier.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. See if he sees it, if he knows it. I don't know that.
Could just get blocked.
Maybe it gets blocked by what? Lux?
Flux.
Flux even?
No.
Oh,
Oh,
here we
here comes
go.
bleepings.
Blast from the past.
Oh, he's using it to set up his X. That's the point of this play too.
Ooh, I like it. But it's getting challenged. I'm 100% sure if he pulls the trigger, it's probably over. Yep. Oh, Murray was so keen on challenging, he started Lawson's clock back up. Yeah, if this comes off and Vadier comes down, that's game over, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, if this comes off, I hope it comes off. Otherwise, there's some sort of mistake. Yeah, no, it's a solid attempt. Again, like Lawson's been trailing all game, and if this is good, then he's in decent shape to come back. He's been struggling with his draws. He's been trying to get that bonus down, but yeah. He's smiling. I like it. I wouldn't be smiling. I don't think he would be either. But that's why we love Lawson. All right, let's see. This doesn't look like a bonus rack, right?
It
like
doesn't.
This looks pretty bad.
It does.
So it's often not just a question of whether you know a word, whether you recognize it on the rack.
Yeah.
And I don't think I've seen Murray. I don't know what Murray's Scrabble story is, other than that he has a lot of awesome school Scrabble initiatives up there in what is it, Takata? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Takaka.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got it almost backwards. But he hasn't once alphabetized his letters, which is a sign
Well, it looks like he's ordering it now.
Studies.
Well, he's close to it.
I often I've commentated a lot, Kenji, and I think commentators are, we're very excited whether a player is going to see words on the rack, and I think we get a little bit too excited when they're close to it, when they're close to putting something on the rack, but until it's like lined up and like the letters
Yeah.
are just clunked together, I I'm trying. I don't know. It's really hard not to. It's like, come on, he sees it. Does he see it? But yeah, I'm often very disappointed. So I'm
Um,
confused as to why he did that over virtue. Um, but I think this should still be good enough. But just creating some counterplay options in terms of just like not scoring that much and leaving really poor tiles. As we see Sulfa, nice find. Um, so with another decent draw, Lawson's only behind by like 20 now.
yeah.
Should still be enough, but it's going to be a little bit awkward, I think.
We
Murray
have to make
to
sure that the X doesn't ever get home.
yeah, because now he knows. Oh, he's challenging Sulfa. Okay, so that's another 5 points. That's now it's a difference of 16.
Hmm. And Roy doesn't actually have very good options here. Like the options are like what and tug for like 17. Like it's not great. It's not great. Um,
Yeah, tug to the left of Rev. Ugh.
and he might not even find that.
Yeah, it's a little bit. I think maybe we'll see like Dung and GU on the
Yeah, I could see
bottom
that.
right corner. But yeah, it's a little bit difficult. It'd be really interesting to see what Lawson draws here. Oh, that's good. Well, that's quite good. This is the exact rack he kind of needs to sort of sneak back into this game.
It's a good rack, but I'm not sure where it goes yet. Um,
Right. Yeah. I don't know what, I mean, Murray has a lot of time now.
yeah.
Lawson does not. So he certainly still has a very good advantage in this game. There's one tile in the bag. Um, Gutted doesn't fit, right? GEEL. Come under Vire. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, maybe something like that. But I mean, playing one of your vowels, if Murray draws like a constant, I mean, he knows he's not going to draw an R. He knows he's not going to draw an X because we saw furls get played. Oh no, he doesn't know that furls was an X setup, but he does know the R is not in the bag. That means if he draws the X, the F, or the N, and plays off his one of his two vowels, his options are going to be pretty bad.
The thing is that Lawson, despite his rack looking good, his options aren't very good either. The X
Right.
really just does not have a good place to go. Like,
Yeah, this is exciting. You have, I guess you have fix and XU, top right.
yeah, maybe Knicks, but the same idea.
So the thing is, if Murray plays Tug, Teal, and Uvi, we're seeing AREFY get played to the left of that, tying the game up.
Actually, you
And
leave AREFY because it can't get blocked. You play Knicks first, and then you keep ARFI as an out.
can it not? Oh, it might not be able to get blocked through the G and bleeping, or you'd have to play to the P or the N. Well, Arify plays as well to the AG, yeah. So Tug would probably be a losing play.
Right.
But Lawson would have to figure all this stuff out with only 2.5 minutes left. But this is a really difficult turn. I do not envy Murray's position of having challenged off two phonies, having had a great time advantage the whole game and still being in rough straits here. I think dung is probably good enough, but you can't know that. Like in this sort of position, you can't know that you're gonna be okay.
Gem looks very scary. He's lucky that the E's in the bag. I don't. If the E's not in the bag, Gem is potentially a lot of trouble.
Yeah, yeah, I like the MEU. I think hard to see the MEU there. Um, so that's 34 points. I think, I mean, just because of this E draw, Murray will be fine, but
Well, gutted is he's to block gutted, and that's not going to be easy to do.
yeah,
Lawson has to block gutted, and Murray's going to see gutted, so he has to play like freely or something like that. But that's painful. He can't win by playing freely, I don't think.
yeah, I think you have to just hope Murray misses it, but I don't think that's likely. Yeah, that E draw did save Murray for sure. It was a 2 and 7 to get an
Maybe
E, I guess.
Grex, something like that. I don't know.
Oh, he's has, I think, maybe the letters for Grex. Yeah, okay. Interesting. So staying in the game for one turn. But where is NYAF going? There's no second F.
You know,
Yeah.
might try Fangy or something. um,
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, very interesting game.
Murray still has to be careful here. Like Murray has to give himself an outplay. He can't just do anything.
Right, because the F and the Y.
Because if Lawson gets to play the F and the Y in two separate turns, that's actually I don't think Murray can allow that.
So there's just NYYU. Where are we really putting our letters though for Lawson? It looks great to have the two 4 point tiles, but depends on the board. Maybe just fry through the R and Puris. I mean, it's pretty easy to set yourself up to go out in two, like just something like dent, I guess, or attend through the N and bleeping. Uh, but it is scary for sure. Maybe you want to block Fangy, right?
I mean, just Fang and NY is going to score. That's like what is that? 34 between the two. Like
Mhm.
you can't allow Boston to play both of those.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, as in almost every end game, you want to go out before your opponent. I'm gonna try to explain why that is. I don't know how you explain it, but if you go last, there's a 50% chance that you have had an extra turn compared to your opponent. So that's how I try to explain it to people as to like the importance of going out first. And obviously you get points from your opponent too. But yeah, not an enviable position still. I mean, Murray does have the time advantage, which I think was really the thing he did best this game was submit Lawson to a lot of time pressure and not make like horrendous plays in doing so. I think there are certain players that will like just play instantly just to put the time pressure on, and in doing so, just like missing tons of easy options that they would have seen if they just thought for like 5 seconds.
He has Rude
It's
lined up. If he plays Rude, where does TT go?
he sets up Tit and Utu,
Oh, okay.
but that's only one spot.
Well, yeah, but Lawson can't really do anything about that. Okay.
Huh. What if
We're
you
assuming that he
play
sees that, but yeah.
YU? YU and OY.
Yeah, but that's not going to be enough. This might be a case where I
Yeah,
just...
there we go. And it's interesting. What's the score after root 4, 10, 13, 95, 26? Okay, so no, yeah, Murray can't accept. If it was within 5 points, or Murray's still winning without the 5-point challenge.
How automatic is... I'm just curious, how automatic is it that Murray sees Tit and Utsu? I know that they're like threes, so at the end of the day, but like, is there any chance that Lawson could win by just playing NY there?
Yeah, certainly.
Like,
but Murray has 4 minutes to find it, so I think it's very, very unlikely that that would have worked out. I think.
yeah,
trying
I mean, I do
Fangy
too,
is-
but Fangy is also pretty unlikely to work out.
I don't know. One is like, finding 2 3-letter words, and one is like just trying a word that might be valid.
Yeah.
I think Lawson made the right decision here, especially since he has no time to actually think about these things.
Well, Lawson's gonna feel. I hope for Lawson's sake that Murray does go out here.
Yeah. I guess we will find out. Lawson, okay, he started Murray's timer, but Murray hasn't
played yet.
played out yet, so maybe he didn't see it last turn. Yeah. Wow. Okay, so NY could have spelled victory. I mean, if we do the math, -7,
Oh, he did see it.
12,
He
14.
saw it.
There you go. Nice.
There we go.
I think he saw it after finding the spot for the first T. I think that's
Maybe,
how
yeah.
he found it.
Okay.
Nice. All right. Well, great game.
Was a
That's
good
very
game.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we get to hear the overhead mic?
I don't know.
You don't know? You've been commentating?
Sometimes and sometimes not. Usually not.
Cool. Well, that was round 9
It was round 9.
of the New Zealand Masters. So what's 24 players, 24 of the best players in New Zealand facing off, 21 rounds.
Yep. Oh, we are going to get the overhead mic soon. It'll be a minute though. As you can see, the picture taking of the board. Something that a lot of Scrabble players do.
Okay, they're working on the room mic. Yeah, Ilias will probably made the game pretty smooth for Lawson with 2 bonuses.
Well, Ablation would have still ran. The game would have actually been pretty similar. I mean, yeah, Lawson would have gotten a few more points out of it, but still just almost as many points as Dilius. Ablation would have come down anyway. I don't know if I would say that was the big.
Yeah, no, there are many schools.
Yeah,
I guess the phonies tend to be the biggest one.
right.
Yeah, very, very interesting. So, could have gone either way, depending on what Murray drew.
Yeah.
I don't know. I understand Lawson's phonies. I understand. They made sense. They were just random. These guys are so who's next?
Does Engraver have an anagram? I was going to try Grave.
Let's see, next round is...
I mean, you would have challenged, and I would have challenged you.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
I mean,
Next round is Val Mills versus Andrew Bradley.
Well, I thought so. I was a bit.
Andrew won this tournament 2 years ago. Val, I commentated on stream yesterday in round 2, I believe. She was the former head of the New Zealand Scrabble Federation. She also does like the newsletter for New Zealand.
Graven image.
Graven Earth.
I should
Graven
subscribe
Earth.
to these newsletters. There's so much great stuff going on, right? And you were in
Gotta
New
wear
Zealand
you
recently,
out.
right? Last year.
Last year, I wouldn't say
That was the first
more than a
game
year
I
ago, so
had.
it's no longer
Energy.
recently, but yeah.
Yeah.
I've met some of them. I don't know. I've not met everybody in this tournament. I've met maybe
I
half of
haven't
them.
so I could have done.
Yeah, no, it's only 18, so I wasn't too concerned.
Yeah.
We'll get
What's
to one
the-
day.
I thought that might be on the
Should
PHA.
have before.
I thought that might be on the PHA. That's why I
After
said it.
Only both.
It's called, yeah.
I could have just played surf. I didn't need to risk that. That's
Sure you knew it.
Oh, Murray. Yeah, Murray had 5
It
wins.
was long for a long time.
So
ago,
Murray
so
definitely
I
needed
was
that.
hoping.
Yeah.
I was hoping. So
Um,
That takes a year, by the way.
I had them and I was, but
awesome.
I put my eggs on there with the U.
Still,
But that
I guess,
opened up that line, and I was just
I know.
getting through. So
3-6 now.
Yeah.
That's a rough tournament.
Thank you both. I'll do
Rough
that.
tournament.
You can just hive off.
I'm thinking about. Yeah, that was a really weird endgame.
Entry does play on Wiggles. I don't know if you've played Entry before.
Okay, what's his username?
I think it's forwards.
Maybe once.
Okay.
I should, yeah, I should play these people on Wiggles. I don't play enough on Wiggles. Like crazy to think that I'm like, I live stream Scrabble all the time, and I'm like so rare that I'm actually just playing Scrabble. Feels kind of weird.
It's one of the side effects.
Do you play often? Do you play like the bot? I play the bot.
I play some. I've played a little bit more recently, but I have not played very much before recently. I played enough to be very critical of my own plays, which lately have not been particularly good. But yeah, online Scrabble is very unforgiving in terms of you see what you do wrong very quickly and obviously. And Scrabble players are very quick to criticize their own plays for the most part.
What was the coolest thing that happened yesterday when you were commentating?
Coolest thing
I know you
happened
hate
yesterday.
this question. I'm asking.
I do. The last game we played was a scenario where if both players played optimally, it probably would have ended in a 6-pass.
Oh, really? That's awesome. When
But
do you
they
ever
didn't
see
play
that?
optimally, unfortunately. But you don't see that often, yeah.
Was it because there was like a tile in the bag or something?
There was a queue and both players were trying to avoid it, and it was completely unplayable. It wasn't just like hard to play. It was literally unplayable. All the U's were out, all the I's were out. There's no QAT spots. It literally whoever drew it was gonna have to eat it. But the other tiles in the bag were like really, really bingo heavy. So when somebody got ahead, they should just pass, and the other person had the cues, so they should also pass because they can't win. And they'd lose more spread points by playing than they would by ending in 6-pass, and therefore the game should just end in 6-pass because neither player should play.
That sounds awesome. I wish I was there for that. Anyways, while they get the camera back set up, we have Jan going first. We can also look at the current standings. See if I refresh. The standings are, yeah. Okay, so Dylan still in the lead. Peter in second. Lewis in third. Sicily in fourth. And And Andrew, middle of the pack. Val as well.
Mm-hmm.
Goes one more win. I think all the results are in. So yeah, it's gonna be another good.
Both of them
an
from
important game.
both of them have played, I'm sure, a lot. I think they play in club every week. So this is, I could be wrong about that, but I think they play in club every week. So I'm sure that they're very, very familiar with each other's play. Always get some like good dynamics when you played each other like 50 times or something. You get to see some adjusting. You often don't know what it is because it's hard to see adjustments unless the other person tells you what they're, unless somebody is outright saying what they're doing to adjust. It doesn't, you don't really get to see it very often or very visibly.
Right. So they're both in Auckland then. Yes.
Yeah.
Andrew won 2 years ago.
He did.
In the top 10. Okay, nice. Val, top 15. So yeah, both very strong players.
Yeah.
Former president of the New Zealand Association of Scrabble Players. And so wait, 4 words. I thought you said that was Andrew.
I think that's their Wiggles name.
Because Val, it says here that Val is the current editor of the magazine.
That's a different spelling. Let me see.
Okay, that's really funny.
I don't know. Their name might be different. I may have just gotten confused. I'll figure out what their
supposed to be
Wiggles
my
name is later.
expert here, Kenji.
How am I? Yeah, the expert who. I'm supposed to be the Collins expert. That makes a lot of sense, Josh.
That's funny.
Okay, Val
all
is
right, so let's
first.
see. Yeah, let's see what Val draws. I hope this is another really interesting game. Last game was nice too. But sometimes the games are one-sided. But there's always interesting stuff to talk about. Okay. This seems like a... Oh, I was gonna say just play YOU here, but
Yeah, I would probably be doing that.
you could just play out say.
Yeah, you could. I probably wouldn't, but you could.
You do have the I for outsaying. Sorry, I'm trying. You guys don't know me. Me and Kenji have a long history. I'd love to say things that he's not gonna like.
He's just saying things that he knows I'm not gonna like. He plays AYU, which I think is interesting.
Yeah, it makes sense not to want to expose a vowel.
I do notice. I have seen Andrew play actually quite a bit. Andrew tends to play shorter in a lot of scenarios that I would play longer in. I think we could see. I think both of these players, even, but especially Andrew, we're going to see a lot of like shorter plays that are trying to lead towards bingoing. As you can see, a very good draw by Val there. Pretty much as good as it gets.
Yeah. But after oath, I guess the options aren't so great.
Yeah.
So
What
yeah,
is
I
the
guess
best
that's
option
sort
here?
of a I don't know, something with IUs probably. It's sort of a oh, just lictors maybe. Yeah, lictors and low. I
That
think
feels disappointing.
yeah, well, it is disappointing, but that's
Yeah.
kind of the reason that maybe IU is a little bit like shooting yourself in the foot. I think it was more defensive, but it was more defensive for both players.
Yeah.
You're keeping bonus tiles sometimes.
And Andrew's gonna bingo back.
Oh yeah.
Or not.
Well, this is perennial.
Oh no, this has a few bingos. Yeah, still.
Pedaline tape line. Yeah, so maybe lictors and loaf a bit better, right?
Yeah, probably.
I mean so that's an E, I guess.
I guess so, yeah.
This is quite dangerous actually. Um,
Oh,
it looks
Elapine still
like
plays even. Yeah.
it looks like Val hasn't hit her clock though. So if we could get producer to have her notice that, because yeah, they're working with a um, not so great touch clock. So it is an E.
This is one of the situations where you can sacrifice like the optimal play if you want to make it a more open board for sure. Like I could, if Andrew wants to thinks that he knows more words and he is higher rated, um, he could theoretically play Alpine here, and I wouldn't hate it because if you play something like Peril or Pedaline or something like that, this board is probably going to die very shortly. And he may want that. I don't know, but you're not forced to make a play like this. But that's what he's doing.
All the options are pretty good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I see what you're saying. Now Val draws the Q.
Yeah.
But some other good tiles to go with it. I think we're just gonna see. Actually, what are we gonna see here?
QOPH.
Huh. That's interesting. That could lead to some cool insertion plays.
It could.
ILEA. I don't
And
know if I would.
she has the eye.
Yeah, I mean that's a very interesting idea.
I
Normally,
kind of like it right now. I mean,
yeah, it's not just you're setting up the eye, you're setting up a lane as
right.
well with PHS. That's why you're here commentating. I would never have. I mean, QOPH already really tough word to spot. Probably the toughest Q word. That's 4 letters long to spot. But instead, she's going with COTS to score some points. Keep the H for scoring. Yeah, between COTS and QOPH, I think I like QOPH. So I hear that if the player doesn't start their clock, there's no one stepping in. What do you think about that?
I think it's fine.
I mean, because you struggled at the World Cup last year with the clock that they were using on
Well, but it was
stream.
obvious I was hitting the clock. Just the clock wasn't registering when I was hitting it.
Yes. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't register very well.
Depends
So,
on the clock.
well, they're using Ulu, right?
I don't know.
I think this looks like Ulu.
Okay.
Anyways, I think it could go either way. I think me as a director, just because I know that the clocks are they're not like perfect. I would intervene, but I think it's interesting.
What's best here?
Discussion.
There's a kind of fun play that's reasonable of Gigolo. For the immature 12-year-old in me.
That's pretty cool find. Yeah, these letters are terrible.
They are. I mean, I'm actually suggesting that like kind of seriously. Like, I actually think that might be the
why
best
not?
play.
What's wrong with it?
Scores
Scores points, gets rid of both G's. You know how much I hate the G.
I do. I hate it almost as much as you, but not quite.
I made a play the other day just to get rid of the G. And it wasn't just to get rid of the G, it was also to set up an ING spot that I didn't yet have. And it was just a terrible play. And I wonder if I'm just like losing my mind. I'm just falling deeper into my can't teach an old dog new tricks type situation where I'm just going against my intuition to get rid of the G. That's how much I hate it.
Is it ever just beg here and setting up the O that you have, but you are giving an O that you've no idea whether Val has?
I mean, you could play beg the other way. Beg and go and BE versus beg and B and GI. Was that 3 points? 4 points?
Yeah. I don't know. I think I actually want to play Jiggle.
Why not? It's a good play. There's nothing wrong with the play. I mean, what else? Like, yeah, just getting rid of one of the B's with the B and one of the G's. What else is there? Like, give me a reason why not to play it. You play Giga, IGG, and ISO. Nothing is great. So why not
Nope.
score? What is it? 24,
Yeah.
25.
Yeah.
Could play. Okay, I guess a lot of players would play GIB, AB, and QI. Okay, go
I
on.
don't want to do that. That leave is kind of gaslighty.
Oh, I don't like it either, but it's a like a play that scores points and does a few things that are good. It's high OA immediately as a
Yeah.
response. We like that.
It has to be best.
We'll see if Andrew's able to draw a vowel or two, maybe an N, save his G. Otherwise, just like I guess you've saved GIB for this turn. So all is not lost if you draw poorly here.
That's a pretty bad draw.
Yeah, that can happen. That can happen. Val herself doesn't have great letters either, though, so it's just gonna be a little bit of a should I say dump fest?
Yeah, I mean,
next few moves.
Val at least has Val at least is saving something for a bingo, whereas Andrew's just trying to get rid of as much crap as he can at once.
Yeah, this is why I guess but just vibing is nice though. I like this. I like this decision by Andrew. Get rid of as much junk as possible. Using a new word. That should have been a word, what, like 20 years ago, Kenji?
Yeah, at least. There's still some things that aren't words yet.
Oh, I'm looking at the screen and I could just... Your face is so large, Kenji. It means you're really into the game. You're leaning into the... Or maybe your eyesight is getting poorer in your old age.
Just play aid and ID instead of aid, which is a little bit interesting, but...
He's not responding to my insult. Yeah, this is interesting. Sacrificing 2 points. Probably just didn't see. Seems like Val's playing pretty instinctively and quickly.
Yeah. Both players have a ton of time.
Oh.
Niobate now?
Yeah, this looks decent. If Andrew's able to find Niobate through the eye of vibing. As a 4-timer. Is that what people say in New Zealand and Australia? Or do they say double like us Americans and Canadians do?
I'm pretty sure they say 4-timer, yeah.
What's your preferred terminology? As someone who's tried to create terminology for Scrabble in the past, with limited but decent success, right?
When in doubt, just make something up.
Right, so now we're probably just gonna see bogey immediately, right?
Yeah, I had to check to make sure that ego doesn't take ES, but yeah.
Oh wow, yeah. YGOES. It's just there's no. I mean, YGO is just like already the past tense, right?
Yeah.
Why gone? Why going? Yeah. No. Oh, what was that? Did you see what?
Why isn't Andrew
Alex?
drawn yet? I'm guessing this is on hold. I don't know.
Yeah, I imagine. But Val just like pointed their tiles. I wonder what that was about. Anyway, I always want to know these tiny little details of what players are doing. But yeah, Abe was accepted if held, and bogey comes down. Now Andrew has way too many vowels.
Yep, no C for toe piece.
Ooh. I would miss that, 100%. You ever just play Hayat and Tit top left?
Maybe.
He's looking at overlapping the ATE of Niobate with EEE. That looks pretty good. And no blanks, or what am I talking about? There's a blank like immediately. There's one blank left, and that's a great draw for Val. Gonna bingo for sure next turn.
It is.
So yeah, Andrew's gonna have to make something happen, I think. Little does he know. I mean, both players have been trading plays.
Is it poet or piet? It's poet, right?
The I instead of the O, yeah, probably. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 I's gone. Yeah, you keep the I. Oh, does Zealand take an S? I don't know any words. It does not. Ooh, so she's looking at a phony right now. Zealand does not take an S. And the G and bogey. She's found leadens.
There's leadens, there's unsealed, there's...
Oh, unleased. Unsealed. Okay.
Yeah, unleased, unsealed, yeah.
Yeah, that's never getting blocked. That U is so nice and tucked in there. Those are some of the hardest 8-letter lines to see, right? When there's just a letter that's surrounded by blocked up stuff. You sort of just forget about it for the entire game a lot of the time.
I'm not actually sure what to do with... I mean, we'll get to Val's track, and then... Although Val's time is still running for whatever reason, but...
Yeah, well, I know the reason. Yeah, I don't know. Just EE, okay. I think this is wrong, but I totally understand why.
This is the kind of play that I've seen Andrew make a lot. Where I would have played something longer, and he played something shorter. It's very stylistic of him.
Oh no!
And this is not good.
We thought she had seen that U I used, but maybe it was just looking from the E in bogey.
I actually was
And-
probably leaning towards not playing Unsealed and Unleashed anyway, because I want to play something a little bit more defensive, but
Sure, but you never play this over Unleashed or Unsealed.
no.
Even if it's a word, and it does get challenged.
I'm not sure I would have challenged this. Andrew has poetized as a triple-triple. This is not good to challenge. This is not a good idea. He should just take
Oh my
it.
goodness.
This is a
And
pretty
there's-
big blunder.
And there's nowhere for epidote.
No, there's nothing. This is a bad blunder.
Oh no.
This is a bad blunder on both parts. This needed to be just be accepted and triple through.
And as we know, you cannot rescind a challenge, even if you realize
Yeah.
what your challenge has just done to you.
Yeah. This is a huge swing.
Wow. Andrew would have been ahead 50.
Yeah. And there's no way that Andrew can block everything either.
Unbelievable. I mean,
He's gonna kind of maybe he'll realize it later, but he's
I've done
gonna
this.
realize he can't block everything. It's too much to block.
Have you done? I mean, I've done this. I think players that have played for a long time have done this exact thing: challenged a word because it's not a word, but not realizing that they should leave it on.
Yeah, it's easy to do.
I think Nigel does it, but he does it because
He
he
does it
just wants to
philosophically.
challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not right very often, but this is definitely one of those cases. This is Andrew's rack is not very good, and I don't think there's any way to stop all the bingos.
Well, there isn't a way to stop all the bingos, but you have information. If you're Andrew, you have to sort through everything that's going on. You basically have to play two people's games at the same time.
Yeah.
But you have information that Val pretty clearly did not see that you and I use. If Andrew's able to see it, like I said, it's very tucked away there in the middle of the board. So you have that information. So it's a similar situation to last game with Lawson
Yeah.
playing Dahliast, where you should probably make a decision based on what you least expect your opponent to see. That makes sense?
It does. I'm not even sure what to do with that information, though. He's just gonna ignore it.
Well, isn't he blocking? It's
He's
end
blocking
sealed, right?
N sealed. Yeah, he's blocking N sealed.
He's blocking something. So you
Yeah.
block something and hope the other things are not found, but she has spotted Leddens, which does play with Een and Iobates.
Right.
So, yeah. It was a quick decision. I would have taken. I would have tanked. I would have been in the tank for minutes. Many
What with Ode?
minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Andrew can't be happy about this. I assume he hasn't realized
I don't
what
think he's
he
realized
did,
about poetized yet. Yeah. I think he
which,
just.
ignorance is bliss in a lot of cases in Scrabble.
Yeah.
This is certainly one of them.
One of
So
them,
if,
yeah.
if Andrew hasn't realized that he should have played poetized,
Yeah.
that is great. I am very happy if that's the case. But wow, what a crazy situation there. Okay. So, as the dust has settled,
Still around. He's PhD. Oh no, he doesn't have PhD. Never mind.
looking at Pith next to the LEA of Leddens. I think I would play Thur.
I think he's looking at
there.
Pith with hits actually.
Oh yeah, with hit. Oh, that looks great. Yeah. There's Thur. What do you think of Thur to the left of EADE? It's probably better.
Maybe. Yeah.
Because you kind of need to bingo here.
The H
Those
does
two
have a pretty
Rs.
decent spot. Like the H is a good tile here mostly because of the bottom, but still for other things too.
Yeah, and here's the problem. The problem is if you don't play in that top left. I mean, specifically in this turn, Zerf is
Well,
coming
yeah,
down
Zerf
for
is
like
coming down, but
a million, but I think
just in general, it's a pretty dangerous spot. You can't
Yeah,
leave
it's
it
a
there
big spot.
forever.
There is something to be said about wanting to leave it open just in case like that delays the blocking of that G and Goel.
Well,
But
not when you don't have the N yet.
right. So Pith
Yeah.
is definitely going to save him a little bit of trouble.
Yeah.
Because yeah, now Val's options are not quite as good as they were. This is why you look for a plan B, right? You see Zerf and you're very happy, but you have to keep those neurons firing. Gotta find something else in some other spot. But what is there? Can't play Freud through the E. Should Freud be a word?
No.
That was rhetorical, I think.
With you, I don't know.
You just like Fez and FEE? With the E and next to letters. Yeah, I guess so. This is nice because it eliminates the D as a scoring spot, and really, it's a prophylactic decision. We're now really hard to the right side of the board open long term. Yeah, with Val's lead, Andrew's in some trouble.
Well, if Andrew gets the last blank, he's okay. He's gonna stay within scoring range with ticks or whatever he ends up playing here. I mean, ticks is not even be that far behind, honestly.
Yeah,
Like,
and it opens some threats. Yeah, this
the
is a
bingo
great
threats
draw for
aren't
him.
great, but yeah. This is interesting in that that's the Val has the last two ends now, so now Val can pretty much just say that the G is not a threat anymore. Because because Andrew's only bingo in there if she draws the blank and the blank becomes an end now. So Val can actually just forget about the entire left side of the board. Now that she's drawn the second end to make now there's 6, so that kills everything. So she is going to be happy about that if she realizes that. And Andrew doesn't know that, so Andrew might think that the G is a much more realistic line than it actually is. Ticks does come down.
Yeah. Are we gonna see maybe just AN?
I think Tundra should come down.
Oh,
I want to
Tundra's
start.
very nice.
I want to start blocking that, all the parallels over there.
Yeah,
And
I love that for Val. Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. Is Tundra like good?
I don't think so. I would be very surprised.
Oh.
Not a good draw for Andrew.
Yeah, you can't do anything with Tundra. It's just frozen. He laughed at my joke. Yeah, terrible draw, as you said, for Andrew. Getting that second U. So that's a real double-double, right? RRUU.
I'm not gonna laugh at all your jokes.
Okay. So what is Val looking at? You're into her mind. Maybe she's just looking at turn. Oh, there you go. Look at that.
There you go. Yeah.
You see that, you love it. So she scores her plays in advance. There's a few players that do that. That's what she's pointing at. I was trying to figure that out earlier with Bogey. But yeah, this is a great position for Val. She's up.
Yeah, she's very
Almost
comfortable
a
here.
bingo.
And Andrew's options are terrible. What do you play here? Ruru?
Yeah, Ruru and AR.
That feels awful. I mean, he has to do something. That might be all that he can do. But that feels terrible.
I guess you could play a Ruru for 4 from the R and Tundra.
Well, he needs the line though. Like Ruru, you're doing just as much to threaten something as anything.
Yeah. If you play off LURU, no, if you play off RUTU, drawn to eyeliners, do the YE. I mean, the fact that I'm even looking for 9s right now, I think demonstrates both my wandering mind and how bad the position is for Andrew. teener as a suggestion. Or the EEN. That's something you could think about for next turn.
It is,
Like
but
Ruru and then teener next turn.
URU has to go primarily before anything. At least one of the U's has to go. The pool is also not very good. Like, the pool is very heavy. If you look at the tile pool, yeah, there's a blank. Yeah, there's an S. Oh, well, Val just drew the S. The game's kind of over now. But Andrew doesn't know that.
Yeah, so RERP, okay, RERP just seems like the play, I guess, for the P. But it's so hard to make that move,
I'm not convinced that RERP is the play.
because you really want that. Like, in this position, there are so few places you can play a bonus that just the threat of them being open is, like, quite important.
I mean, the D in Tundra is actually a pretty good line. I mean, I know it stores like 64 or something like that, but it is a line. Rue does kind of at least protect it a little bit. The G is still a line. There's no way that Andrew has no way of knowing that the N is out.
Right, that's why it feels like you want to leave it open, but at some point you also have to score something, and he's only behind 45, so if he keeps this scoring a little bit of scoring pressure going, and Val has too many consonants, because there really aren't that many vowels left, then he could come back.
The neat thing
Even
about
without a
Ruru,
bonus.
actually, that I just saw is that well, it's neat, but it's not good, is that if you draw another E, you get Axle Tree. But that doesn't even reach the, I mean, but that just doesn't score enough to matter.
Oh, it's so funny. I was thinking about Axle Tree, but I didn't realize Ruru like set it up. But Axle Trees is like another desperation 9-letter word.
Yeah, this position is very dire, even without knowing Val's rack, it's dire. When you know Val's rack, you just give up.
Why we play without knowing each other's racks. It's just yeah, Urare through the A of Ledins. Another option to
Yeah.
open something.
I mean, to be fair, Val doesn't have anything, does she?
No. She's been looking at potential options like Sunworm or something I think she had lined up, which would fit with Tundras. That would score like 100 points, but that's not a word.
Yeah.
And yeah, she would be wise here next turn when it goes back to her to not play off her O, because it's such a vowel heavy or consonant heavy pool here. I guess from her perspective, there are 6 vowels left. Isn't quite as bad as what we're seeing right now. As Ruhr comes down, which blocks all the things but scores something. Again, I really think that practically leaving the G open makes a lot of sense. It's the hardest thing to block on the board.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's going to be any respite here.
Andrew might get the bad news here, even if Val doesn't bingo. If she plays something like on, then Andrew will just know the jig is up. Which would be perfectly reasonable.
Draws 2 of the 3 vowels, or 2 of the 3 vowels here. Oh,
What is interesting and scary?
That is, we know why Val played that, right? I think she didn't realize the G is not a thing.
Yeah. She probably didn't track her own tiles, so she saw an N in the pool, not realizing the N in the pool is per N. I think that's probably what happened here.
Draws the A, so she's still in the clear.
Yeah.
But yeah, she has the only remaining vowel Unseen from Andrew's perspective. So again, it's not over from his perspective. What are you trying to do here?
Maybe RAU and try to draw a Ruliest or something.
REW?
RAW, that's what I meant, yeah.
Huh.
AWL, something equally. Is there any like? I know redilute isn't a word, but is there something maybe like that you can draw?
Maybe. So Wiz is just too many points, right? 31.
Yeah, maybe.
He has it lined up. Going down by only 12, leaving 2 in the bag.
Yeah.
If he draws the A, there's a decent chance, but he's not going to draw the A, he's not going to draw the S, he's not going to draw the blank. I think he's going to get the bad news, as you said, now, but...
Well, he might draw like Truckler or something. I mean, from his point of view, like Dink might come down, and there might be some out that way. Dink shouldn't come down, but it could.
I would not want to look at my letters here if I was Andrew.
Sometimes I don't in cases like this.
JV, very nice.
Very nice.
That's basically what. Yeah. So the C is unseen. C is the last letter. Not that will matter for Val, who has just everything she needs to close this one out. It is scary to only be up 12 with some scoring power unseen, but she has to block jump. That's basically all she needs to do.
She needs to block what? Oh, jump.
Culvert doesn't fit. You kind of have to make sure there's no unseen bonuses.
She can, if she wants to, she can even like win the game by playing DIS here. I'm not suggesting that she actually do that, but she could.
DIS for 4 points. Everything. That's awesome. No,
but
that's not awesome. There's a C.
Oh, there's a C. About? Never mind.
No.
Never mind.
Oh, why do I trust you?
You shouldn't trust me.
But yeah, I think the biggest threat by far is jump to the P and Pith.
Yeah. But just Mask blocks that by more than well enough. You can just weather any bad draw you can come up with. Even like VC or VJ is not a threat here.
Yep. Yeah, Mask is 52 points, making SWOT, which was part of the reason that Val played WOT. It was sort of a contextless decision to block the bonus lane to set herself up.
Yeah. Even if she goes with Kami, she's fine.
Kami to the eye.
Yeah.
And she might be okay even if she doesn't block jump. I mean, she will be because Andrew doesn't have it. But even if she let it happen, that is 45 points. Not the end of the world. But yeah, Mask comes down. This looks...
Maskne is a new word that she could have theoretically played. No reason to play that, though, obviously.
Funsies. Mask knee, back knee. Yeah, now Andrew's just gonna have to wait probably 3 turns for this game to be over. There's no outplay that's being threatened from Val's perspective, or from Val's side.
He has to worry about being V-Stock, actually.
Juve and AWE, maybe. Jarell, I think he gets stuck.
Yeah.
Do you get stuck here? DIV.
DIV and AVE.
Okay. Saved by the setup, just like last game.
Yeah. Well, he gets another setup now. Let's see if we don't screw this one up, or I don't screw this one up.
So Val can play. Can Val play like EIM?
Well, it doesn't set up
Doesn't
anything.
set
That's
up
the
anything,
problem.
right?
I mean, it sets up REC, but DIN doesn't take work because of dint.
Yeah, I mean anything wins here. Val's up
Yeah.
24, but trying to maximize.
I mean,
Yes.
dint actually sort of works because if he plays dint, then you could V-stick him, but what's the point? Oh, GOV is a word too. Never mind. You don't even V-stick him.
Yeah, too many spots. The first time I V-stuck somebody in CSW lexicon, I was so scared that I was missing a word,
Yeah.
but it felt so good. What is she looking at? RN. DIRN, that's not good, is it? But yeah, we're gonna have our nice win by Val. We're gonna get an interview as well. It's nice. It's always good to interview the players. I think that's one way
I'm not mentioning the sequence that probably decided the game.
I'm gonna mention it.
Okay.
It's just gonna be Val. It's not gonna be. We're not gonna bring the bad news to Andrew.
Okay.
Directly, right?
That's true.
But that was certainly the turning point in the game.
Yeah.
Just when you know something is a word, just taking that one moment, like, is there a chance I don't challenge this? It's like one of the hardest things to do.
The fun part is when it's
MARC,
a lot of times these are like twos that you have to like, where you're like holding for like a minute and a half because there's a two-letter word that you know isn't valid, and then the other person's like trying to take it off. I'm like, no, I want to make sure I don't want to accept this.
There have been two instances of this that I remember very well, infamously. First one was opening play, missing the star. If you miss the star, it's not illegal. It is invalid. So even if you play the most valid word in the world, like you miss the star, it can be challenged off, but it can also not be challenged off. And there might be a circumstance where it benefits you to leave a play like that on the board. So I've seen that happen, and I've heard about a situation where a play was challenged, and then the player realized that they should leave the play on the board, tried to rescind the challenge. They said, no, you have to go ahead and challenge. So instead of challenging the invalid play, challenged one of the valid plays. And made the play that they wanted to make. So they lost 5 points, but they won the game. That's fun. Scrabble can be very, very weird like that sometimes. But yeah, Jalond doesn't take an S. Hopefully everybody watching this will remember that for the rest of their days. It's hard to remember that something isn't a word when you have seen it on the board. Do you get that too?
Usually I don't. Occasionally maybe, but
Can I have your brain?
no, you don't want my brain. My brain doesn't quite work right.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a good time to, yes, push the fact that you can donate to the New Zealand Association of Scrabble Players.
Yep, the button is just above the chat for anybody who wants to donate enough for a cup of coffee. The commentators and not the commentators don't get anything, but the people who are working behind the scenes, Alex and Jake and all the people doing the production and all the people doing the organizing, they do a lot of good work.
Yeah, certainly worth your dollar if you can spare it. As dirt comes down.
Well, now
yeah,
he
we
can
really are
be stuck.
seeing... That's true. Yeah.
Well, kind of.
Even though there's only one tile left to play.
Right. Doesn't make any sense.
If you play GON, he's stuck.
Yeah.
But the game's also over. So congrats to Val. Somehow getting away with phoning is how you kind of can describe it. Even though she didn't get away with it. And yeah. Andrew played well too. Just got hit with a lot of troublesome racks near the end. We are gonna get an interview of the winner here, Val. And after that, a couple more rounds before lunch.
Mm-hmm.
At the 2025 New Zealand Masters tournament. Really awesome to be able to see this from so far away. To bear witness to a really awesome, bustling, growing Scrabble community on the other side of the world for me. Probably not the other side of the world for most people watching. Kenji, you're like in between me and
Speak
New
full
Zealand,
gun.
right?
Oh, hello there.
Yeah.
Hi!
Hello.
Hi. Who have we got commentating?
Can you hear us? It's Josh Sokol and Kenji Matsumoto.
Oh, Kenji,
How's
you'll
it
be
going, Val?
you'll be sick of my games. They're so boring.
No, they're not boring. This is fun.
They are. Anyway, I was very dumb to play Zealand. I just thought it was right, and then Leddens is right there. Anyway, that wasn't so good.
That was the most interesting part of the stream so far, actually, because Andrew didn't know it, but he was supposed to leave Zealand's on the board.
Oh, and play what?
He had a triple.
Oh my god.
Of
Okay.
poetized.
Which poetized. If you'd left Zealand's, poetized. Triple.
That's
Yeah. Okay.
you weren't supposed to tell him.
Okay. He would have found out. He said if it had stayed on, he would have found it. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was really crazy. We didn't realize until he challenged.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was a really cool game. Tundra was a fantastic play. Really like what that did.
Which
to the
one?
board.
Tundra.
Oh yeah, I nearly did IN or just something on the Q like NA or I don't know what I had, but I nearly just did a 2-letter one there. But then I thought Tundra, I had the S, I could come down, I just thought it gave me a few options.
Yeah. Tundra was a lot better, we thought.
Okay.
It killed a lot of the lines, it scored a few more points, it turned over a few more tiles, it did a lot of things that were really good to the position.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, we really like the way you played.
Otherwise, I pretty much got everything. I got all the S's and the blanks. I mean, well, if I didn't win, it would have been bad. So, it wasn't that good for Andrew, unfortunately. Yeah. Anyway, it's not often that happens. So, yeah, great.
Yeah, and how are you feeling? We heard about the storm last night.
Yeah, there was a big storm. I slept through the whole thing, didn't hear anything. Woke up
Nice.
this morning, I've got Lynn Wood staying with me who's deaf, but said, "Did you see all the lightning?" I said, "No, I didn't see anything." Anyway, so I had a good sleep, which was probably better than the night before, and I just wasn't so nervous this time. Yeah, yesterday I was quite nervous. It was my first time, and
Okay.
two wrong words. I mean, even today I forgot my clock a couple of times, but I felt a bit more relaxed, believe it or not. Anyway,
nice, yeah.
yeah. Oh, well, thanks, guys.
Yeah, you looked relaxed.
Oh.
So yeah, congrats on your win.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
And I hope the rest of the tournament goes well for you. Maybe we'll see you again.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks. Good luck.
All right. Cool. That was Val Mills winning the game 436 to 385. That's Andrew Bradley. And that was good. That was good for her, right? Because she was at 4 wins, so now she's 5 out of 10.
Yeah.
We have one more round to go. Who are we playing? Who are we seeing next, Kenji?
I think it's Gui versus Chris, if I remember correctly.
Is it Gil?
Oh, Gil, yeah.
Gil? Yeah, Gil Bilbalo. Oh, that's a cool name. I love that name. Versus
I've
Chris
never met
Tallman.
him, but he's very highly rated. He's probably very good.
Yeah, what info do we have on both of these players? I mean, we both know Chris very well.
We are taking a break in a minute, I think. They're having a little break in the tournament room between games.
Yeah, just like 15 minutes, I think.
Yeah.
So, well, should we wait and reveal the info about the players a bit later?
Yeah,
Shall
let's.
we,
Yeah, I think we're gonna take a little break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Take care. We'll see you soon.
Okay, cool. See you guys.
And we are back at the 2025 New Zealand Masters. Now we have two of the top seeds in the tournament, Gil and Chris. Both players are 6-4. Both players are extremely strong. They're both very capable of winning this tournament. And yeah, should be a good game. Should be lots of very high level play here.
Yeah, so we don't have Jill's previous result yet, I think, but both players not very high up in terms of game spread. Might well, actually nobody in the tournament. The highest game spread right now is 300, I think.
Really? Wow.
Which is very. Oh, it's no, that's the previous. Okay, sorry, no, I'm misreading things. No,
Okay.
yeah, 912. Okay, no, sorry.
That's a lot more
Nope,
reasonable.
Professional here. Professional here. No, well, Jill was at 104 total spread, and Chris was at 440. So still not super high, but
Yeah. I do remember being at the end of round two when I was commentating, and Chris was in dead last.
nice. Or not so nice. He's our friend, right? But he's an implant. He's been implanted into New Zealand to promote Scrabble, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Is that why we sent him over?
Right. He's a missionary.
So Gil's gonna go first. I hope we're saying it's Gil properly, or if it could be Jill.
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest.
But what do you know about Jill? What do we know about Jill? Gil?
Not a lot, to be honest. I know. I mean, I've seen his name like very high. He's like one of. There's like maybe in New Zealand. There's maybe about 10 players who are, give or take, who are like much higher rated than everybody else, and he is one of them. But it's very top heavy. Other than that, I don't know a ton about it. I've never met him. Let's see.
So he lives in Wellington.
Yeah.
He's number 6. Wow, in
Right.
New Zealand, from the Philippines. This is one of the grandmasters
Yeah.
of New Zealand, and it is Gil. Yes, Gil, like Gill, and he almost plays his name. Would you?
Yeah, plays very quickly.
Would you play Gig instead, Kennedy?
I might play Ig. I would consider playing Ig. You don't like the G's.
Yeah, we're gonna see the G's probably get played pretty quickly, as Chris has the second, and Gil has the third.
Yeah.
But yeah, taking the 4 extra points certainly makes sense. But if you play IGG instead, it's more defensive, and you're setting up your S. So yeah, it was worth thinking about. Back to Chris here for his first play.
Yeah, I expect the G to be gone on this track as well. Maybe something like Yage. He has Faj lined up. That also makes sense.
Yeah, you don't really want to play YAG and FY.
No, I meant on the left side of.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You play, yeah, because if you play just short here, I mean, you're giving back a lot of scoring potential. Whereas if you overlap all the way, harder. But if you do play Faj or Phage, that would open up the top middle triple. So that might be something worth considering instead of playing, play that, instead play YAGE in the same spot. I like that.
You also play like
deliberating between the two.
Gape or something like that if you want. I think it's not terrible. You have the A for a Gape. You have HAY, which is a good scoring wave. It probably is. I don't know if it's probably not a good idea to keep the Y because the Y is not that great, but it's not the end of the world to keep. If you wanted to do that, I would, or Page even, I would be okay with that too. Just a lot of like kind of like middling options that are pretty similar to each other.
Yeah. What you, I guess, don't necessarily want to do is take a little bit longer than 2 minutes here, right? This is the least complicated portion of the game.
Yeah.
And yeah, Chris already burning a lot of time. Thinking about Yag now. It's interesting. I mean, there's obviously a lot of things to think about. You could deliberate for forever, but certainly would like to see our friend in real life make a play here. I gotta protect my my personal biases, right? We've been talking about that.
Yeah, he goes with Faj.
12, that's 26 points.
Yeah. I expect
Or-
QI is going to come down very quickly. I don't think he's going to take very much time at all.
Still hasn't hit the clock. He's tanking. Tanking. You might take it back. Okay. It's tough. Like, whenever you make a play like this, you know that some portion of the time your opponent's going to come back with like 80 points.
Yeah.
And even this, knowing you just gave UI for 25, you're in your own head.
Yeah, especially
feel
if you
like
were.
made the wrong decision.
Yeah. Although in Chris's case, I think he was considering Yag, so I think that this will feel a little bit better because this QI for Yagi would have felt a little bit worse.
Okay, back to Chris. I think we're probably going to see a quicker decision here. Whiny pin.
Yeah, assuming there's nothing better than that. There might be. There's a lot of potential for options here.
Or just wiry. Wiry doesn't take the hook. So
Yeah.
I think Whiny has the better leave, but Wiry Wiry doesn't take the T hook for Whiny. Yeah, between the two, it's hard to decide which one's better, I think. You might think a while about that, but these are nice letters. So we see the classic Chris Tallman shuffle, 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 shuffle. Just trying to look for some words. That's how he finds his words.
There was a broadcast about a year ago where we saw it was a what's his name, who just Thatcha was just shuffling every single time he had a blank. He would just shuffle and shuffle and shuffle and shuffle, and it was just like a dead giveaway that he had a blank completely every single time. It was interesting situation.
It's 30, right? 30 for Whiny. And back to Gil, who is very quickly going to play Tex. I would have liked him to think a little bit. Right?
Yeah, I would have thought about this a little bit more.
Is maybe
That might be
something like
right, but
toping's a word?
I don't think topings is a word. But even still, like, I don't know. I need to think about plays more than that.
But again, there is a lot of merit to playing quickly, playing a good play fast, especially when your opponent's already used over 5 minutes on their first two moves.
Yeah.
So yeah, if Chris isn't able to come back quickly here with maybe an underlap with the X or something with text or some bonus somewhere, I think it's gonna work out pretty well time-wise for Gil. But yeah, I don't really know if there's anything better than that. That's a big Coke. But what do you play now?
I don't know. Um,
FER. That's all I see. FER and EFF. I hate it. Almost effort.
yeah, I mean,
Oh.
you have the T hook, and it's not any good. There's no reason why you have to play, like you can't make a longer play with EF, but I don't see anything with that either. Like reflat something, refrap, no. Batgirl, like I actually don't even hate that.
But that's your T hook though.
Yeah, but maybe you don't need the T hook. Like, I mean, that's the only play that seems to balance anything. You go with frat and 20.
FER, I don't know. FER feels like somehow the right play just because you
Yeah,
draw a number of like vowel,
if you draw an
consonant,
E, you
or
draw
vowel,
bingo a
vowel.
lot.
It's not great, EPLART, but you still will have the 20 options next turn if it doesn't get blocked.
Right. Yeah, that's.
I mean, among the choices, I am very much partial to FER. It's just you have the T hook for text, you have the T hook for Twiny.
Yeah.
You probably are worried about text being taken next turn, but you can't really do anything about that.
You don't know that he has a T and you don't know if he has an S, but blocking the S hook for gifts probably is a good thing here from Chris's perspective. You don't have an S. Your opponent very well could. You don't know if they do or not. Turns out he does, but it doesn't. There's no way to know that. But you know it's a possibility given QI and then TEX. Like these have been like short balancy plays. There's just no reason. GIF even could easily have an S. So taking out that S hook does have value. He does end up doing it.
But again, the time usage. It's if he doesn't draw something nice here, he might get into some time trouble. Okay, very interesting. Quick decision by Gil. Again, I really think it's just the time pressure here. He's playing Gata. I mean, tapings is a word, so that would have been double double. That would have probably been the best play. He did flash the K.
He did.
Interesting.
There's the E.
Just another thing for just to think about. Is blarded a word? It is. That should come down. He's thinking about it. He looks up into the sky. I think he remembers it.
Is it lined up?
There is only one spot, right?
Yep.
Paul Blarded. Yeah, Paul Blarded. You guys remember that terrible movie, Paul Blart Mall Cop? Oh yeah. So that plays with Twiny. There's and Disyoke. He'll draws Disyoke. That'll play with FERE.
Yep.
So if he sees that, he'll have a very nice turn. But yeah, we'll see if Gil's able to.
Well, he almost has it lined up, but he also that doesn't mean anything. Yep.
Yeah,
Comes down pretty
it seemed
quickly.
like it. I felt like the way he had his letters lined up, he was trying not to have it lined up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's 97, putting the K on the double letter score. This yoke doubled FERE. So Chris is gonna want a decent draw here. There are now a lot of scoring spots on the board and a lot of bingo spots, especially that S
Yeah.
and this yoke. So this is an important draw for both players.
The average draw score of this play, I would guess, is like what, 45? It's gonna be something pretty high.
I guess it's 47 and a half.
Okay.
So yeah, very nice play of this yoke.
Not a good draw for Gil.
Not terrible.
That and a ridiculous draw for Chris.
Oh my gosh.
Chris, why haven't you played yet?
Oh man, because he just doesn't believe it. He looked over at commentary. He's like, "Oh, this is me. This is what I do."
That's pretty gross. That is pretty disgusting.
Boy, 122.
Yep.
Well, that happens.
It does.
That's exactly. I mean, it's kind of sickening.
It is. I don't feel good when I draw
We're-
them.
we're
I
ha-
feel
we're
even worse
happy
when
for
somebody
Chris.
draws them against me, but I don't even like drawing them myself.
We're very happy for Chris over here in the commentary booth, and I'm sure Gil is happy for Chris. I'm sure everybody in the room. Khan was a great play. Just gets rid of all the problems. The extra A, the extra N, opens the board. So Gil's still in this game, but he is down 50 for no reason.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see what's next.
He does draw unvaried, but
Whoa.
that's a draw. That's an interesting draw.
So close to a bunch of plays to the E in Jewelers.
Yeah, he might actually be fishing for that. I could see him keeping stuff, trying to hit that next turn.
So the question is, I guess he has Vodou lined up. Also consider maybe playing Uzo somewhere, but probably not. It scores really well with GU. I don't think there's a good reason to play it through the D of this yoke instead. But it's certainly worth thinking about.
Is it ever worth trading here? I actually would strongly consider it. The U's really, the Z has like a ton of potential here. There's so many good spots for it, and the U is really just a dead tile here.
I agree. I agree with that assessment. I also agree with 24 points being worth keeping a U over a few turns. But yeah, like I get the instinct to just like the U is just dead weight.
Maybe also Vodun, setting up the Z for next turn.
VODOUN
Yeah,
for 11 to the N in con.
just to create the ZO spot.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think you have so many options. You have up top Za, you have Zo
Yeah.
now. I don't think it's worth the point sacrifice. I really think just pretty obvious play. But yeah, Vorien's gonna come down. Which
Okay.
is a word that I played in French Scrabble before I knew it was a word in English Scrabble. So that wasn't getting. I mean, Chris could have blocked unvaried, but yeah, this is just what Gil needed to get back into it. Let's see if Chris draws a big play. Oh, not quite. I feel like he was, even with just the U, like very likely to draw a huge play to that E in Jewelers.
I feel like the U is just such a big hindrance that maybe not. I don't know though. I mean, you know better than I would.
Yeah, here you want to play Zulu somewhere, but
I still want to keep the U, the Z for stuff.
right. I mean, there's nowhere to play anything great, so you want to probably keep it.
Well, the Z, I mean, there's just such a good spot. The E is so good for it. The blarded, the ED and blarded is like pretty good for it as like a secondary thing, and it's, you know, the rest of the like the leave and like your other potential stuff on future turns isn't that good. Like it just feels like, I mean, you could play Yuzu and just get rid of everything. That might actually be what you're supposed to do here, but
Yeah, that's the question. You just play Yuzu, which does so many good things for you on this board that's so open that you're going to be scoring 30, 40 anyway. that Ian Jewelers being very likely blocked next turn. I mean, not very likely, but reasonably likely. It might just be time.
Yeah. Maybe use it last turn, actually, even, too. I didn't even consider it, honestly, but... Yeah, maybe not. I don't know.
So yeah, thinking from that line, does Yoke, Yuzu's 36, DELT, pretty nice piles. This is an even game, though. This is a really fascinating position. And this is probably why Chris should have more time. Because the
If you're
game does
not
get
playing
more
Yuzu, what are you
complex.
doing? Like, what can you set up with is the problem here. Like,
Right. That's what I would be deliberating. But I guess what's interesting is if I had such low time here, I would probably just play Yuzu the moment close to the moment I saw it, which might just be right because I mean Chris is looking for plays right now, and what else is there? And yeah, Gil having only used 2 minutes and 46 seconds, um, putting a lot of pressure. 2/3 of the game gone.
I don't know. I guess
Yeah.
ZE already scores 50. If you just keep it, you're guaranteed 50. So there's that.
Yeah,
But
you have ZE in the top middle right now for 50, but
you're never playing it, but it's a reason to keep the Z. But there's nothing to do if you keep the Z.
and he had so Chris had UZU aligned early on. I didn't see Yuzu until you mentioned it, and I don't know if he's seen it. I know that he aligned the letters, but that Y again, it's just like totally hidden from view in plain sight. But it looks like he has seen it. I mean, Chris's play finding ability is quite good. But yeah, do you play Elude to the Ian
No,
Jewelers?
I can't stand doing
I
that.
can't stomach that either. This isn't a great position. I think he knows that. He might be taking us a small lead, but spots on the board, the blanks being out, certainly not feeling fantastic. Ooh, ULU, where does that even go? Where does Ulu play? Yeah, going under 7 minutes. I'm sorry, but this is not it. And he knows it, but sometimes like the time is just ticking and you just feel
Yeah, Chris isn't
unable.
exactly a speed player. Like, I know a lot of young players can and often do play like 4 or 5 minute games online. Chris is not one of those people. I mean, he can do it, but it's not something he does a lot.
Gil just has to sit there. And I have 16 more minutes. I
Gil has
hope
not
that
moved his tiles at all this entire time. He's just sitting there. It's not like he has something. Like, to me, I think Gil's rack is probably complicated. Like, I don't see clear play with Gil's rack either, but maybe I'm missing something.
he's probably narrowed down what he wants to do. We just don't know what that is. He seems like the polar opposite of Chris, where he just doesn't really move his letters at all. Um, but yeah, it's true that I don't really see it
I
play
don't
from
really
him.
see alternative here. That's the problem. Like, what is...
What is he doing?
I don't know.
He held the UU. Maybe he dud. I don't think he's seen Yuzu. I think he
He's
really
grabbed
hasn't seen it.
UZ. He's had UZU and lined up in his rack like 4 times.
But it could just be that those are the letters he wants to. Oh, okay, Luau. It's not a play that I ever would have considered here. Well, We'll see what he was ready to do here. Just needy.
And he plays needy, yeah, immediately.
What is going on?
Okay, he's clearly speed
any
rushing.
any was possible to the E of jewelers, but now it looks
Well,
like
that's a
okay.
draw.
Wow. Teaseled.
Probably just gonna take the Z here. Yeah.
I, that is that is kind of not. I don't like this. Okay, I think Gil could have done well to block that E. I think he could have played any. But yeah, now game is almost like over.
Yeah, it's pretty grim.
That's just okay. Like obviously we know that Chris was super likely to draw something to that E. Regardless. Now with the blank. Okay, yeah, debates. Okay, this is instead. This is over.
Yeah, debates and there's a lot of things.
Now for Gil, I think you just take 15 minutes. What do we do now?
Maybe Coney setting up the C hook. I don't hate that, or something like that.
Oni through the N and Vorien.
No, I was thinking to the O and Vodou.
Okay.
Oh, but that takes an N hook too. Never mind.
There's only one N. But yeah, that does change things. Wait, Konya, isn't that good?
I don't think so.
Yeah, Konya is good.
Wait, really?
No, it's called.
Conila. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay.
I don't know what to say. This game has been so crazy.
Chris is already moving his tiles furiously, and it's not even his turn yet. Usually he waits.
Usually he's polite. Oh man. Yeah, Gil's playing PIC. I wonder if there are people that have played Gil that know whether he plays quickly usually or not. He still only has used 5 minutes. Oh, that's a bad draw. Oh no. Okay. Debates.
He does have tableted, but obviously he just needs to play something here.
Yeah. This does a good job like destroying the board.
Yeah.
What's the difference in score? 6? I'm okay with this. It'd been funny if you just played debate DE and ED. Like, but yeah. Okay, well. Koala coming down, yeah.
The board just gonna die. There's one line left in the entire board. I mean, I guess there's more than one, but Chris draws the other blank as if he needed it.
Yeah, what's unfortunate is that Gil very much should have moved this play over 3 squares.
Yeah.
But I think he's sort of done with things right now.
Yeah.
Understandably. I really think just the needy turn, it makes sense to want to continue to play fast, but he knows any. I think that's, maybe it's hindsight bias, but
I mean, Amir can come down from Chris. That would actually make a lot of sense, and that's not something that's going to get blocked very often.
AMIR through the AI. Wow, and now Gil needs the G for Mongoose. this is just it's just painful. Hopefully, so there's one tile in the bag.
Oh, there's one time. Okay.
So
So
mirror
not a
doesn't-
mirror.
doesn't work. Maybe just you are for 4.
Well, what does that have with the O over there?
Yeah, that's what you need to find.
It's the O and the O and the N.
Stormier, so maybe US.
You need something that hits the T and the yeah.
Well, good thing is Chris doesn't have a lot of time to think, so he's probably not going to fish.
Well, he can use all of his time this turn though.
Right, which is 2 minutes.
2 minutes is a lot.
maybe for you, for me too. But once you're in this position, I don't know. I don't think you can really be so locked in right now if you're Chris.
So like if you fish an R off, you get trimness on the left.
What about IS for 2 setting up ism? Okay, he's playing Myers, I guess. Or Rhymes. And just him putting his play on the board, you know, takes 30 seconds to count it up and everything. Messon is what Gil is looking at. He's gonna finish the game with like over 18 minutes. So
Yep.
apparently he is really fast normally.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
And for Chris, what is he threatening? Nothing? Wrens, just Wrens through the E. Yeah. I don't think Chris is going out.
Yeah.
But wow, what an insane game. Jewelers for 122. I mean, that's just crazy. Should we interview Chris? Chris has NRS. Not going to be able to go out. Gil has ESO. He is going to be able to go out. But we are going to get an interview of the victor here. So right now, Sicily is in the lead.
Yeah.
Sicily with eight wins. It's really a tight pack here. I think Chris is going to play QN for 12. Gil's going to go out. Will be it for this game. Just not quite eclipsing 500 points. But using every second.
Still got 28 seconds.
True. 28 seconds is a lot of time, right? Right, Kenji?
I think it's a decent amount of time.
I don't know what do you have to say about this game?
Sometimes Scrabble is not a game of skill. That's what I have to say about this game.
Well, hopefully you'll be able to say that to Chris.
Some games just come down to, oh, I'm gonna draw like an 80-point Z play that keeps S blank for 110 equity, and I'm gonna draw Jewelers out of the bag for 122. That's kind of what happened in this game. Like there were other things of skill, but they didn't matter. They were completely eclipsed by drawing TEAZE with, by just drawing stuff. That happens sometimes. No one did anything wrong. It's just what happens sometimes.
Yeah. Well, Gil's time is still running, so maybe we'll have equal time eventually. Okay, but that was crazy. Let's get Chris on the mic to talk about this. He's turning the board towards himself. He's ready. Oh, or maybe not. But what is there to say? We have to ask him questions. So we're gonna hold off on the interview just for a minute or so because there's still a game ongoing, which makes sense given that we've only seen
We can see it in Gil's
30 minutes. Yeah.
background.
Yeah. If anybody in the chat has some questions about Chris's plays or anything, any other questions, be happy to relay those. But this will propel Chris into possibly the top 3.
Top 5 is certainly, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, he was only at 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe top 5. So yeah, he still has a ways to go. As I think he's the top rated player in New Zealand right
Yeah,
now
he is.
that's active. We are gonna see later on, I think, commentary from maybe the best player in New Zealand, Alastair. But yeah, Chris came, he conquered. We'll see if he's able to conquer this field though. Very, very strong, possibly the strongest ever field in the New Zealand Masters. That's what I'm hearing from production. But yeah, I was curious about the opening play.
I'm curious to whether he saw Yuzu or not.
Yeah, that's true. That's a big question, whether he saw Yuzu. I mean, I didn't see Luau, so maybe those W plays sometimes. I once lost a game because I didn't see Ulu play it as an outplay with 2 U's. My opponent had UU. I'm like, okay, I win. They went out with Ulu and I lost by 2. That's just I'm here all day. I have a lot of anecdotes. But yeah, what else? Vodou. A lot of things to talk about. There's always a lot of things to talk about, even when games are so one-sided. So right now, Cicely Bruce, only player at 8 wins through 10 rounds. What else is going on, Kenji?
Not much. Not much. I'm looking at the standings. The standings are small for me, so I can barely read them.
Well, you can.
There we go.
Yeah, you can zoom in, right?
Yeah.
That's the full screen button. But yeah, Sicily in the lead, not on spread though. So Sicily's gonna have to keep winning games. Dylan very close behind. Almost 900 spread. Following a close loss to Lawson, who we saw 2 rounds ago.
Mm-hmm.
Right behind Peter and Lewis, and Jason with 7 wins, but very, very poor spread. What's the weirdest tournament result you've had, like with regards to spread / wins?
Weirdest tournament spread result I've ever had. I don't know if I've had very many like super weird ones. I don't have that many, you know. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I had a tournament once, I guess, where I started 12 and 3 minus, but by the end of the tournament, it stabilized into something that looked pretty normal. That's mostly because I started off 0 and 3 minus 600, and then I ran off 12 wins in a row.
Wow.
That'll happen,
wow.
but yeah, I mean, I don't know. What's the weirdest spread thing that you've had happen?
Oh, for me, I think it's still I went 11 and 11 plus 1100.
Okay.
Yeah, crazy things can happen. What's obviously most important is winning, but it's a little bit scary when you have lots of wins, but you don't have the spread to back it up.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh, there's a question about is this by invite? Yeah, I guess it kind of is.
Yeah.
By invite. It's a prestigious event restricted to top players by rating that sign up. So it's a very similar event to what we have in Canada, where I live, the Canadian Nationals, which we haven't seen a Canadian Nationals in 7 years. But it was an invite. It's an invite only tournament in terms of like by rating. There really aren't that many exclusive VIP invite only tournaments these days, but
There used to be more, yeah.
yeah, used to be more. Now we're a more open community where I guess it's nice to get along with each other, and not exclude one another. But invite only tournaments, you feel very special. You get invited to them. There still is one in the United States. That's the Swillens tournament in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Go ahead.
I mean, it's not an official invite tournament, but yeah, it's essentially an invite tournament.
But yeah. Anyways, so does Glennis still have? Oh wow, Glennis still at 0 wins.
We did see her on stream. She almost won the game on stream.
Yeah, that's boy. After 10 rounds, it is an incredibly tough field. Anyone can beat anybody. You might not beat anybody. Yeah, that's what happens when you have such a premier top division. But yeah, let's talk about again the pinned comment in this YouTube chat. You're able to see it. We appreciate, well, I would very much appreciate you donating to the New Zealand Association of Scrabble Players, because they are doing wonders for the game. We see these live streams, incredibly well put together, very, very high level commentators. Not to do our own horn.
High level production quality.
Production quality is awesome.
Yeah.
Tournaments attracting very, very strong players. School Scrabble initiatives. It's really awesome to see the game grow like this, and yeah, the more support that the people like Alex and Jeff and everybody behind the scenes have, the better. The more that can be done. So please consider donating. I was not paid to say this.
You weren't?
Nope. But after this round, there'll be one more.
Yeah.
Maybe one more round.
One more round, then lunch.
For me, it's dinner.
For me, yeah. Well, lunch
right
lunch
now,
for them.
Yeah, right now it's let me see if I can do the conversion. 1 o'clock?
No, it's 1 o'clock here. It's 11 o'clock there.
11 o'clock. What is that? Really?
Yeah.
I'm so bad at this. So it's 11 o'clock. Oh yeah, that's true. Oh, we see Chris. Maybe he's just about ready for the interview. But we do see a game still going on between Lawson and, is that Murray? I think. But it's like we're getting ready for this interview.
Hello, Josh and Kenji.
Hello.
Hey there.
Hey, how did you know it was us?
I'm master. The same way I can see my opponent's rack, X-ray vision. No, but yeah, that was quite the shootout. Do you have any questions to ask about any particular moves? I'm sure you do.
Yeah, go ahead, Kenji.
The first question is, did you see Yuzu when you played Luau?
Yes, yeah, I did.
Okay.
So,
see, I was right, Josh.
yeah. I can hear myself, but that's all good. I had Yuzu. Okay, I can't hear myself anymore. Okay, I had Yuzu lined up, but I really wanted to keep the Zed because there's so many Zed spots. There's the one where I play with T's. There was Zeddy up top. There was like Azide with next to the D and Blarded, etc. So I felt like after he played Vorian and didn't use a blank, and I was like, this is bad news. He's gonna bingo. I just assumed he was gonna bingo, so I was like, I have to use the Zed for 70 to counter it. And I just felt like keeping TLRD with Yuzu was not gonna do it most of the time. I don't know. That was my but yeah. So I'll just so yeah. I mean, that was obviously I spent a lot of time on Luau. The other another option. What do you think about playing Voodoo through the D in Disyoke instead of where I played it, given the board situation?
We talked about it briefly. We didn't really consider it that much, honestly. It seemed fine.
Okay.
Voodoo seemed fine.
It's somehow that would have worked out really nicely for you. It would have blocked his bingos, but I think your choice makes the most sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it was I wanted to draw another tile to try. I mean, the D is not that good. I mean, it does have some things like Azide and stuff, but I was trying to draw vowels to hit the Z and or the blanks. So I thought that little turnover in that situation was important, and also it scored like 8 more. So yeah.
I mean, we actually the play that we actually considered wasn't as the alternative to Voodoo was Vodun in the bottom, and we were fine.
No, I
Josh hated that.
No.
No, that's fair enough. But yeah, I mean, just I'm happy the way I study words. Like sometimes I'll put little funny things after. So I was thinking about the movie Paul Blart Mall Cop, and then I was like, okay, I remember Blarted. So that was a little tip for people. You don't have to put the real definition. Just put something that you remember, and then you're good to go. So,
yeah, that's you're not the only one that thought about that, and that's what I was gonna ask, like how sure you were of it, and learning words by association is very good.
Yeah.
Very, very useful.
Cool. Well, I'm glad to. Is there anything else you want to talk about before we?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
What did you say? I have 2 questions. What did you say to production right before playing Jewelers?
I don't think I said much. I just sort of I saw Jeweler on my rack, and I hadn't really looked for spots yet, and then I was like, oh wow, there's an S there. So it was more. That's when I did a little fist bump. It was more. It wasn't. I mean, first of all, I'm sure you saw that. Like I was slowly revealing the tiles, little bit of squeezing the cards in poker. I picked up the E, and then I saw the S, and I was like, this is the stars are aligning here. So pretty nice to get that on stream. What was the other question?
It's crazy. The other question is, how do you deal with the time pressure? Like you took a really, really long time. I was very critical of that, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair enough.
Have you played Gil a lot? He plays fast a lot, right?
I've played him, I think twice or 3 times. I think twice at nationals and once in a Wellington tournament. And yeah, he plays very fast. I mean, yes, I do tend to take a lot of time, but I feel like people like if you're playing in that short amount of time, you're going to make good moves, but you're not going to maybe make the best moves some of the time. So I feel like I have a little bit of advantage if my opponents are trying to speed rush me, and I don't mind it as much because I can play quickly. It can get me in trouble, but I feel like it overall works for me. So yeah.
Cool.
All right.
Well, yeah, great win. Thanks for showing us your stuff.
Yeah.
Thanks for interviewing, and maybe we'll see you later. Keep up the good work.
I think you'll see me next against Dylan, so I'm sure that will be a good game. All right. Talk to you later, guys.
All right, cool. Take care.
Awesome. that was Chris Tallman, the 499 to 400 victor over Gil Quilballo. So yeah, great victory for Chris. We got a little bit of a taste of what he was thinking. That's always nice. Anyways, I'm Josh Sokol. We're here with Kenji Matsumoto. So we're going to be bringing you fourth round of the day. So
We will.
did Chris say it's him again?
Yeah, it's him and Dylan. I think they changed it. So yeah, it's him and Dylan.
Oh, they did change it. Okay. That's why I was
So
confused.
yeah, they're two of the top 4 seeds in the tournament. Maybe three. I don't know exactly, but 3 or 4. So they will be playing.
Cool.
Okay. All right. So we will be back shortly. It'll be a good game, so stay tuned. And we
Hello.
are back with the fourth game of today of the New Zealand Masters 2025. This game is going to be between Chris, who we just saw on stream, and Dylan, who we saw earlier, who is leading the tournament, or at least was leading the tournament. I don't know if he still is. But yeah, these are two of the top players in this tournament. So, um, and they are both near the top of the standings. So this should be a very good game. Very
Yeah.
strong players.
So we just saw Chris beat Gil on stream. So that was a nice win for him. Dylan just lost his game against Lewis Hawkins,
Okay.
who's now in second place. But Sicily won again. And so Sicily's at 9 out of 11 in the top position. So Sicily first, Lewis second, Dylan third. Chris is down to, I think, eighth place right now.
Okay.
But still very tight. Still a lot of movement possible between now and final round. So we've just reached, I guess, the halfway point of the tournament, and things are going to get a little bit more important
Yeah.
every single game. How do you normally try to pace yourself in these situations, Kenji? Let's say you're in eighth place.
Just kind of, it's a little early to really do much about pacing yourself. It's more just you need to win games. You need to, if you should start caring about your spread a little bit, but you should just be reactive to your spread. If your spread is really, if your spread is near the middle of the pack, you need to start doing a few more things for spread. If your spread is on either of the ends, you need to do a little bit less for spread. But that doesn't really mean very much. You're not like making a lot of huge game play decisions based on spread usually.
Yeah, I guess like the crunch time of a tournament would be with like 4 rounds to go or something.
Yeah.
When everything becomes way more important.
Yeah,
I
beginning
guess
of tomorrow.
Chris being down only 2 games, but he doesn't have very good spread. He's certainly already in a position where he probably knows that he can't lose that many more games.
Yeah, his spread is bad enough that you should be considering not. He's almost to the position where he needs to have Brandon spread, but he's not quite there yet, I don't think. There is also a mentality if you're not doing well that you need to win all of your games anyway, so your spread, you do need to like kind of run your spread up a little bit more because you're going to need the tiebreaker a lot more often.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a crazy result in the last round. Murray Rogers taking down Shirley Martin by a score of 367 to 366, which I'm sure was probably recounted. Actually, recounts are a thing, right? In New Zealand?
I don't know. I assume so.
I am anti-recount. I don't know about you, but I know that New Zealand's doing a lot of things right, so maybe I can promote that version of reality.
Okay.
To everybody watching. Anyways, players have sat down. We have Dylan going first on the left side. Just going second on the right side. You see the tiles squared up, as is usually the case. Just so that everybody knows all the tiles are there. And yeah, this is an important matchup for sure.
Yeah.
So we saw Chris a couple times. We know Chris is originally from Canada.
Dylan is originally from South Africa, so they're both transplants.
Yes. And yeah, both very, very strong players.
Yeah,
Have
both
you had
more
the opportunity
leaning.
to play Dylan?
What?
Have you had the opportunity to play Dylan?
I have not. I've seen a good number of Dylan games. I've talked to Dylan a few times. These are probably the two most of the strong players, the two most like defensive players in this field. That may mean that both players know that the other player is defensive and you see a shootout. Maybe the tiles just dictate that as well. But they are both very tactically sound.
Yeah, I mean Dylan has a very, very high number of accolades. Says he's won South African Masters 7 times.
Yeah.
Won the Nationals 6 times.
See opening rack here. You see plunk or junk. Not going to be probably too automatic here.
And there's also Blunk. Option.
Blunk, yeah.
Decent letters so far for Chris until the 3 vowels popped out. So yeah, this is weird. I mean, the B and the L, they have good synergy together, but the B and the P have terrible synergy together. So junk might be a little bit dangerous just for the leave and because it's also setting up hooks you don't have.
I mean, junk, if you're going to play it, you're going to probably play it off center in like some sort of weird spot. The thing with blunk and plunk is a lot of the times your J is not going to get any better. The J becomes like, the J is much more of a liability than the other one, but you are keeping one less consonant, which is a pretty big deal. Just
Yeah,
go
and I guess
plunk.
the J and the B go better together than the J and the P. The
Yeah.
plunk makes sense. You didn't really plunk it down though.
No.
So Chris's rack, EEINOSU.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to get rid of the OUE.
Ideally, yeah. But doing so is pretty difficult to do this turn. You could play like Louis or something like that. You could play UI or however you pronounce that word. I never learned.
Yeah, so UOA would play with PO and LI. Best I've seen so far.
It might just be something like OU even, and just keep three vowels. It's
What are
not
you
usually my
thinking of?
style of play, but it's probably okay here, I would imagine.
What are you thinking of playing OU?
Just with like okay or something.
What about Upo for 5?
Maybe.
I don't like anything that plays 2 tiles here. I think just practically speaking, EOI is probably.
I don't like
there's
how
that
many.
rule, right? Always play EOI.
Well, EUI though, like, it's it's anti-defensive and like it opens a lot more scoring options for not really a good reason, which is the reason I'm afraid of it a little bit. The floaters are all consonants, which means I'm a little bit less concerned with. Yeah, I'm just a little bit less concerned than normal with the idea of keeping vowel heavy leaves, and I don't think vowel heavy leaves are that bad anymore. Or they're not as bad as I used to think that they are in this context. But you can also just play coin and just score your way out of this, right? But I don't really want to get the U. The U is just the U.
Yeah, we do not like the U. What's interesting is, well, it's probably just mostly interesting to me, but one of the first times I met Chris was at a tournament in Ottawa, Canada, where Chris won the tournament, and the reason he won the tournament is that one of his opponents inexplicably just played NOUE, which is not a word. And I feel like that was, just playing a phony 4-letter word. Everyone's done it. But in terms of Chris's like upbringing as a Scrabble player, I actually feel like that was a very important moment for him, where he just like, because of that word, he won the tournament and propelled him into maybe the player he is today. Maybe he stuck to Scrabble because he won that tournament. Who knows?
Perhaps so. Chris does go with UI. It's obviously fine.
And still in 7 consonants: B, C, G, H. JNT.
Mm-hmm.
You just play Benj. Be done with
Maybe.
it.
I would not play NTH.
This is pretty awful. There's glitch. Yes.
It probably is just exchanging. But
So what's interesting is Dylan has the NG for plunking.
yeah,
So do you keep NG if you exchange?
maybe. I don't know. It might be just keeping CH as well. It might be just playing CH.
Yeah, CH and EH 28. Certainly worth considering here. Thing, what Dylan currently has aligned on the rack. I mean, you are concerned with the scoring spot that UA opened up. See bench come down, which is sort of just like a way to get rid of as many constants as possible. The leave is I don't like that at all, but this play makes sense.
This
Solves
play
a lot of
does
problems.
create the more sort of like tactical thing that is something that Dylan is more comfortable with. The B, putting the B there is a very good job of killing the top left quadrant. I'm not sure if that's part of his reasoning or not, but it is an effect of what he's doing, and it wouldn't surprise me if that is part of his reasoning.
Before we go to Chris, I mean, oh my goodness. VLST is the draw for Dylan, so he still has 7 consonants, even worse than last turn. Chris here with Muon lined up, keeping ENS.
Mm-hmm.
Seems pretty good to play above the UNK of Plunk. Looking for a bonus. I don't even see an 8-letter word with these letters.
I don't either.
There are 2. Unsolemn and Soundmen.
Oh,
Very
Soundmen,
difficult
yeah.
ones. But neither of those fit on this board. Chris briefly had new men blank S aligned, but numena, being the plural of numenon, doesn't take the S.
Is Numenon's good? Probably, right?
I don't like it.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know. Other than Muon, I mean, there are a lot of options here, but Muon looks pretty good.
Yeah.
MONES is a very, very good leave, so something like nub for 6, setting up the S. Worth thinking about, I guess.
Is EMNOS that good of a leave? Like, I mean, it's obviously decent, but I don't know if it's good enough to do something like that.
I mean, you hit like so many 7s with like 2 vowel draws.
Okay.
Maybe it's not as good as I think, but maybe it's because every time I've kept MONES, it's worked out for me.
I feel like MONES is probably just as good as ENS is, but I could be wrong about that.
Well, in that case, move on. Certainly the play, scoring 13 more points. And I think it's about time for Dylan to exchange.
Yeah. Do you keep the T here? I'm assuming so, but I don't know. I'm not certain.
I think so, just because he has the second T, so the likelihood of duplicating it isn't super high. And yeah, the ST combination is very, very strong. I believe so. There is a higher risk of drawing even more consonants, but I think this was the call.
And Definitely putting me right because that draw means that he actually has too many vowels now. um,
Yeah, back to
Chris
Chris.
with yeah. Chris looking for a way to get rid of his X in a way that feels productive.
Yeah, letters of sex song. So he had sex as a 3-letter word lined up, which plays under UOI, making POS and LIE.
Mm-hmm.
That's a nice 34 points, keeps the GN together. Now that Muon is on the board, plunking is no longer an option. That would make NI. But the G and the N still friends, regardless. I'm not really sure what else there is other than just playing sex.
Um, Xenons. I'm not sure that's better, but it exists.
Xenon's scoring 38. I, I actually like. I'm cringing at the idea of playing that. Keeping the G without the N, opening big scoring spots. That is an option. Nice find. Welcome to everybody watching from around the world. It's really, really awesome to be here commentating this very prestigious tournament. As sometimes you just play sex.
Yep.
Back to Dylan with AEHIIST. I don't know. It seems close, but one letter off, I think. I'd be wanting to play Ahi somewhere. This isn't the easiest turn either.
No, it is not.
He has had some time to think about things. I don't think Chris's play really blocked much of anything except options through the sea of bench. But yeah, Ahi and Oka springs to mind, but based on the play that Chris just made, playing an S off for 6 points, are you not pretty convinced he has another one?
Right.
So in a vacuum, I'm happy to set up my own S, but given that it's my opponent's turn and they've basically just given me that information, usually not worth playing an S for 6. I think that's off the table.
It's not crazy to kill the last S hook here. And play something like, well, I don't know. Playing something like Theans just feels like overkill here. You're probably just supposed to fight fire with fire and just bingo yourself here. Even though we would see that I think Theans would work out here. I don't think there's any way that Dylan could know that.
No, it won't. It won't work out. The problem is that the bench did do a great job at killing top left of the board, but Muon reopened it, and
Well,
now
Theans blocks Muon. Like, what would he bingo with after Theans?
just like with Emu.
Oh,
Are you
yeah.
thinking of Theans through the end? So we see Unite. That's a good way to score some points.
Yeah.
I think that's a good play. But yeah, we're gonna see a bingo from Chris, and
Yeah.
that was not the draw that Dylan needed, I don't think.
Is there a case? Where would you play this bingo?
So I think Chris is thinking of on stage. Oh, he's playing with Emu. I thought he would be thinking with Unite. That feels a lot safer than tangos and muons.
I was gonna play on stage and muons instead,
Whoa.
which is
Yeah. Lots of options. I'm glad to see that Chris didn't take such a long time here, but he did choose the lowest scoring bingo of the bunch,
yeah.
demonstrating what you were saying earlier about how both players, at least you've seen both players play somewhat defensively this game.
So Sidha's pretty likely, I think.
Sidha to the A and on stage.
Yeah.
That would be a massive find. I mean, it looks like a great play, but the fact that you saw that really quickly, I mean, pretty great find. I don't know. I mean, Dylan, obviously, very strong player, but that's the sort of play that is very hard to see. Love to see it though. HID lined up, keeping ADIS. What do you play? Hid and EH? Is that what he's thinking?
Maybe CH. Yeah, CH and well,
Ooh.
maybe not. GICH maybe.
Yeah. Sidha to the 8 on stage. That scores 45. Keeps AI. So we like that play
It's
for sure.
only 39, I think, but
Oh yeah, you're right. Still very nice. But yeah, it's not natural to consider parting with the S here. Yeah, if we don't see that, I mean, maybe DIE to the E and Unite for 18. Dylan wants to keep things open. He wants to bingo as soon as possible. On stage does do a great job at keeping things tight, but that S is very useful. Ugly position.
yeah.
This is also SADHI? No, it's just SIDHA. Otherwise, I would have thought to play that with sexts. Yeah, he's had some really, really difficult positions still in this game. But he's been playing relatively smoothly, relatively quickly. Let's see. I guess hind through the end, that sets up a hind option. That
Perhaps,
muon
yeah.
spot is now really not going away necessarily anytime soon. This ditch comes down. Or as our German friends would say, dich. And that is challenged. So this is a CSW only word. Chris, of course, relatively new to the fold of the international lexicon. But this is a word. And it's going to give Dylan 5 extra points. Or is it 10? It's 5, right?
I think it's 5, yeah.
Back on to Chris with EELNOTW. A pretty pleasant position.
I would assume O comes down. He has the N hook. He probably wants to keep the board somewhat dead. I mean, I guess that doesn't keep the board that dead, so maybe he plays owl instead.
So you're saying OWE and sexto?
Yeah, or OWL.
So OWE is good, but it takes the RDS only.
Normally in a position like this, you'd play owlet, but I think that I think Chris has a pretty good indication that Dylan has an S a lot.
Why would you play Owlet even if like you're
Well,
ahead enough you don't
EENT is
see
not
it?
exactly the best leave on this board.
I agree. I think this is a good choice. Keep the two vowels for balance.
Yeah.
Vowel, sexto, EW.
I would like to see Dylan get a little bit more aggro here. He's playing somebody who I think that he knows is not gonna like. I, I'm pretty sure he knows that this is not that Chris isn't gonna just like open the board randomly. Like he's gonna have to do it himself here.
Yep. And we see that Waddy 30 points opening a little bit. It's nothing great right now, but once the triple is used, maybe see some lanes open. Chris is drawn into Nettled. Does not have a home.
Nope.
What was nice about the play of Owl is it set up Sexton.
Yeah.
And so if Chris had drawn maybe I or an A, O, has some strong overlaps with ENT, stuff like that. But nothing right now. We're probably going to see some play through the W, or
Maybe just parallel under it like Lent or something.
I was thinking that too. He's looking at Elt, which doesn't quite work. Making DIL maybe. Oh, he's thinking of dwelt. That word, I cannot see that word. Dwelt looks like a good play to me.
Yeah.
Even when it's available like this, I don't see it. It's especially when someone plays Welt and not see the D hook. Yeah, Chris in again a pleasant position. He's up 40. It's his turn. As long as he makes one of the many plays he can make here, obscuring or blocking that W. Be in a pretty good spot. And man, Tillin just getting worse and worse. Now he's drawn the Q.
Well, QIN's gonna come down. I mean, it's not the end of the world. He's probably not even
Well,
gonna think about it.
Dylan has IIO QRSV and yeah, QIN for 24.
Yeah. Guess he's gonna look for maybe a second to make sure there's no like Q setup that's good, but I'm pretty sure there's not. I guess in some world he might consider like Virions, but I don't think that that's what he's gonna end up with.
Yeah. He's gonna need to draw something at some point.
Yeah.
But Chris still doesn't have anything fantastic, so Dylan does have some time.
Yep.
Little does he know. You have to assume, like when you're down a bingo, you have to assume that you have time, that your opponent's not gonna win the game instantly.
We haven't been talking about it,
Nettled.
but it's worth noting that Dick does take a T, and Chris has had the T for a little while, so every single turn that he has the T, you're thinking about post words. I haven't seen one that's shown up yet, but I'm sure this is something that's on Chris's mind.
Yeah, that's really cool.
You know, you are looking at it, but you have to hit something. There's not as many words as you might think. He did have, did he have, like he'd almost had post, did he have post-teen last turn? He did, didn't he, actually?
Yes.
Okay, so he actually could have played that last turn. I'm not sure he should have, but we should have probably noted that.
It's 44. I like it.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Now he's one letter off.
Yeah. But he's going to be one letter off again, probably. He's going to be one letter off for a while. If he's, or like,
Oh no, he has it. Sorry, he does have it again.
Oh, he does have it again, yeah, okay.
Oops.
And it keeps BL, which is kind of synergic here. So that might be something worth thinking about.
Yeah, that's an incredible find. Wow, nice.
Yeah.
I'm loving the head movement from Chris. Very emotive. Which is interesting because I mean, at least Chris used to play a lot of poker on the side.
Yeah.
I guess he does have the hat obscuring his facial cues, his facial tells. We see beat come down. So yeah, I mean, we obviously have to assume that.
This turn, I'm pretty sure he did not see. I think he would have played post-teen if he didn't.
Oh yeah, we have to assume that
Yeah.
he hasn't seen that spot as a crazy spot.
Especially considering he gave 5 to ditch. He might not even know ditch takes a T because if he's setting 5, then he hasn't studied it that way. So he must have. The only way he was studied is separately. We do see the blank.
Yeah, now he has telnetted, which he had set up earlier. He was one letter off of.
Yeah.
That's Chris with the blank E. Back to Dylan, who has AIORSV. Both players would have liked a U to play through last turn, or this turn. Chris for Betelnut, Dylan for Ovarius. But barring that, options, once again, just really suck. Revo and ROK on the top right blocks the Muon's hook. Yeah, kind of out of ideas.
I really might blow this rack up and play like Avions. I know I've been saying like that spot for a while, but I guess I like scoring points too much, but which is usually not my problem. But I don't know, that S spot. I mean, Muon's is not going away. It's true, but
All right, AVI. Not opening anything, scoring something, keeping OORS.
yeah.
Those there are 2 more O's to come from Dylan's perspective. A lot of A's too.
Yeah, it's
A lot of
Tallman or
R's.
talented.
Oh my goodness.
Well, that's a good draw.
Good. Okay. Finally see. Good draw for Dylan.
He's
But,
talented
yeah.
lined up.
Talented's gonna come down for Chris. And yeah, that's putting Chris up by almost 2 bingos. And hopefully Dylan is going to find his 7 here.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident he's gonna find more ions.
But he has noticed that Talented blocked,
Trom knows, yeah.
which, like we saw earlier in the game between Lawson and Murray, I think it was Lawson and Murray. Lawson had his bingo blocked and didn't see his real bingo. But Dylan has spotted Morions, which is valid.
Yeah, and Chris
1
draws
or
the other
2
blank.
Rs. GG blank. First 3 tiles. Man, Hadget prop. Almost. Yeah, Morions comes down. And yeah, maybe Dylan has 1 turn to draw a really good rack here. But barring that, Chris already up 41 points.
I mean, Gamp even. He doesn't
Just
even need.
Gamp is beautiful. Yeah, this is. hard to
That's not
watch.
good enough.
Oh, and Chris has 2Gs, so there's no agitprop. And yeah, AAACRRV for Dylan. That's horrendous.
Part of the reason why I want Gamp to come down is not just because of Gamp, but because if he draws an L, then he has goalpost, which is likely to be the best play, actually. But that's just me being a little bit too focused on clever plays that aren't very good.
I mean, that's. Please mention all the clever plays you see, because you see a lot of those, and there's really what makes Scrabble so beautiful. Plays like goalpost through the A and the POS. It's like noticing something like that. I mean, it shows how much you love the game, Kenji. Chris down to 8 minutes 30 seconds. He has AGG OPT blank.
Yep.
Is a pretty obvious play that he lies down. He was looking for bingos. Don't blame him. Gamp comes down. Yeah, and it's now or never. Dylan to make something happen. And I say now before we see what Chris draws.
Yeah, if Chris draws the bingo, it's probably just over.
There's the E.
And, well, it's... Okay.
Okay.
I mean, he has Feijoa, which is not a bingo, but it's may as well be one.
Yeah, so what does Dylan do with AACRRV? Vraic? Through the I and Morions?
Maybe just Varia even.
I think that's what he's looking at right now. Varia.
Is there anything more inspired than that?
Oh, he's looking at Vara instead. Similar idea.
Okay.
2-point sacrifice opens up a triple, but the triple gets taken. You have a little bit more space maybe to work with.
Is Feijoa worth it here?
Yes. At this score, so now Chris is up 58. He has Goji, ET blank. He plays Bejoa to the A and on stage for 60. The lead is pretty much insurmountable.
I mean, Zhao is 36. I mean, it's pretty insurmountable pretty much no matter what.
I'm just thinking, like, if he plays Zhao JIAO through the A and Vara, draws a bunch of R's.
Yeah, Dylan can bingo. I mean, Feijoa is not just for the 60, it's for the fact that you're really crippling the board pretty badly.
Yeah, it does a lot of great things. So it's another really tough find, another great find by you, Kenji. Don't think it's on Chris's radar at the moment.
Chris and I were talking. Feijoas are very common in New Zealand, so even though to us North Americans this is not a super common word, in New Zealand it actually is.
It's just a plant, right?
It's a fruit.
Oh, it's a fruit. Okay.
It's in North America it's kind of known as pineapple guava.
Okay.
But in the rest of the world, in South America and New Zealand, it's called Feijoa, and it's eaten regularly. There's an entire month where Feijoa season is in New Zealand, and where it's sold everywhere, and you can find it everywhere. Chris and I talked about it quite a bit when at one point in time. So yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen. I don't know if I've even ever seen a Feijoa.
Yeah, it's mostly South America and New Zealand specifically.
That's cool. So it looks like Chris hasn't even seen Zhao, which is it's a weird 4-letter word which plays to the Ayavara. What's great about that play is that it prevents there being a very bingo prone letter placed on the middle left triple.
Yeah.
So now at this point, I guess, depending on what Dylan has, he could make a play through the A that sets up a bingo lane for himself. Regardless, I mean, Chris is going to bingo like 75% of the time.
Yeah.
With ETI blank after playing Goji.
And
Goji does eliminate a few of the threats.
Yeah. And a lot of the times that he doesn't bingo, he's going to do something else that's game ending.
Yeah.
For some reason or another.
Oh, okay.
That's not a good draw.
Still hope. Still hope for Dylan. who has Refacer lined up. He's seen Carefree if there was an open E. He's maybe thinking about. I don't think he's thinking about Refacer. But at this point, you're starting to be a little bit desperate.
Yeah, I mean, prefacer is good, so you might think that there's a word that looks kind of like something here,
I
but
think here you just play fakir, right?
yeah. You play fakir and be very sad.
Down 82. 34 for fakir. Still have chances. And, yeah, from Dylan's perspective, I mean, there are pretty good tiles left. A decent amount of duplicated tiles. Like there's still the F, couple R's. But he could draw pretty well.
Yeah.
So yeah, fakir comes down. There's still some chances to go through that A of Avi or Avi. Yeah, Avi avatar. That new word.
Yeah, I mean, there's decent chances on bingoing the bottom, which isn't what you want, but something.
Yeah, I was just thinking, imagining Chris would want to block that area. Now that
I
he
think
has
he's going to block the
Y
top,
scroll.
but yeah.
Okay.
Not good enough.
I wonder why. Yeah, I would be drawn to blocking the bottom here.
Well, I mean, the options of blocking at the bottom are not very. How do you block the bottom well? That does anything nearly as good as OY does.
Yeah, I guess it's true that you still have the owl. Like I think Chris is looking at. He has AEIOTY blank. He's looking at TOEI atop of telnetted maybe.
I don't recommend that.
Neither do I. But he's thinking he's thinking of playing something defensive. Maybe he's thinking maybe with Ute actually EWT. EWT, and TOEI, which does a decent job blocking the bottom, but there's so much space. Dylan could just have a 7-letter word with 5 overlaps.
Yeah.
Top talented. So I guess you're right in that it is easier to eliminate play on the top this turn. And Chris has a lead such that even if Dylan bingos, he'll have an advantage. Right now, there's 7 in the bag.
Right, which is why OY is also good because the end game timing of OY, in case you do run into a bingo and draw badly, is you're still pretty good shape.
Yeah, OY, OF, and YA. What you're thinking?
Yeah. At the very least, you have like Aji in case you draw more vowels, which means that even bad draws are going to go out in 2, and yeah, it's just.
So Chris has his blank lined up. Do you ever burn the blank here with like OYES and fakirs for 35? Score as much as possible.
I don't think so. Maybe. I don't completely hate it, but
yeah, lots of good options, but it's not over. At least from Chris's perspective. Oh, he's playing TOEI there. Okay, I mean that goes into the space as best as he can.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I don't hate it. I don't like it either.
I guess now that A and Vara provides a very nice option of outscoring for Chris if it isn't used. But yeah, this is a very interesting decision. I mean, it shows how defensive a player he is.
Yeah. I mean, it's true that the A in Vera is much more useful to Chris because any play, he can just, if any play that Dylan tries over there is just going to be blocked by a play on row 3, and the game's just over if that happens.
Yeah, and now for Dylan with ACEEIRR. We know that R, Y, Z are the 3 letters unseen. Dylan doesn't know that. Era. Yeah, I mean, that just gets, I don't know. I feel like you can just block everything now, but it's not crazy.
Yeah,
It might not be
maybe.
possible to block the A completely.
I mean, Ur might have worked a little bit better there, honestly, but
EWER,
yeah.
the
I
bottom
mean, it
right.
wouldn't have mattered. Chris has both the blank and the S, but
For some reason, I noticed the possibility of extending sexto to a famous phony uh, sextorce. I think someone played that once. Um, don't do it. But yeah, now I think Chris seeing what's unseen. Doesn't look like there are any threats, right?
yeah, I don't think so. I do wonder a little bit whether Chris is going to actually try to be confident enough that there's no threats to actually play something aggressive here rather than something defensive here. Because it's one thing to know that there's no threats objectively. It's another thing to say there's no threats that I'm actually going to try to go out in two and like play offense here and just leave you all the bingo lines.
Well, if he plays Alps and Fakirs, he's going up by 100.
Yep.
But it looks like he's changed his
If
mind.
he
He was going to play blank EAF.
if he plays the U off as a fish too, he can afford to do that, and it's well, probably not a good idea. He could play like the A off as a fish, like LA or something like that, and that actually works because there's no crazier doesn't fit there.
Yeah, this is a classic Chris move. He's just being as safe as possible.
Yeah,
He's made
this is abundantly safe.
he's used his blank to create FA, um, and block the E of Era, block the A of
I
Avi.
I wonder if Dylan knows that Chris is this defensive. I don't know.
The play is Kef. Yeah, that's what I assumed it was. And
Because if
yeah,
you know somebody's this
now
defensive, you would change your strategy a little bit.
yeah, yeah, I agree. All right, well now Dylan has 7 minutes. He has ACEIRYZ. He's looking at Chris, who has AURIS, where I don't think there's a spot for that. So it's possible that Dylan can go out in 2 here and narrow the gap a little bit, but he's down 82. So that's a little bit too much, I think.
It is worth noting Chris played KEF when he could have just played like SEIF, but he wanted to make sure there wasn't any nines even.
Yes.
But that's how safe he's being here. Like he didn't have to burn the blank. He elected to because he just wanted to be that much more sure.
Yeah, and with time running low and with like not a full mastery of the lexicon, it's a very
Yeah.
understandable decision. But shows probably kind of shows why his spread is so low.
Right.
He could have won this game by probably 40 or 50 more points, but he just wanted to be sure that he wasn't allowing any comeback.
I
'Cause, yeah,
assume
even after Alf's, he would have been up 100 points, but if there was a big play to the E of Era, that would have probably outscored him.
yeah. Anyway, I assume Cozy's gonna come down or something like that.
Yeah, Cozy, do the O and Toei.
Yeah.
Looks pretty good. There'd be some. It feels like there should be some like great play with the Z, but I don't see one. This is like an end game where I give myself like maybe a 2% chance of solving.
Okay.
There's too many options, too much to think about, and not enough care in the world. I didn't used to be like this, Kenji, you know. Yeah, you're trying to go out in two. That's your main goal here. If
Yeah.
you're Dylan. So, yeah, parting with the Z and keeping outplays on multiple fronts looks good. And yeah, if you play Coze, Coze, I don't know if there's a second spot for Very other than Very from the V of Avi. Oh, there's Ayrie, right?
Yeah.
So that would work too. Yeah, just so many options. Do you ever try to cheese your opponent here? You make this crazy setup that you hope it doesn't get blocked.
I
Not
might.
really sure what that is, but
I mean, I think his best play also might just be Zaire overlapping talented, and then he has CY in two different spots. That he maybe is supposed to play actually K first and then leave Zaire in two spots or something like that. There are some options here. I'm not actually sure what the best end game is either, and I'm like you. I'm not sure I care enough to iterate this.
yeah, interestingly, Zaire plays in two spots, I think, both for
Yeah.
38.
Well, Zaire on the right side leaves CY in two spots, but the problem is that like you're giving away so much in terms of like airs being so much better than anything else.
Forgive me. Why are we playing on the right side? We could leave Koi open, right, rather than Corey.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's probably what's gonna end up happening. Actually, is that it's just gonna go like Zaire on the left. If he goes Zaire, Koi's gonna probably just stay open in reality.
I'm seeing it almost works to play Akari from the A of AV.
Yeah.
Set yourself up.
Yeah, I saw that too.
A carry. Also, everybody should like this video. Forgot to mention. I think we're seeing some of the likes on the screen, but it's free and it helps the algorithm bring more exposure to this beautiful live stream. I mean, everything's just perfect looking. Beautiful red tiles. All the space is being used.
Yeah.
Thanks so much to everybody behind the scenes here. As the ends of this game. As we see Arc, similar idea.
Yeah.
Set up ZE. Chris is gonna block that, I think.
I'm not even sure if I guess he's probably supposed to, but just AUA or something.
Raya, yeah. Looks like play.
Okay, yeah, Raya works.
Yeah, go out next turn. But that was a nice. Yeah, that's why I wondered if Dylan was gonna try something.
Yeah. Cozy
now.
US.
So this is also a very bad spread decision from Dylan. We saw
Yeah.
Kef, bad spread decision, Arc, bad spread decision, but both players trying as hard as they can to win, which is
Dylan has
the
so much
rules
spread
say.
that I don't think he cares. I think
That's
Dylan
true,
has
yeah, that's
spread wrapped up almost. It's a little too early to have it wrapped up, but he has a lot more spread than anybody else in the entire field, I believe.
Yeah, that's true. You're right.
That being said, he's lost the last 3 games, so he's not thinking. He's probably not emotionally or like thinking about this rationally too much right now. But
Yeah, this is gonna be three losses in a row for Dylan.
yeah,
Maybe we could hear the overhead cam, Mike, but another win for Chris on stream,
yep,
propelling himself back into the fold.
yeah.
Is this it for you, Kenji?
That's it for me today. I'm commentating with you tomorrow morning.
Nice, awesome.
Yeah.
But I guess we're gonna have a lunch break now,
Yep.
around an hour and change. And when we come back, we will be. Do we have the pairings for round? Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Round 14 will be Anderina McLean versus Scotch. There's actually going to also be a production break after this round, so maybe more than an hour break, right? We'll be back at 1:35 p.m. New Zealand time, which is what? How far away is that? I'm so confused.
So it's
Help me.
it's 8 hours from you, Josh. So you're 8 hours. It's an 8 hour difference for you.
It's a 16-hour. Well, I guess
Yeah,
8 and
16.
16.
Yeah.
The same thing. So, okay, so that means just around an hour.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Take care.
Here's the standings. But yeah, thanks for commentating, Kenji. I'll talk to you tomorrow. And
right.
goodbye, everyone.
Have
See you
fun,
soon.
everyone. Take care.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the 2025 New Zealand Masters. I am Josh Sokol. Here to join me is very special guest, the one and only Alastair Richards. How's it going, Alastair?
Yeah, good. Thank you for the kind introduction. So for those who don't know me, I'm Alastair Richards. I won the Online World Scrabble Championships 4 years ago now, so quite a while. Based in New Zealand, but initially from Australia. Haven't played all that much Scrabble over the last kind of few years due to other life things coming up, but excited to be here and commentating for the first time.
Yeah, it's an honor to have you. Yeah, it's been it's been empty without you in the scene, Alastair. Hoping you have a comeback at some point.
Yeah,
But
sometime soon, we
yeah,
hope.
life gets in the way for sure. So this round we got Andarina versus Scott. Andarina is currently in 7th place with 8 wins out of 13 and minus 43 spread. Whereas Scott, who's just left the table, is at 6 wins with minus 123 spread. So Andarina quite a bit ahead. But yeah, 20 round tournament. Still a lot of things can happen. The top player has 9 wins. That is Howard Warner. Second place is Lewis Hawkins. So yeah, things are really, really tight. So it's great to see that as much competition as possible. It's always nice when we're commentating these things. So do you have any experience playing either of these two players, Alistair?
Yeah, so I've played both of them a fair bit over the years. Andarina kind of a bit more so because Scott lives in the South Island, so don't encounter him all that often. But no, they can both play very well. And Andarina's been to a couple of world championships and plays at the kind of Trans-Tasman championships. Well, yeah, Trans-Tasman a number of times as well. So it should be quite an interesting matchup.
Cool, yeah. In terms of like styles, we had Kenji on here earlier. He loves to talk about players' styles. What's your opinion on that? Is that something you think about when you're playing players like they have tendencies to play defensive or try to go for bingo,
Um,
stuff like that?
to an extent, I don't let it bother me too much, but you do start to get an idea of kind of what's like how they play. So yeah, you kind of the more you play them, the more familiar you get with them. Oh,
Cool. Okay, so first rack, Andrina's first, DFGIISY. So a little bit heavy on everything. This is a weird spot actually. I don't see anything that's jumping out to me. Like, do you play Fig or a GIF or something?
yeah, it's pretty tricky. You want to try and dump one of those eyes if you can. The IFY is quite nice. You just preferring you'd have an N rather than the S, so you could play something nice like Dignify, but unfortunately, it's just not quite. I guess in terms of options, potentially something like Fig isn't too bad. Keeps it relatively open. The IY is a bit difficult, but I guess the IGs are also pretty tough. You're kind of hoping to pick up something relatively nice, depending what you get. Oh,
Oh, I
that's a
was
reasonable option
wondering,
as
I was
well.
gonna ask about an exchange. So I certainly I'm not a huge fan of the G, and so I think that this was a little bit too hopeful by Andrina, hoping for an N to go well with that G. But yeah, exchanging is definitely an interesting idea there because
Yeah,
nothing was great.
reasonable option. And Scott has played Expo, keeping EAU on his rack, which seems like a very reasonable play and doesn't give away too
Yeah,
much.
yeah, maybe EAUX would have been the other option with that rack, but yeah, Expo seems pretty nice. And back to Andarina, who's drawn SLLT. So yeah, no N, which means not gonna have very great options. But the second
Yeah,
S is gonna allow for some decent scoring plays, I guess. You'd play
yeah.
what she's about to do, right?
Yeah, I
Something
think
like
that's
this.
probably a pretty good option. Gets you a reasonable score, opens it up a bit, keeps you kind of perfect tiles with ST on there. The other thing, I guess, to keep in the back of the mind is what happens after you've done your hooked at S on there. So just always thinking of new sneaky hooks that may arrive.
Yeah, so Gills and Expose comes down. Expose taking the E hook. Also, some extensions are possible of Expose. Both players playing really fast, by the way.
Yeah, so
Exuvia comes
Scott's,
down very fast.
yeah, seems like a pretty good option. May have spent a little bit more time and thought about Uvia with AG, might have been a bit more of an option, but I mean, Exuvia's got benefits as well, such as kind of getting rid of an extra vowel. It's got the end hooks as well, blocks a double double, but mostly just that keeps it very open.
Yeah, Exuvia's gonna take that. Those it's L and E, right?
Yep.
Exuvia. Yeah, so I think maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity not playing Uvia and AG, but a very good play nonetheless. But man, 35 seconds after 2 turns. I don't remember the last time I've done that.
Yeah, it's
That's
pretty
like
fast.
very fast. Anyways, back to Andorina. AELOOST, which looks close enough.
Very close.
Yeah, there's
Nothing's
no
jumping out at me.
Coolidge. That's not a word. But yeah, maybe this is a
Few
weird
options.
spot now, right? Because you kind of want to keep the E, but you also can use it to hook Exuvia. You can use it to hook Expose. Maybe maybe
Yeah.
Tool and Exuvial.
Yeah, it's quite a good one. Keeps your like AGE spots open or words starting with an E for your expose and or the IES through the I of Exuvia or double double potential. So good way to score off 1 point tiles.
Yeah, I like this play. It's also Tool and Exuvial setting up the S for Stool later. Seems like
yeah,
a
very
very
useful.
multi-purpose play.
And Scott with a fairly awkward rack there with Q triple E AMT. And he's played QAT above the tool, which seems like a pretty good option. Nice 30 points and it's kind of as good a rack you would get based off those letters.
Yeah, so he was hoping to play the new word Kima, which would have fit with QI and EA, and would have fit with Exuvii.
Oh, wow.
But all of those spots were blocked in one go. So QAT keeping 3 E's and an M. Yeah, I guess that's the best he can do. And crazy, he's only used 1 minute. I mean, how do you people do this? Anyways, okay, back to Andorino with AEIOU with the R and S. So similar situation to last turn, right? Just a little bit vowel
Yeah,
hitting.
just almost yet again. So if the R was a T, you'd have things like agoutis through the G, but yeah, no floating T, unfortunately, for your sautoir outraise. But
This is interesting. Maybe I'd be looking for something maybe hooking the G and Gills hitting the triple. An interesting option is playing exposure. That can't be right, but it's kind of cool. I've been wanting to
yeah, or even
extend that word.
they do quite like the expose spot. You've got a few options there, like EUOI keeping ARS, or even kind of EAU keeping SORI. It's always a bit tricky when you've got this many vowels, is you don't want to keep all of them, but eventually you can kind of go the other way. If you've been using up all the vowels, suddenly you get stuck with all the consonants. But it's still the beginning of the game, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem right now. Looks like she might be
Yeah,
considering OE with expose.
maybe. Yeah, I think so. This is a good idea to hook the E onto expose. I would have liked her to play downward, like you were saying, maybe Euro or EUI. That way, the hooks on expose are a little bit more exposed. um, and yeah, I don't like the U. The U and the G, 2 letters that Mandarina, giving a lot of love to. Which, I guess they need some love. Have me in the
And then
background just complaining.
Scott on the right has got triple E MONY, and he's looks to be wanting to play Yeomen somewhere, which is a nice find. Doesn't look like it will play anywhere particularly nicely on this board though, but interesting word anyway.
Yeah, maybe he wants to play it through the E of expose and keep double E.
Yeah,
That
that's true
could
actually.
work. But yeah, maybe just using the same letters to play money or enemy with Loy would be a little bit better, just to sort of deal with those hooks. He doesn't have a single hook to expose, and that's a dangerous spot.
Yeah, the other thing is with his score is, yeah, there you go, that works. Money taking that out. The other option is something like Elman through the L, but you wouldn't when you've got good options like money there.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it seems like a good play. And Scott finally taking more than a minute to make a play. Yeah, it's
Okay, and then
still some time pressure. Back to Anderina. Okay, what she got?
so ACIRSUZ. So a few nice scoring options there. Some a bit more dangerous than others. Um, so she's thinking about CZAR, which is a nice score. Lee of SUI is not particularly great, and it gives away a bit too much. Ooh, may have thought a bit longer before going straight to that, but that is
Yeah,
what
what
it is.
else? What else are we thinking? Maybe something to the E of expose?
I was particularly, oh yeah, so that is good, but I was mostly thinking about like just RIZA, gives you a nice kind of almost 50 points, keeps SUC, doesn't block, kind of keeps your R open, doesn't give away much. But yeah,
Yeah, that would have been
you're right
nice.
about
Yeah,
the
with Ag.
IZE spot would be good. She would have been one letter off Cura Rise, but unfortunately not.
Yeah, yeah, probably a little bit of a missed opportunity, but a nice score for Czar.
And then Scott's back playing fast. He's playing AKE, keeping BUCE. It's a very nice score, which could have been avoided with Ariza, but I'm sure she'll come back with something nice.
Yeah, I wonder if instead making EKE would have been something to think about. Maybe, yeah, I guess they're both dangerous in that the ZA ZE can be hooked.
Mm,
But maybe the A, keeping the A for ag, and for scoring rather than the E would have been interesting.
yeah,
But yeah,
yeah, there's
good
definitely a
play.
few options. Mm.
Tons of points.
And Enderina's got a lovely blank and lots of slightly awkward letters to go with it. So she's got IIUNS blank.
Yeah, I'm looking to try and play to the C or through the C of Czar with this, but I don't see anything. Maybe just SI, the top right, with Zaz and Maki. Nothing looks amazing, but you do have options maybe to play to the G of
Oh, looks like
Gills.
she's, yeah, it's a tricky move. So it looks like she's opted to go for aiming for a bonus by changing UII, keeping SIN blank, which is not unreasonable. But I think I agree, kind of taking the score with SI, you're still holding the blank and the ING or IC options. You just kind of would like to try and keep in the scoring a bit more. But we'll see. Looks like her pickup has worked pretty well. We'll see what Scott does with his CUBEYET.
Yeah, so he doesn't have a hook to Za. So that spot's probably gonna stay open for at least another turn. This is awkward. I'm not really seeing anything jump out to me. And given that Scott hasn't played yet, it seems to be the same story for him.
Yeah, there's a
Maybe just
few.
overlap with Cube and UG and BI and EL. Don't know.
Yeah, yeah, that's a pretty decent move. Takes out a fair bit. Another interesting play, which may or may not be a good option, is something like out by off the O. So you could hold CE at the end if you do that. Takes out the double double spot, which ideally you would not have in the background when you're kind of this far ahead. But cube again, probably going to be better just getting the score and take out a bit of the scoring spot. Okay,
Okay,
so
so he is
he's
playing
opted.
U Cube, but in a
Yeah, so
different spot.
he's blocked one of the the 8-letter E hook. Nice.
Yeah, yeah, this is a bit more defensive for bonuses for sure. Man, I'm now noticing overexpose still possible.
Yeah, very nice.
Maybe
Um,
that'll happen at
so
some point. So
Andarina's
stuff was
currently,
blocked.
yeah.
Lots
So
of stuff was
Andorina's
blocked.
currently got finish blank. But
Are
what
you
will she
seeing
do with it?
anything?
Surprisingly, not too much. I mean, you've got I guess the thing with you've still got the C to use with CH and that sort of thing, or a fish word would be quite useful. Or just things like fishing, but don't know if that's going to play.
Yeah. We don't see a bonus here. I mean, that G was blocked. The G of gills, where she had stuff like shifting.
Almost things like fish skin, but not quite.
Yeah. How well do you know your fish words? There might be some
I
fish
did at
word
one point.
available here. I guess still the highest scoring option I see, just SI in the top right, but it's not
I
nearly
mean, you've got
as
things like
nice
chin.
here.
Chin's kind of, I mean, yeah, your end's no longer as useful, so you kind of
Right,
get
yeah,
you a bit of a
Chin
score.
would score more. Yeah. It's 40
But
points.
the F or Finch, but unfortunately you can't quite get to double with that.
Yeah, Chin looks right. If there's no bonus. But yeah, it's kind of crazy.
And I guess this
The
is kind of
first
shows one of the downfalls of if you do try and fish too much, then they can potentially block because as Scott did, he took out the two kind of easiest 8 opportunities with one move by taking out the E that you could end with as well as the kind of ing option, leaving a kind of harder letters to play through. And then if you happen to pick up a couple of heavies that don't quite, that aren't the most flexible, then it can become pretty tricky quite quickly.
Oh, interesting.
This could
Okay.
work incredibly well for her if she gets it. So she's played FINI, keeping ISH blank. So she could be hoping to get a triple triple for 200, which could well happen. But we'll see how it goes. And Scott, in his usual manner, has played very quickly with TEDY, holding TES.
Yeah, a good 28 points. Maintaining the
Ooh,
lead, but setting up some dangerous counterplay on the bottom row.
yeah, very nice for Andorina. So her rack is WINISH blank. So a few useful options. Well, at least one useful option anyway.
Yeah, you're seeing Swinish.
Yeah.
Swinish would be nice.
Not seeing any triple triples though, or anything particularly with a C, which would be ideal, but we'll see. I mean, Swinish on the triple is pretty nice.
Switchin would be nice if that was.
Would be.
Yeah, Swinish would be brilliant. She had Winish blank lined up, so if she hasn't seen, it doesn't look like she's seen Swinish.
It's a fairly tricky word.
Also, yeah, it might not even be a word. I mean, we both think it's a word, so it probably is, but you gotta know. Yeah, you gotta know these things. Oh,
We've got our title tracking now. That's nice.
yeah, and it's probably so. There's two options, right? Either she's seen the possibility with HAKE and CH, or she hasn't. Because, I mean, in my head, I would have played Chin for 40, even though the options to maybe triple triple are very good. But yeah, I'm not in
Yeah.
her head, so
Yeah, it is
interesting.
tricky, and I guess you're not always thinking about those hook options when they play kind of a word like AKE, but it does, I guess, highlight how useful it is to kind of keep that in the back of the mind. Ooh, so she's gone for Wish, which in the circumstances, without kind of seeing Swinish, seems like a pretty reasonable option. Gets her a kind of 20 odd. Again, as we've highlighted, the useful considering about hooks with a nice front hook there, as well as taking A or T at the end, but not in this situation. Oh dear. And unfortunately, not taking that S spot down the bottom has come back to bite Andorina. So Scott has played Stirrer underneath that with no blank.
Yeah, that's gonna be hard to come back from. Scott already up by 52 before this play. His lead's gonna be extended to 127. But Andorina with Iron Blank, pretty likely to pull something nice.
Oh dear. She seems to be having a bit of a magnet for the W's. So she's picked up WODI to go with her IN blank.
Yeah.
Which
So what
actually,
if she plays
surprisingly,
window? Is there a bonus here? You see?
there is. Using her lovely floater that she just set up, so that's quite nice. It goes to
Really?
show, even if your letters don't look the best, it's always worth having a think and having a look at what's available.
Okay, I'm
Looks like someone in the
curious.
YouTube has found it.
Oh, just
It's
okay. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
just thinking about kind of common endings. So she's got a chance for her ing bonus that she's been wanting for a while.
I wouldn't be sure this is a word. Widowing. Yeah. 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 I remember a very unfortunate and fateful moment in my Scrabble upbringing where I played the word widow, and somebody who had just lost their husband challenged.
Oh no.
As we see win come down, I would have at least liked to see window to the W opening a second triple triple, which would have thrown things
Yeah.
out of proportion here. But
The other option would be something even just like WO in the bottom left next to Stera. Gives you a score, keeps that lane open still. And kind of the challenge by doing win where she put it is you then entice them to play a 4-letter word and make your swish front hook a lot harder. Let me see.
yeah. So the last couple of moves have really put Angelina in a very tough position. And Scott's drawn ADEEGRV, which kind of looks good.
Yeah, I can't remember. I'll just double check. Does it make something? It does. Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
Gotta.
So he has grave lined up. If he sees that he could insert his E in the middle of that word, he might see his 7-letter word of grieved, which would really pretty much end the game on the spot, barring a triple triple. But looks like he's going to play Graver instead, keeping the ED. Yeah, this is a good play. It eliminates a lot of bingo options.
Yeah, and
Andorina.
it's very blocky with a single move. I guess it's at at his current score, he probably would have potentially been worth thinking about Vega, which he had been in the top middle. He's taking out the kind of the easier bonus lanes, but when you're 100 plus ahead, you may be better off blocking the very high scoring bonus words, because taking out the triple lane with swish or triple triple, they're going to be a lot more threat to him than her getting like a 70, 80, even 90 point bonus. But if she kind of triple triples for 200, then kind of you've gone from a position where you've won to being a bit stuck. Equally, if they get a massive score on the triple with a front hook, then you're going to be a bit stuck again as well. But
yeah, absolutely.
equally,
It seems like that spot where Vega would have played with AG has been really not on either player's radar ever since the second move of Gills. I think both players had some decent options hooking that G, but yeah, I absolutely think that you're right here, where Scott should have thought a little bit about how does he lose the game, and decided if he can access that top middle triple, then that's where he should be focusing his efforts.
and then Andorina's got plenty of doubles, so OODDAIO blank, which options of things like oid type words, but nothing's jumping too much out to me at the moment. We've got things like, well, words like adio, but again, they don't fit particularly well. She has dumping off some of her doubles with oh dear, which unfortunately for her won't take any hooks, so doesn't really open it up too much. Gets not too bad of a score, but yeah, quite tricky.
Yeah, back to Scott. So now it's really a question of whether he's willing to see that vertical scoring spot, because he has the option of just playing defame, keeping a T, which scores almost probably 50 points.
Yeah, that's
making some overlaps.
good move. The other one option to play is, well, you wouldn't because your defame's better, but defect with through the C also achieves a similar goal. Although it does have the end hooks. The other quite cool word he has there that isn't particularly relevant is mafted, MAFTED, but just a cool word.
Mafted, yeah, I didn't know that one. Cool. Yeah, defame, defect. So two options that really, once again, hone in on the one spot that when you're ahead over 100 points like Scott is, you really want to deal with And yeah, the triple, however unlikely through the sea, that's probably Scott's easiest way to lose the game.
Yeah,
And hooks of swish as well. So
and
yeah,
I guess from Scott's
something
position,
blocking.
it may not be that unlikely after all. It's been a long time. There's 2 blanks on scene. There's still an H and an S on scene, and lots of N's. So quite wouldn't be that surprising for something like clinches, flinches, kind of quite a few different options. Even just things like trenches. So there's a lot of possibility for losing if you, yeah, from Scott's perspective, if you don't take out that triple.
I agree, yes.
Yeah.
So we're seeing meta instead. Oh, similar idea. Could have maybe found a longer word there, but this should give him a very, very good chance of winning the game.
Yeah. And Andorina's again been picking up some fairly clunky letters, so her current rank is DIJLNO blank. So there is at least one H that would be possible if circumstances permitted, which they do not currently. She's got an interesting option of burning a blank and getting about 60 points if she wanted, which, given she's this far behind and may need 2 bonuses, is something worth considering.
Yeah. So that be a 6-letter word?
Well, the thing I'm thinking is just a 5. Um, using her previous move of Odia, so she could just play above
Oh,
that,
yes.
make the blank and
Yes,
then you
yes,
play
yes.
jived for about 60. She's opted for keeping again fairly perfect rack of JOL. So playing JOL with Lich, so nice good score. NID blank, very nice. The problem is getting the boards very blocked now. So even if she is going to bonus on this board, it's going to be fairly low scoring. Um, I guess the problem is also she's effectively taken out another potential lane, because if you'd had the word like going RG along there would be an option. Oh, and
Yeah.
Andorin has picked up a second blank and is making her name for us. How nice.
Yes. A and D blank, I blank A. Yeah, that's really funny. It's
Um,
unfortunate though. Before we get to Scott, in a position where you're down 100 points and there's 2 blanks unseen, you would rather draw them separately than have them both at once. Of course, you can't have
exactly.
everything,
And
but
that's kind
she
of,
probably is hoping that.
yeah, and that was kind of the thought behind if you do jive, firstly you score catch up a bit. Even, I guess you kind of, with that far behind, you really need to draw that second blank separately. Plus, if you do jive, you can then set yourself up to open up another lane, like getting more towards that triple lane on the right, while still having that backup of the parallel alongside the winner niche, although it is quite difficult. But I guess that's the challenge if you kind of get into a position like this. You do have to hope for some of those slightly more rarer occurrences to get yourself a comeback. But anyway, moving
Yeah.
on to Scott. He's got OUTFEUD, which is not a word, and he's thinking about what to
So
do.
he's seen FOUET, he's had it lined up on his rack, but maybe he's unsure that it's valid. Because that would be an amazing play just in that same spot. Probably his best play, but he's playing something he's sure of, just something that shows a lot of, I think, maturity.
Hmm.
If you're trying to win a game, one of the ways to not win a game is to play a phony word. So only
Very
play
true.
things you're sure of at this point in the game.
Now, so Andrina with her rack of AADIN blank blank. And that's probably made itself a bit harder because often finding bonuses with 2 blanks can be a little bit more tricky just from the sheer number of options you have for it.
Yeah, and I wonder if you should play one of the blanks off here and like hook za or something. Not really sure how I'm supposed to win this game if I'm Enterina.
Hmm.
I feel like I need to score something now. Maybe exchange one of the blanks, right? It's happened before.
Hmm.
I don't even see a bonus. There must be at least one.
Yeah, you've got things like naiads, but they don't quite fit alongside your main chance of fitting would be alongside the duet, but the double A makes it a little bit more tricky. You've got
Maybe
plenty of
some
words like
9 through the
netina.
LE possible.
Huh, yeah, true.
But yeah, it's a tough position for sure. Might be something to be said about trying to open something desperately on the left side as well. Maybe you play now or unnow. Ugh, so many hooks.
Never.
G, the E, the S. Yeah, I do not envy the position that Mandarina's in. I feel like she spotted the possibility of intifada. Would be really nice.
Yeah, that's got a nice one.
Oh, carnival. That. Oh no, she has a D. For a second, I thought she had something maybe through the V of exuvial.
Yeah, it looks like, well,
Diluvian almost. That doesn't
mm,
fit. There's Scandia. Oh, okay, Scandia.
oh yeah, Scandia.
Thank you to
Cool.
the chat. Is that the only thing though?
It's pretty tough.
Yeah. And if you're Scott, I mean, obviously you're really happy to be up 119. But he's probably trying to think of a way to get rid of some of his junky letters. But he just has to wait and see what Andrina does. Yeah, it feels like this game went by really quickly. I guess there's still a lot of time, but yeah, Scott only having used 10 minutes probably helps.
Yep.
There seems like there's a decent amount of players, at least from what I've seen, that like to play fast in New Zealand. Is that something you've noticed?
Yeah, there's a fair few. I guess overall, most people do tend to play slower, but there's certainly kind of a number of people who do play particularly fast. So people like Scott and Lewis, and kind of quite a few others that have probably been on the stream over the last couple of days.
How about you? What's your average time left at the end of the game?
I do tend to have a fair bit of time left, but I try to spend it when I need it. Because I guess sometimes it's like you've got an obvious one good move, so you don't need to spend too much time on that. But the options like Rex, like Andarinas, if you're not seeing Scandia like we didn't, or at least not in that time frame, then it becomes a lot trickier.
I tend to have not that much time left. Actually, I think I've maybe gotten a little bit faster in my old age, but yeah, I think I tend to use almost all of my time every game.
Nice. Yeah, a lot of the time it's definitely good having enough time up your sleeve, particularly when you start getting towards the end game. So I guess
So
one option for
without,
it. Oh yeah.
yeah, go ahead. I was about to think about the position again
So
too.
she could do things like naiads with swish just for kind of a bit of score if she wants. I mean, there's quite nice letters left. If she does that, she opens up a new triple starting with an N, and there's enough left that she's got a reasonable chance of getting like a SHE, like flasher or something alongside the duet. But I guess, as we said, it's at this stage it's mostly about salvaging spread. You've got things like, I mean, if you wanted, you could do ANOW off the OW and hope that Scott completely misses what's going on, or plays a word, an incorrect word accidentally. That would be another way that you might have a chance of actually winning. But they're all unfortunately going to be fairly low likelihood.
Yeah, so we're seeing Dan. All right. Yeah, I mean, if you can't find anything great, you got to do something. So
Yeah, and I
that's
guess that was
Andrina's choice.
one thing about Scott's move of not using the Foet, because the thing with Foet is if they don't play something that turn, then they're just going to play off the F, open up those new triple lanes, and you're kind of giving them a bit of a score. But yeah,
Yeah, and this might end up being pretty bad for Andrina's chances of a bonus since it does obscure the two lines we were talking about.
yeah, it's a bit tricky. Meanwhile, Scott is playing with a fairly clunky rack of FBPGUOI. That being said, he's 108 ahead, so it doesn't really matter what your letters are at this stage. As long as you don't empty the bag and let her bonus out on the triple, then you're probably not going to lose.
Right, yep. So yeah, from Scott's perspective, the unseen letters are AEEHIINNRS blank blank. So pretty much everything is golden. And I wonder if he's just gonna be like, oh, okay, well, I can't stop her and play just Zag and Go and Mako
Yeah,
to
or
score.
Uppo,
Or
UPO,
PO
but
or Upo, yeah.
yeah, I think UPO, like, just even if she happens to play like SH word on the triple, she's going to get 95. You're still going to win by far. But it depends how much time and effort you want to go into it. Because I mean, it's probably not going to be the best move because you will almost certainly give her something. The other thing is maybe using that OE spot. Like you could do something like bulge to just get a score. Oh no, that's okay. He's just decided to go UP.
Okay. Yeah, maybe a little bit less dangerous than UPO, especially keeping an extra vowel.
Yeah, true. Oh.
Yeah, now back to Andorina, who has air I blank blank. HAIRI blank blank.
Just got a couple of words with an S. So with an F, it makes a couple of nice anagrams, but they don't fit in that current spot. So hairiffs or fairish, but neither of those start with an S, unfortunately. Shikari is quite a good one, so that would work. And it's also got a nice anagram of Rikisha, so making a blank a K. In some ways, forcing yourself to have to use a blank with one letter does make it slightly easier to find your words because you're only having to think about one blank rather than two. So that could be quite a useful one. But again, without it being the actual K, you're not going to get anywhere near enough points to catch up. And again, becomes quite tricky, which, yeah, hard position for Andorina.
Yeah, it looks like she has tried to narrow it down to starting with an S and making one of the blanks an F. S, I think she's close. Like, so it could be Shikari or Shivari, right?
Yeah, true. With the S
Close
or the
to
C.
being able to play that through the V of Exuvial as well. Overlaps just don't quite work. So we might see if she doesn't see either of those very tough 7-letter words, we might see something like DAH come down from the D and Dan. But again, that would be a little bit counterproductive. So we're seeing chur instead.
Nice New Zealand word.
Oh yeah?
Yeah,
Please
very.
inform the ignorant Canadians.
Well, it's most commonly with like chur, bro. I'm sorry for everyone who I just insulted by doing that, but nah. Very New Zealand.
Doesn't help
I don't do
me.
it justice as an Australian.
I don't know what it means. Help.
You have to find an actual New Zealander.
Okay, sounds good. All right, Scott is playing.
S. So
Putting
he's
the
currently
S
got
down.
FOBGIES, and he's currently got his S sitting on gun, which
I
would
think
score him
he's
7
thinking of
points.
playing fogies in that spot and just trying to see if that allows for some 7-letter overlap or 6-letter overlap, 5-letter overlap on the triple. But I think it still makes sense to try and
Yeah.
inhibit this area of the board. There's probably some safe way of doing it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty safe way. Like, I mean, there's only one left in the bag. You're only going to get caught with one, well, kind of 2 letters if she happens to bonus out, which is not very easy when your only real hook is that kind of throw a V, or the M's not that easy to get through.
But yeah, I don't know with the the unseen letters AEIINN blank blank. How do you not have bonus somewhere on this board? Like through the V again of exuvial, it just feels like inevitable.
Yeah,
So I think if I was
almost in
Scott,
native, but doesn't quite.
I would just yeah, play for points here and just hope that if there is something, Andorina misses it under time pressure since she does only have 2 minutes left.
Nice. Someone just mentioned that she had finfish earlier. Which...
Yeah, I meant to mention that. I just wasn't 100%.
Yeah, so I know it's just been a bit unfortunate not being able to get any of her bonuses down. few tricky ones to find. So Scott has gone with SIF, keeping BGO, kind of effectively blocks without giving away anything too much. We'll see if Andorina manages to find anything, if there is anything, through the V. And otherwise, she might just play something like EINA or AINE.
It's to be right.
Oh,
Like VIAE, knowing DVA doesn't work.
yeah, looking at
Man,
cheating, it looks like it doesn't actually have anything that goes through the V, from what I can see.
what?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's pretty
no.
tough because most of them, like with your V words, are going to be like IVE endings, which she has multiple of, but that runs off the board, so can't really do anything with that.
Oh, that is actually painful. And there's not enough space to play through ATE. Alright, so she's gonna play naive. And I think she's gonna have another turn after this. Because I don't see Scott going out with this EEGON. So it looks like Andorina will get to 300 this game, but a very unfortunate game for her. And
Yeah.
a bunch of tough bingo options with that blank that were missed.
Yeah, and potentially the kind of one potential turning point was when she did Tsar instead of Riza. Just got slightly less and just gave away so much, and then ended up getting a bit stuck after that with too many eyes when the Riza would have got rid of one of those eyes. And then, yeah, just she was very close in so many racks, like when she played Tool and kind of a number of her other moves, she was just so close, but not quite. And then the few ones she had were quite obscure and not easy to find. So overall, just a fairly tough game for Andorina, but well played to Scott.
Yeah. And Scott putting the time pressure on, making quick, confident plays. Dobb comes down for 18, bringing him to, I guess 410. Yeah, 410 to 296. And we're going to see, I guess, DIV here.
Yeah.
There's an outplay for 11. Andrina's going to be
Another
able to
option
make
being
that play.
Sui or
off.
Dewey under the cube, but by this point it doesn't really matter. The main thing is not go overtime. And Andorina's
Yeah.
looking very relieved that it is finally over.
Yes, I was going to say, yeah. That's a nice reaction. Yeah, it's one of those games that you feel you probably missed something, you don't know, and you just didn't get there. So good win for Scott. So you guys, I can actually see the window behind Scott. It looks like still stormy over there, but you're on the North Island, right?
Yep, yeah. So I'm in Auckland as well, which is so North Island. It was quite stormy with a kind of ex-tropical cyclone over the last couple of days, and then it's just a bit stormy last night, and yeah, over the next day or so as well, with some thunderstorms last night. But that's New Zealand. The weather can change quite quickly.
Yeah, I think I heard some emergency alert going off, right?
Yes, sorry about that.
Oh, we have a nice message for
Ah,
us.
that's nice.
Oh, that's very, very kind. I guess
That's
was
good.
that Andorina that left that?
Oh,
Looks
maybe.
like it.
Yeah, probably.
Um,
Andorina's very nice, and she's always very
she is.
gracious, even if things don't work as well as she would have liked.
So we're gonna get an interview for the fans here of the victor in this game, Scott. And yeah, I had the opportunity to meet Scott a few months ago on live stream.
Cool.
So it'll be nice to talk to him again. Hello.
Hello, Josh. Hello, Alastair.
Hi, Scott. Well done.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for volunteering to do spend your time helping us out on this. I did it for the Trans-Trasm, and I know it's a big effort, so we really appreciate it.
That's all good. Josh has certainly done far more than I am.
Yeah. Well, you've got a newborn at home, so that's acceptable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's definitely, yeah. It's really great to have Alastair on here. But anyways, about this game, tell us your thoughts.
First I want to know what do you think was my biggest mistake? I'd like to, because how am I going to improve without asking like champs how to get better?
I think your biggest mistake was Graver.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that, Alistair?
Yeah, so overall, I thought you played very well,
Yeah.
maybe a little bit fast in some of the earlier moves,
That
but
I always play fast.
overall, yeah. So I think with the Graver, so great thought that you kind of blocked off all the good, kind of all the easy bonus lanes.
Yeah.
I guess the big thing would be because you're so far ahead, sitting about 100 ahead, the main way you're going to lose is if they get really high scoring bonuses.
Yep.
So the thing particularly was at C was like if they triple, and at that point there was an H, S, and 2 blanks unseen. So things like flinches or that sort of stuff, that's probably the main way you're going to lose. And same with like if they front hook the swish. So doing Vega up there may have kind of would have killed those 2 high scoring lanes, because even if they bonus down the bottom for like 80, you're still going to be so far ahead you'll outscore them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Graver. The idea of Graver was to just kill off the bottom part of the board and try to come get the top. And I never really up here when she played sure. I just couldn't really do anything of value. So
Yeah. So there, I think the move that Alistair said was just VEGA and AG. Was VEGA there?
Oh, Vega.
Potentially.
You know what? And I did set that up on my record
Yeah,
side.
so you did.
And then sometimes I just cop up because I think, well, that's a star, and in other words,
yes.
sometimes I get things like that. Like tech is where I work at the TEC. That's tech, and sometimes I have to talk myself into actually this is valid.
Fair enough.
And they're just sometimes I look at him like, is this shit right? Like Mako, I can never remember if Mako is right. Like the shark.
Right.
Fair enough.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
definitely.
Yeah.
And
Definitely better to not play it if you're not sure.
that's right. And-
Exactly. We did say that in the duet turn. I think you had FOUET lined up.
Yep.
In the same spot, which would have been really nice, but maybe it was something you were unsure of.
Yeah, it
So,
was. I was thinking
it's
Fou-
very important
I was-
to only play things you're sure of.
Was
when
it was
you're
that
in
Fouet or was it? Yeah, it was. It would have been Fouet. No, so I was thinking maybe it was Fouet. But yeah, it's Fouet.
Yeah, so you can have it both, and the other one you can also have foo et with ETTE, so it's a 7.
Yeah. So and
but-
that would have been there. That would have been a lot better. And then she took away I was going to play Fetid. And I was like, bugger.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that would have been good.
We
I also
really
really
like
liked
your play
cube.
of cube. Yeah. Oh,
Sorry, Snap.
Oh,
hey, we're a good commentary duo.
no better way to kill off that side of the board than a C, is there?
Yeah, you blocked a bunch of bingos there. So,
Yeah.
Well
So
played.
that was the whole idea. Is it just take him out one bit at a time. And then when she played Wish, I was like, well, I don't have an S. And the way Andrea gave me hints by shuffling around, I'm like, she's got at least one, if not both, blanks. So I'm like, I really need to make it harder and harder on the board.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
a
and
great
you did
job
very
defending,
effectively.
Yeah, Meta, Vega, you're right. Vega would have been better, but Meta did the job in the end.
Indeed, yeah.
Yep.
Well, anyways, well played to you.
done.
Yep.
It was great to see you play in the flesh, and good luck the rest of the way. Maybe we'll see you again.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's 3 games in a row now. I haven't seen a blank yet, so
Well, you didn't need it. Well done.
I didn't need it, it's always nice to win games when you don't get blanks.
Yep.
Okay, it looks like we're getting ready.
Good luck for the other
Okay,
ones.
Thank you very much, and thank you again, guys,
Alright.
for spending a Saturday afternoon with us.
Thank you. All right, cool. Yeah, what a nice man. All of you are so nice. When people are like, "Oh,
That's New Zealand.
Canadians, you're so nice. Canadians, New Zealand is
Oh, yep.
just." So yeah, cool. All right, so we're about to go straight into the next round since we're a little bit delayed here. But the current standings right now, it looks like Howard's still in the lead. A game ahead of a bunch of people, but 5 people at 9 wins. Howard, Lewis, Peter, Chris, and Sicily. So it's really, really a shootout up there.
And I
Anything
think
can
that
happen.
standings might be after actually game 13, not game 11, round 11 rather.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, we'll get the production team on the changing the standings number.
Very.
Those little details.
Oh, that was fast. But very nice. I guess this is what you hope to see in a Masters competition, is that it is so even. Like even right now, 5 people on the same amount of wins, kind of equal first, and then 4 kind of one game behind. So anything could really happen with kind of 9 people within one game of each other, and still so many games to go. So pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah, I'll have to see tomorrow if anyone runs away with it, but it seems like it's going to be down to the wire here at the 2025 New Zealand Masters. Our next round pairing, Dylan Early, who we saw just a couple of rounds ago playing Chris Tallman, is first against Howard Warner. So this is going to be a very, very good matchup, I think.
Yeah, two of the best players in New Zealand, so it should be quite exciting. And it'll probably be a little bit slower paced compared to the speedy game that we've just had. So plenty of time to have a think about what they're going to do potentially. Sometimes Howard can go
Indeed.
quite fast when he keeps playing bonuses nonstop, but other times he spends more time thinking about it.
Right. Yes. Exactly. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Sometimes it depends how the tiles fall. Right. So 3 rounds left today, and then tomorrow 6 more rounds. Oh, I kept on saying there's 21 rounds. There's 23. That's a better number. So yeah, 9 rounds to go then. Exciting
Yeah,
stuff.
so still anyone's game or tournament.
So yeah, have you still been studying? Is my question.
A little bit. So over the last kind of month or so, I've started relearning the words. I guess partly when New Zealand went and agreed on what dictionary they'll be using. So I've had a little bit of a look at some of the new words and trying to remember some of my other words, but certainly haven't had as much time as I would like. But hopefully I'll start getting to play a bit more Scrabble again. But yeah, it's still a good way to relax, just keep the brain going with a bit of Scrabble words. But yeah.
So I guess if there's anybody that's willing to do childcare at Scrabble tournaments, this is our call call to you. In terms of another call to action, you're in the YouTube chat. You might see a little white link, or maybe it's black. Depends if you're in dark mode or light mode. I think the pinned chat by our broadcasters asking very, very kindly if you have any donations that you're willing to give to the production of this sort of event. Feel free to click the link at buymeacoffee.com/NZScrabble. People, the production team behind the scenes are just doing so much work to bring this broadcast to all of you, and yeah, they definitely deserve our support. So if you
Definitely,
have,
they've done so much hard work. It's very impressive. And even yesterday, I was watching this from home, enjoying it rather than having to be the one commentating. But it's very well run from what I've seen. Which is great.
yeah, just out of nowhere too.
Yeah,
Alex Gander, everybody just, hey, let's start streaming events, and man, it's been so cool to get to know a little bit more uh the Scrabble culture in New Zealand, and meet all of you guys. So yeah, thanks again to everyone for tuning in, and thanks to the production crew and everybody behind the scenes for having us here.
yeah.
Josh
No.
Sokol, Alastair Richards coming in with very, very high level commentary.
And I guess the other thing you'll probably notice from from the bios of the of the players is that, as you've seen, we're very friendly in New Zealand, and it's quite an attractive country for people to visit. You'll see, for many people, myself included, it's always like initial country was this, and now they all live in New Zealand. So it's a great place to live.
That's true. That is true. Yes. Okay, we're hearing from production. So, yeah. Okay. Okay. Yes. So as I alluded to earlier, the production is just in our ears saying there's some emergency alerts going on. I don't know what that necessarily means for the tournament, but yeah, there is some scary stuff going on weather-wise in Auckland, but hopefully everything is still going to be running smoothly. But if it doesn't, if we black out, I'm sure everyone will be safe. Um, but yeah, I mean, looks like power's still there, internet's still there, everyone's still alive, which is always nice.
And
It's a nice spring day here in Montreal, Canada. So yeah, I can't relate.
And I just checked my phone. My wife has actually told me that Andorin actually could have played A dance as well, AIDANTS, alongside the duet, if you, apart from the Scandia. But
Yeah, that
yeah,
was indeed somebody mentioned that in the chat. So yeah, that was also possible last game. But yeah, with those two blanks, finding the bonuses are close to impossible. But okay, so we do see players maybe getting set up. I see Howard, I think, in frame. And like I said, everybody's still healthy and happy playing Scrabble. You know, we play to forget about weather alerts and all these other things, right? That's kind of what it's here for. What Scrabble's here for.
yep, it's
But
certainly very
anyways,
good at that.
yeah, yeah, passing the time, and I'm just here commentating too. Like that's a nice pastime. It's 10:45 p.m. where I'm at, but smack in the middle of the day in
Yeah,
Auckland.
2:45 for
Beautiful
us here.
Auckland.
Yeah. Yes,
So
one good thing about commentating is you don't have any pressure. You're like, if you miss it, ah well.
yeah, that's true. That's true. Yes. My question. So when did you move to New Zealand?
So it will be 8.5 years ago now, but definitely a good place to be.
Yeah, it seems so. I mean, Chris Tallman and I are good friends. He keeps sending me pictures of
Yeah.
just
Well, if you ever want to come live
bunch of
here,
stuff.
you'll be welcome. We're very friendly.
I definitely would love to visit first and then live later. Yeah,
Good
that
option.
is my plan. I mean, the problem is once I'm there, I might never leave.
Yep. It sucks you
Okay,
in.
players are sitting down. Um, lots of sparks in the air, not just figuratively. It seems nice stormy weather outside. We'll keep an eye on the forecast for all of y'all sitting at home. But thanks to everybody for watching. This will be round 15. Dylan going first against Howard. So, what is your scouting report, Alistair?
In what way?
These two players. Who are you thinking is going to win, first of all?
Oh, that's always very tough with these two. In that they're both very kind of fairly evenly matched. I guess overall Howard probably does have a slight advantage in that he's the higher rated of the two. And has won probably slightly more tournaments, but equally he's been in New Zealand far longer than Dylan has. So I guess with both of them playing at their best, it doesn't take much to kind of swing a game one way or another. So could be, yeah, anyone's game, but it should be quite exciting to watch.
I think I played Dylan before online. I'm not sure I played Howard, and yeah, he seems like I mean, before the advent of the Canadian transplant, Chris Tallman was the highest active rated player, right? In New Zealand.
Uh,
Once you
yeah,
retired, right?
yeah, yeah, retired. Yeah. So Howard's been one of the highest in New Zealand for a very long time. And then, yeah, just as you said, occasionally someone from a different country will come in and take a spot for a while, but Howard will always try and get back there, no doubt. I mean, he's always very firmly, if not first, then second.
Indeed, indeed. And they see the handshake. We like to see the sportsmanship between these two. They probably played dozens of times.
No doubt.
Yeah, let me take a look at these stats while you give us the commentary.
Okay, so Dylan, first rack, ZYGDELR. So what's he going to do? Got a few options. I mean, with this many consonants, playing a bit longer might be options. So you could do things like Gaeld. Not too bad, keeping RZ. You could do Yes if you want, but LRD, LRDG, not great. Gride or Giad, other options. Yeah, Gride, holding LZ's pretty nice. Yeah, looks like Dylan's considering Gaeld. I guess Leggy is the other one. Leggy's got the nice setup of if you happen to draw an E, you can do res above it for 40 plus, and then maybe more distracted about the G and the Y. It's also got a nice front hook if you're interested, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I like Leggy a lot, given the setup potential for the Z. So
Yeah,
see that
and that's
come
what it's
down.
done.
All right, I'm reading a little bit about Howard. He's won 185 tournaments. Oh my goodness.
Yep, and he's sitting with SSNVIEO.
Yeah,
So
this looks good,
yeah,
but is
had an
there
N for
anything?
Venisons, but not quite.
Huh, like voidness seems like it could be a word. I don't think it is. So he might just be one letter off. Wow. Yeah, I'd take a while here for sure. He is playing voidness. Maybe that is a word. Is that a word? Do you like this? No, don't check it
Yep.
yet.
I'm rusty.
Okay.
Well,
I'm
you
not
found it. He
crazy.
found it. Clearly,
Very
majority
good.
wins. Well done.
Okay, good. He does bleed.
This is why I'm just talking and not playing. Nah.
So yeah, nice start for Howard, getting the
Yep.
bonus down. Back
And
to
then
Dylan.
Dylan's.
AFPQRRZ. Oh, okay, that didn't work out.
Yeah. Although, again, you could go for more of a setup if you want. You could do so with this many clunky letters, playing a bit longer, such that it is could be an option. So I'm quite liking Frap. It's quite good with your Fledgy. Sets up if he doesn't notice, you might get your Z for 60 plus next turn, or either with the ZA going down alongside the AP, or potentially even like a 5-letter word on the triple, like Azot or Azine. You've also got the end hook of Frap, so a lot of flexibility where they kind of increases your chance that they won't block your nice Z spot. At the same time, playing off a bit more to try and get some vowels.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Frap and Pledgy with the setup there. And given what we know about Howard's rack, Dania plus A, he might block Playtania afterwards, but you can't know that. And I think, yeah, getting rid of some letters, scoring some points, and the upside of setting up the Z seems great. Question in the chat, is it that common to drop 7 on the first word? So I think the stats on that are around 1 in 6.5 to 7 if it's your first turn and nothing's on the board, and it's closer to 1 in 5 after an opening play. So it's 1 in 5, 1 in 6. So at any given turn, maybe 15 to 20% of the time you'll get a 7 or 8
So
letter word.
Dylan's opted to change, which is not an unreasonable option given how clunky all of his letters were and getting stuck with that Q. So he's changed for keeping ZAR, so holding the Z for a bit of scoring potential, and the AR. I mean, you can make arguments for and against that. It does become a bit tricky because the R's obviously to try and get you a bonus, but then holding the Z at the same time without an IZE or anything becomes a bit harder. But he might have been hoping to kind of dump the Z for a 40 on the next turn, well, then have the AR for a good bonus afterwards. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to have worked quite as he would like, but you never know with how it's going to play. So,
Indeed, yeah.
and then as you mentioned, so Howard has plenty of vowels, so AAATINE, so very, well, a lot of different options for what he might do with this many nice letters. You've been, and this open, you're fairly tempted to just dump, so AVA for 12 holding Tenia seems like quite a nice option. If you want to go slightly longer for score, you've got things like annotates for double, but you're only getting 28. It's not really worth it. But we'll see what he goes. I guess risk with Ava as the front hooks, but if they do that, then they give you even more floaters for your bonuses.
Yeah, Ava looks quite strong. I would be hard pressed not to play Annotates though, just given the game situation where you're up 38, it's your turn. You can do a decent amount of board control with the high scoring play. You're not giving too much back. There's a lot of upside to both plays. After Ava, a lot of the time you're going to take a very nice lead next turn. but it could also go wrong for you. So yeah, I'm not as convinced as you are. I think Ava's probably still top play in the position, but Anates looks pretty attractive to me as well. As you said, Dylan just replaced his Q with a slightly better J. As we see Aya come down. Okay, similar idea.
Yeah, and that's quite useful. He might, I guess, he leaves his options open for things like unnative or innative and that sort of thing for a double double, and doesn't give away as much. I guess, yeah, pros and cons. It means the board will be slightly more blocky, which, given he's got the lead, is not a bad thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and as you say it, in native is drawn out of the bag. You really wanted to play that last game, and here we have it now. And it doesn't feel like there's a big chance of that getting blocked with Dylan's
Yeah.
rack of Jarl's RZ.
Mm,
So yeah, I
yeah,
have no
it's a
idea
pretty,
where to even start here.
yeah, quite an awkward rack for Dylan, unfortunately. That doesn't quite work.
I wonder what he's thinking about. I guess you could exchange again. At that point,
Yeah,
it feels, yeah, it feels really, really rough.
it's a shame. You'd be wanting to try and like go through the O of voidness and get some overlaps, but nothing really works particularly well. Like souls, you get a bit of score, but jumping one of the last S's isn't really ideal with that.
You play Jarls to one of the S's. I mean, you're blocking the board, you're
Mm,
scoring nothing.
yeah,
This is really
this
rough.
is this is why changing can sometimes be helpful, but equally it can go the way you well, it can not end the way you'd want. Oh dear. So he's played Giles, which seems like a good option in the circumstances. Not really keeps the E open at least. Gets him some score, but not a great position. And Howard has his rack lined up as INNATIE with a nice fee there. So a nice 90 plus points coming Howard's way, it seems.
Yeah, and it's gonna be hard to come back from that.
Here it goes. Oh, well, at least Dylan's got a nice rack. Ooh, and it fits nicely. How nice. So Dylan will hopefully keep some suspense going with this next move.
Wow.
Uh,
Okay. Yes. Hopefully, we are about to see something very, very pretty.
looks like he's seen at least one of his words anyway. So sorry for those who can't see. Dylan's got his rack sitting up as SEEZIER, and you will note that Howard has just put an N in a place that would get to a double word. So Dylan should be getting at least 80 plus for this, but hopefully he sees this close to the 100-point move.
Yeah, this is a situation of you find a good move, look for better. I mean,
Oh dear.
it's really hard.
It's,
It's
oh
just
dear.
crazy to imagine anything better on this board, but Reese's fits with 5 overlaps atop of a native. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
That
well,
is very
at least he found
unfortunate,
one.
but very understandable. Very understandable miss there.
Yeah, it's as you said. Although you find something good, have a bit of a think. It's worth spending an extra kind of minute, well, extra 30 seconds to a minute, having a bit of a look through and see if there is actually anything better. But good that he's found a bonus, so keeps it kind of not too far behind, only 45 behind. And if he gets the use of that Z, then he could easily come back. So Howard sitting there with an IEYBANE. Unfortunately, that T of native is not available for his lovely AN bite, but we'll see. I'm sure he'll do something nice anyway.
Yeah, I probably want to be playing a little longer here. Maybe something like Binate, or maybe something through the R of Jarls. You could also just overlap the JAR, underlap with AYE or something, but I mean that seems a little bit
Yeah,
dangerous.
yeah, it's a bit hard. If you use the J, then they're going to get more of it often. So what to do?
There's probably some other options
I
too.
quite
It
like
feels like there's a lot of options here.
Beanie, BANY next to the sneezier is quite nice. Take out the Z, take out the under the JA spot. Keeps IE, which I mean, not the best, but not terrible. probably gets you a similar score to things like your binate. Doesn't give those extra openings. But I mean, having this much of a lead on this board, I think trying to kill it as much as you can, will kind of getting through the tiles will be quite useful. Because once you do beanie, then there's not many floaters left that will get you much, and you're sitting a bonus up. If they bonus through the E of voidness, then you get a triple, and you're kind of in a quite a comfortable position at that point.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Beanie has an overlap there. It scores a lot. I guess 4 more. It scores 32 atop the E of a native, but in terms of what that does in comparison, I really think that sacrificing the points is certainly the right call in this situation. So yeah, nice find there. Yeah, lots of options though. I'd be taking some time for sure. This
Yeah,
I just comes down. Yeah, that's another
good
option.
score. I mean, keep some nice letters for bonusing next turn. Howard does quite like getting bonuses, and he's very good at getting bonuses, as we've seen, with 2 out of his first few moves. And Dylan with a fairly clunky rack, but one nice letter in it. He's got COWIGU blank.
Yeah. So yeah, you want a bonus here. You're down 74. You have some clunky letters. I don't think you have to be super concerned with the Z and Sneezier. I think maybe just scoring some points under Jarls makes sense here.
Yeah, so as you've pointed out, you could do something like cow under Giles. It's could potentially give it a score, but then that you're going off to the right if you do that. Another option is using the S of voidness just to open up that right side of the board that's fairly blocked. So something like scowl over there is pretty nice, because then you've got your kind of option for ing with like hooking an L with for scowl. The other option, which is probably not worthwhile, is Skoog, like SCOUG, which has the S end hook on the triple, and there's not many S's left, so that blank becomes quite helpful. The problem is you'll be keeping your W, which is not great. Another option, I guess, you could think about is something like was onto the Z, but better leave, but you're kind of, you really need to try and open the board a bit. But he's gone for a lovely score of cow under the Giles.
Yeah, I guess Orgic through the R that keeps WU blank just if you really want to open the board. But I think the board is substantially it's gonna open at some point.
And
Yeah,
you've opened
this
it that way.
is you've opened it. Yep, that takes an S2, right?
Yeah, it should do. So Howard has come down with beating with JOB and AWE for a lovely huge score. I mean, he still had the spot next to Sneezier as well.
Yeah, man. Dylan's taking a beating.
Yep, and he's got bonuses on his rack, but whether they'll play or not is the other question. So he's got TROIGU blank.
Yeah, there's at least one bonus here at least. Rooting the E of Sneezier.
Oh yeah, true. With the anagram, which would also fit as well. Of outrain. It's pretty sad to have to use that, but may have to.
Yeah, and outrigs. Wait.
Rig outs, yeah. But
outrigs and rig outs. Yeah, not quite fitting with beatings. Yeah, this is very unfortunate because
can't quite fit under there.
Just got hit with like 90 plus points and opened a bunch of scoring spots, and you just have to open even more.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. I guess you kind of have, if you do things like, well, routing or outrain, then at least you're opening up a triple, and if you get lucky, if you pick up something wonderful there, you might be able to kind of come back a bit. Or if you force him to block the triple, and then you get something massive under the job and AWE spot. So he still has options. I mean, definitely not an enviable position to be in against Howard, 140 down, but yeah, at least after your bonus, you'll only be less than 100 down, but still pretty tough to come back from that. But plenty of time left in the game.
But if we take a glance at Howard's rack, we see 60 points at the very least, 50 points coming down next turn. Yeah, this is very unfortunate for Dylan. Man, yeah, just one small little miss, I think, on Sneezier. 22 point swing seems to have led to disaster.
Yep, as we talked about, it doesn't take much to kind of turn the tide between the two top players, and like often those kind of fairly minor errors that you've probably seen over the last couple of days, they don't tend to change the outcome all that much. But when you're kind of having players of this caliber, one small thing is all it takes to kind of turn it from a win to a loss potentially. Not that we're saying that Dylan's lost yet, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, so if routing is coming down. Yeah.
Yep, I think that's
we like this
that's
play.
choice. Yeah. And who knows, maybe he'll have a triple to counter Howard's next move.
Yeah, there's still another blank. If I had the power, speaking of power RX being Howard's rack after routing, I would run a poll in the chat. Ask how many people have noticed and how many people can't stand the I in native being upside down.
Yep, that's Howard. So Howard has gone for his EX for a lovely 60 plus. Well, how much was it? Somewhere along that line. Keeping PROWR. Oh, yes.
61.
The other nice word he had was just PROWR. PROWER. And I think with that, with the scores as it was, I think you would still have to consider whether you forego your X. But that being said, the job spot is still just too high a score.
Okay, this is good.
Ah, well, he'll get a nice triple bonus at least. So Dylan's rack is ACEFRTU. So he's keeping it keeping it going, keeping it interesting. And he will actually catch back up with this move. So as we said, doesn't take much to turn the tides even between two top players.
Yeah, just what the doctor ordered or what the doctor diagnosed, right? Yeah,
so a couple of sevens there that don't fit, but if you find the sevens, you should find the 8 as well. So his sevens are Furcate and Factua, and I'll let you to leave your imagination for what his high scoring playable bonus may be.
Yep. So I mean, it still will be an uphill battle.
Yeah, sorry, they hadn't updated the scores, but yeah.
But definitely necessary to stay in the game. Drawing fracture here.
I'm sure he would have preferred to have a D instead of the R to do Furcated for much more, but you can't have everything.
Yeah, and of course, the longer Dylan takes, the more worried we get in the commentary booth. Howard staring into the camera.
Maybe he's just looking for the anagrams. He doesn't want to miss 3Cs again.
Okay, it's lined up. I'm less nervous. My anxiety is no longer peaking.
Very good. And with the O, he doesn't quite have anything. But if he had an E to go with that O, he would have co-feature. But unfortunately, he doesn't. But anyway.
So is that what you've been studying? Nines?
I had studied them. So when I won, when I won the worlds, I knew all my 9s and 7s and 8s and 6s and the rest of it.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, you heard it here first, folks. That's very impressive. That is, yeah. That's awesome. Living up to your last name, right? Sure, you never heard that before.
Okay. And here comes fracture.
Howard's gonna be surprised, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, nope, maybe not. He just seems stone faced. I would be surprised if after like 2 minutes fracture came down, but yeah,
at least it gets
over
him
300
closer, and still a blank left.
Still a blank out. Yep.
Still can go, as we've mentioned throughout this game, it can go either way. Howard's rack fairly clunky at the moment with WHORRPU, and unfortunately Howard has blocked his whoops, so WHUPS would have fit up there quite nicely, but no longer an option. But I'm sure he'll find something else that is quite good.
Yeah, I guess he's just been looking at WHORT to the Tina native and
That's true.
lined up on his rack for a while. Um, I
Yep.
don't know if you ever even saw Whoops, but not that it matters.
Yep.
That's
So as you said,
36.
he has played Wart, which is nice. And Dylan with a fairly nice rack of AFILNST. And if you had an A, you could have fantails, which is one of the lovely New Zealand birds, also called P waka waka for
But
those
he
who aren't in New
does
Zealand.
have another bonus. This is very exciting. Is he gonna spot it through the U of
Ah,
rooting?
yes, that is nice.
I was
A
like, yeah,
nice, lovely anagram
anti-flu
of
does have an anagram.
inflatus. So he's got inflatus, which doesn't fit, but anti-flu anagram, as you mentioned, that will fit there quite nicely. And I would expect Dylan, well, he knows the word, and he's usually quite good at finding them. So keeping it dramatic, and that if he plays that, that will take him up to basically level. So again, anything can happen.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy comeback. I mean, that's why you play rooting. I mean, this can happen. The board was so open after that play. Um, but man, this is exactly what Dylan needed to stay in this game. And hopefully
Yep.
he'll have the wherewithal to even look through that U. It's just such a random tile.
I'm sure.
Sitting
I'm sure
there.
he'll be looking through that. Oh, he's found inflatus. He'll not. He'll find it then. If he's found one anagram, he'll find the other. So excellent. And this is kind of as we expect of kind of Dylan and Howard. They do find their words, and they don't kind of rush in too fast with that. I'm sure he would have been looking through the kind of WHO as well, particularly that O looks enticing, but nothing too much that, well, at least that I can see with my current brain. But yeah,
You know better than me. My heart's racing though. Every second that it's not lined up perfectly or on the board.
I mean,
It's
if you found
content. We need
inflatus,
the content.
if you found inflatus, it suggests you've studied enough to know it's got an anagram. Unless you're hoping for an E for inflates, in which case, oh no.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I certainly agree with you, but I
Ooh, it's
he's
no longer a
looking at
word.
other options. I'm getting very oh 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 so close.
He's just doing it to to make you keep you on the edge of your seat.
Yeah. What to say? We just have to wait and see what happens here. But this is a very key moment in the game. Will Dylan find Lutinas through the U? Or will he maybe find another way to get back in this game?
Mm. I mean, if he doesn't find it, he's going to have to try and, I guess, keep it open and keep things. And I mean, options, you could even just dump the F for Fledgy if you want, keeping Latins. But I mean, everything else is a little bit tricky that you'd really like to get your bonus. Oh, he's found it. There you go. Just to put you all out of your misery.
I'm breathing.
Now just to make sure that he's just making sure he's not missing something else. And down it comes. Very well done, Dylan. Playing flutinas, with flutina being the anagram of anti-flu.
There, we see a reaction from Howard finally. Okay.
Yeah, it's like, oh, 3 in a row.
It's like, wow. How are you back in this game? How is there still a blank out?
Yeah, that's true. That's always the frustrating part when you've got such a good lead and then you keep having your nice things and they just keep getting more and more and more. And then it's just like, as you said, oh, there's still a blank not there. Great. Okay, so Howard has decided to try and get a bonus. So he's had a rack of markup I and he has changed KUM. I'm not sure I would have done that so quick. Oh, sorry, I missed it. Mask.
Yeah,
Yeah, cool. Good.
Yeah. Just
Makes
part
more
of the
sense.
board we could barely see. Yes. Musk for
Very good.
45.
Yep.
Maintaining
Excellent.
a nice lead, and we see Dylan now.
Ooh, no blank.
No
But
blank.
he's got ADEEOQT.
Yeah, that's not great.
No.
So we're obviously looking to play that Q, but
Especially there's a U and a blank on scene, but overall not great. Not many great options for that. I mean,
Only
whether you just have to.
CQI.
Yeah, but in that spot,
I don't.
you may, I guess, given how close it is, you may be better off just having to keep scoring and hope you draw that U plus or minus blank. So Deutsch there is quite nice for a score. Or even potential. Yeah.
Yeah. So what are you looking at? Oh,
Like
fractured and do
fractured,
it.
so like
Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
DOIT.
yeah.
You've
Oh,
also
that's great.
almost got things going like through the like between the F and Z down there, like things like DEET would work. I don't see anything that would quite get all the way to the double, but that would be quite nice if you could. But the other option you could do, although I wouldn't with what's left, is TEAD, so TEAED in the top left alongside fractured. Gets you a bit more, but holding QO when there's 3 O's unseen and no other E's, it's a bit risky. So those E's are quite vital at the moment. So 12 left in the bag, you'd rather be holding on to both, well, at least 1 or 2 of those E's for a while. And there are more
Yeah.
consonants than vowels, so
Oh,
I'd
that's
say,
so interesting. You're totally right with those three O's left and no E's. But for me, I feel like the upside to Teed is very good. 34, more than you're scoring with anything other than do it. And you're keeping, I don't know, you're keeping options to draw an I for QI. As we
you
know,
get,
Howard
yeah,
has both remaining I's, but Teed would
true.
set up QI in the top left.
Yeah, you
And you're
get
paying
29 for
5
do it.
tiles with blank unseen. Yeah, do it's
Yeah,
only
it's
maybe
29.
31,
Oh, is
30,
it? Could be.
but
That's not
yeah,
far
still not
off.
as much.
And
Yeah,
I
it's
guess
very interesting.
being slightly behind, so there's pros and cons of longer turnover. The problem is if you play too long, you run out of time to bonus because the tiles are all gone. And there's
Mhm.
only, what, 12 left in the bag. So after you play 5, that's 7 left in the bag. With going from QO to getting a bonus, it gets a bit tricky. But
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. This is the toughest position in the game, I think. There's just so much to think about and not a
yeah,
lot of time. Dylan under 6 minutes. He's looking at Odie at the bottom right. That does
and
a
that
lot of
has
things that are
yeah,
decent.
keeps it open. If you get incredibly lucky, you might pick up the ADU blank and then bonus with adequate, but you have to be pretty lucky with that. But it does mean if you then can dump, like, if you can dump your Q, then you've got ET left over, or if you get the U, then that's quite useful. And as you highlighted, you get a bit more turnover, open up the board a bit as well, because it's all well and good to have a bonus, but if you can't actually play it, then it's a bit tricky.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, very tough turn. Very interesting moment. And we see an
Mm,
exchange. I was gonna ask if there's
yeah,
any merit to this.
that's true.
The
Yeah,
Q
that's a
being
quite a good
so
move.
bad.
Get rid of the QO. Yeah.
Okay, so we see exchange of
It,
QOE keeping ADET.
so again, pros and cons. So good for bonusing, but the problem is in a lot of ways you're forcing yourself now to need a bonus, because the problem is you're now 44 down. You're not going to catch up without a bonus. Whereas if you do things like Deutsch and get 30 something, you're only like 20 down. So you've got the chance of being able to come back without a bonus. But I mean, whether you would be able to, again, either way, it's pretty tricky. You could go either way. And Howard has played OOP, keeping IRAI alongside the Wart, so blocking things up quite effectively. And Dylan has picked up the blank, which I'm sure is what he wanted. And then he also picked up MV, which makes it less helpful.
Yeah, wow, this is very exciting now. As Howard has now just drawn the Q that was thrown into the bag.
Hmm.
So yeah, Dylan here is gonna need to keep scoring because now he's down 67 with 9 tiles in the bag. So I think timing
Yeah,
wise, things are still looking quite good for Howard,
yeah.
but
And Howard's picked up a
there's still
lovely E that went
options.
back in the bag.
That's true, yes. One of the E's going in the bag means Howard can draw it.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
he
from Dylan's
has.
perspective, you probably just have to dump the Vim, like VM, keeping perfect letters,
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm
hope
looking
something,
at, but oh,
and
it
hope to
feels
get
like
beating
you're
CST.
but it
Yeah.
feels like you're committing yourself by playing a Vim, it feels like you're committing yourself to not bonusing next turn because the timing would be off a lot of the
Mm,
time.
yeah, but the problem is you force yourself to need a bonus because you've changed, so
Yep.
it's a bit hard, and that's
What
why. So
what's great about this is it blocks QI.
Yeah, that's true. Although I guess from Howard's perspective, the main thing he needs to do is just make sure Dylan doesn't bonus. Because if Dylan doesn't bonus, then it's Howard's game. But trying to do that while not getting caught with a Q in the long term is also a bit
Dylan
tricky.
Strong populated from the PO.
How nice. That's good.
Oh man.
It may have worked out for Dylan then, unless Howard blocks it.
He's thinking of changing.
But then
There's
that could also
exactly 7 left. This is insane. This is crazy. So what I'm seeing here is, I don't think it's very relevant, the possibility of drawing FIQHS feeks through the F and the S
that would be nice if you got the H or
of
blank.
50 points. That
I'm
might
stealing
be a
you
way
from
for
Mrs.
Howard to
Gift.
outscore Dylan, but you need that H. This is crazy.
Yeah, I guess it also will be interesting to see what Howard does, because if Howard blocks a spot, then again that puts him in a difficult position again. But there's nothing hugely jumping out to be able to kind of easily block that area, so quite tough, especially when you still have that other one area open with beating. But
So is there a chance he's going to block the nines up there? Because I'm looking at it, and given that there's no I unseen, it feels really difficult to bonus with beatings. Because you have
yeah,
to have the
exactly.
S in 6th position, and the I
Yeah.
usually helps with that. So
Yeah,
there
so
might be a world in which Howard goes full on defense, but what do
yeah,
you play there?
you could just put I POI6. It's an
POI,
option.
then the OW is still open. I don't know if that's
Yeah,
gonna
it's
happen.
shame you
That would
can't.
be insane.
If you'd had like a D or something, then DA with Do would be more option. But the problem is without having a letter to go in front of the OH, it's a bit tricky. Ohio would kill things a bit, but then you're giving a 6 over there, and he's not so far ahead that he can sacrifice a 40-point move on the triple while holding his Q. So I think there's a reasonable chance, well, fairly good chance that that populated spot's going to be open if Dylan finds it, which is possible, given that he'll be looking for it and it's a 8 with a D, so it's not necessarily a too hard bonus to find, although it's not a simple one by any means. But this is Dylan we're talking about, so we'll see what happens. Exciting game.
Yeah, has he spotted it? He hasn't given us any
Oh,
info. Okay, Howard
changed.
changes. And
But he also
now the
changed the I.
question is,
So is Dylan going to bonus with populated and pick up feeks for 60 and then poor Howard?
oh man.
Or is Howard just going to bonus out in response?
Whoa. Is he? I don't see
Probably
anything
not.
through the E, right?
No, not from that. Liberated with an A, but that's not going to be in the right place. Is that a D? That is a D, yeah.
So this is,
Driblet,
oh my
but
gosh. Okay.
Driblet's
Dylan
not going to
has
go down.
ADE
He's
update
found
blank.
it. He's found it.
Oh,
Of course he's found it.
no. So we know
And
exactly
there is
what's in
IQH in the bag.
We know exactly what's in the
Howard
bag.
is going to be very frustrated.
Oh my goodness.
See, great game to be streaming.
Wow.
Dylan,
This is
Howard
why
is
we're
looking
happy to stream.
Howard is looking as happy as you would be in this situation, especially when you then track and find that IQH is left, as well as the A. So it's got QADI on the right, or FIQHS for 60. So if Howard can somehow put his driblet down, then great. Otherwise, oh dear.
This is crazy. So if FIQHS, which is, by the way, I'm going to pat myself on the back for finding that. It's not the most
very nice,
obvious
very
find.
nice.
If that is missed by Dylan, is this winning for Howard?
Oh, you're still going to be pretty tough.
Howard's now only down 31.
Yeah.
And the Q doesn't really have a home. Feels
Well,
almost
it's got
necessary. QAT for 12?
Yeah.
That's not going to do
You
it.
probably wouldn't. You'd probably just hold on to it at that point. But
So, bidder. We
Just go,
see
like,
Bitter
Ohio.
come down.
Bitter
Bitter through the D, keeping LT. I think Dylan has to find
8, 24,
Beaks.
26, 28. I mean, Ohio keeping QIN is an option. I'm not sure exactly if that's
Oh,
going to be enough, but because you're going to
yeah, let me do some quick maths.
I'll leave you to do that quick
36
math. It's
minus
faster than me.
fine. No, that's not enough. That's not enough. Yeah, Bitter is 36. Putting Howard up by 5. Ohio is 28. Putting Dylan
Yeah,
up
no,
by
it's going to lose.
23.
So Dylan
So,
has to find his feeks.
wow. So it's going to come down to the final move, or the penultimate move here, I think.
The other option Howard's looking at, or could have, would be things like Driblet, which again would hold a D. Just thinking about how do you get the most out of your second move, because DOH should get you 11 for that, as opposed to if you LT, you're only going to get about 6 with lat. And I guess the problem is also LT on this board, you might actually get blocked out, because if you take out the A, I know you've got 2 spots, you've got ALT on Fracture as well.
Yeah, so Dylan has 3 minutes. That is enough. But if I
Well,
were him, he
he's
has
got his
Kadi
extra
lined up.
he's got
He
his extra
should
10
be
minutes of
looking.
Howard's. So hopefully he's looking for, what are you going to, like, I'm
He
sure he will be.
really, yeah.
He'll be thinking,
he
what do
needs
you
to
do
be
if he
looking.
blocks your caddy?
He needs to be looking for a plan B. This is very nail biting.
Yeah.
So I think Driblet, similar to Bitter, will win the game so long as Dylan
Yep.
doesn't
So
spot his insane 50-point play.
exactly. So I think in some ways it's almost like Howard, you just need to play something, play Bitter or Driblet, put
I
Dylan
don't
under time
think
pressure, hope he doesn't find it.
I don't think finding Feeks is useful at all for Howard in this position.
Exactly.
I
It's just
think
like,
you should
just play.
yeah.
I guess yeah.
This is
Tough.
crazy. Okay, so let's back up here. Somehow Dylan being down 160 plays Fracture for 101, followed by Flutina's Natural for 74.
After his routing.
After routing, yeah, three bonuses in a row, and
4 and
then
5 moves.
exchanges the cue and immediately draws a 9-letter word 2 turns later. This,
Yep.
yeah, game of the tournament, absolutely unbelievable stuff.
Yep. And as we said, it can go anyway when you've got kind of 2 top players playing it. And it doesn't take much to turn it one way or another.
Well,
I guess
hold
it's a
on.
good lesson to, even if you're so far behind, don't give up.
If Driblet comes down, Caught for 22 is better than Ohio. That floats the
Yeah,
T
true.
out.
No. Yeah, true.
So that actually
But you're getting
might
11.
48, 33, 44, 20 plus 16 is 36. That'll still win by 5. Yeah. So it seems like it's all coming down to whether Dylan finds the sneaky peaks through the disconnected F and S.
Maybe
Unless we're missing something here.
Yeah, maybe that's a reason to play Driblet, to be like, here Dylan, use the T, play QAT onto this. Don't keep looking. This will do.
Absolutely.
It's fine. You can have a 5-point
Absolutely.
loss. It's close.
This is mind-boggling. Yeah, no,
But, I mean,
totally.
with 3 minutes for one move is still a fair amount. But often when people get into this position, they get a bit stressed and kind of start panicking. But actually, almost 3 minutes is quite a long time when you're only really thinking about one move from Dylan's perspective. And Dylan is very confident under pressure, so he'll often go down to having a few seconds left. So you can be assured that he's not going to be stressing over his 2.5, well, almost 3 minutes of time left for his one move, and he'll be making the most of his time right now with what Howard's doing, because he knows his caddy's going to get blocked like almost 100%. So he'll be figuring out what to do with that, and he's already thinking about it. Like, should I do QAT afterwards, or he's probably counting the score of when Howard places Driblet. Will my QAT onto that get enough? Because Dylan will have seen Howard's got Driblet on his rack, so he's not going to miss that Howard could just play Driblet off the D. So I suspect that's why Dylan's got his QA sitting there, just kind of calculating the scores, seeing if it's going to be enough to win or not.
Indeed, this is a. Oh, even after bitter, there's Niqab or 17, which is just about as good as Cot would be. So this is all about math. Howard needs to be calculating. We know that the scores are supposed to be 490 for Dylan, 459 for Howard. They might have a different score.
That's true.
And the fact that, okay, so Howard's gone back to, I think, considering Driblet. He's got his D separate from the other 6 tiles. But yeah, the fact that he hasn't been, like, that he saw Driblet already and hasn't played it concerns me. Because it's a relatively easy calculation. I mean, as long as Feeks is not a thing.
Yeah, maybe he's like
to
trying to
see
hope
that this is good enough.
he's probably seen Feeks. I'm like, how do I beat Feeks? It's like, I can't.
I mean, this is 0 way.
It's a shame you can't have
leave
something like
Cotty
Towel
open.
Bird. But Howard's just trying to make sure he can't have a bonus.
Okay, clocks have been stopped, so maybe there is a discrepancy in the scores both players have for each other, which you do see pretty often.
That's true.
So they're just going to work that out, and that's giving Howard a little bit of extra time, and Dylan a little bit extra. Both players need the time.
Oh. I mean, ultimately, more time advantages Dylan, because if he finds Feeks, then it's game over. Doesn't matter what Howard does if Dylan finds Feeks.
Indeed, yes.
And it sounds
Yes,
like
yes,
from the
yes.
math that you've done, and which I would normally do if I was actually there writing it down and all that. But it sounds like you figured out that either of those would still lose. So it sounds like Bitter or Driblet would still win, and then just,
Yep. Yeah, this is this is absolute insanity. Round 15.
And this is why it's good having plenty of time at the end, which I'm sure Howard is happy to have.
Yep. So as they get the scores figured out, another reminder: if you like this, well, if you don't like this, you don't like Scrabble. But if you are liking the stream coverage, feel free to make a small donation at the link that is pinned top of the chat. buymeacoffee.com/NZ Scrabble. And more games like this are sure to be in the mix for the next few months.
And it looks like someone has mentioned in the comment that they don't think Dylan's found Feeks yet, and they could be right. We haven't seen him put an IQH on his rack, so who knows? Lots of drama. Oh, and Howard's telling people to go away, which is understandable given how stressful it is.
Yes. It's really. I feel like if you see it, I mean, you almost don't want to believe it, but
yeah,
if you see
don't want
Feeks, I think you know that you've won the game.
Exactly. You don't want to put them. You don't want to put 3 letters next to each other in case Howard notices and starts looking for what you're going to do with 3 letters.
Right.
Not that he can do anything about it anyway.
Right. Oh
yeah,
man,
but I think often it's if you're sitting there and you'd seen it, you'd probably be like, well, once Dylan, I was thinking about Ohio. That's a bit ominous that he hasn't found it then. Oh no.
Wrong way, Dylan. Wrong way.
It's like,
Turn
no.
around.
Keep looking. To be fair, it's a very hard find. So well done to you for finding it. And let's see.
One of my
Dylan's
best.
found some massive things. So yeah.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy. One of the craziest games I've ever seen. And both players have played so well.
Yep. So it lived up to expectations. So well done, Howard and Dylan. Regardless of who ends up winning, it's been a very impressive game. And high scoring.
And I think there's positions like these where you start to get low on time like Howard is, and you start to lose your mind a little bit. Because you've been just
having spent 7 minutes on this big.
Yeah, just nonstop calculating, trying to figure things out. and you've forgotten something you've calculated. You don't remember what's right, what's wrong. You have to recalculate everything. A good thing in Scrabble, as opposed to chess, you are absolutely allowed to write on your score sheets. Because without that, the math would be a lot more difficult.
Yep. And it's
I
also
don't know how much math you do, but some of my score sheets are just full. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, so I guess we'll see if I guess he's trying to see if he can outscore Caddy. Maybe he can.
I cannot imagine. Where is he going after this?
I mean, you try and go through the E, but can you? But not really. Not that I can see for huge scores anyway.
Oh, but this is bad. If he changes his mind, now that spot is on Dylan's radar.
Yeah,
No,
just like, what can I use there? Oh,
Howard
maybe
has
Howard didn't.
to.
Maybe Howard didn't see a Caddy. Oh, he's played it.
Wow. There's no way
I
he
guess we'll
didn't
see.
see Caddy. Maybe he's hoping that TELED is a word?
Yeah, but
26, still 45, 19. I don't think it's enough still.
no, I think it's a case of you try, like, sure, in a perfect world, if you've both, like, if you found both of them, sure, blocking your feeks gets you a slightly better spread, but actually, like, you have to just hope that Dylan doesn't see it, because otherwise you definitely lose. So sure, you've minimized your spread, so if you're playing a computer where you know they're not going to miss anything, then sure, but I guess it brings the kind of human element of actually, sure, feeks is going to get better, but you just have to hope they don't see it. Unless Howard is seeing something that we're not, which is always possible.
So I bet you, oh man, I bet you that Dylan has no idea
Yeah, it's like
why
Dylan's as confused
Prims
as we.
was played. Like, did he just throw the game?
Like, did he not see Caddy? Yeah, and this is, I guess, where how it shows anything can happen.
And Howard did mutter something. He's gonna go out with Louted, which will come up
Guess
way
extra
short.
13. Yeah. Yeah, see,
So
anything can happen, and that's sometimes when seeing more is actually a disadvantage, because it sounds like, based off that, Howard surely saw Feeks, but whether Dylan did or not raises the question. So it's like, if you block the obscure one, they may not have seen it anyway, and if it's the only way you can win, yeah. But sometimes with too much time left, you can overthink things, which, yeah, very impressive game though. 5-3-5, 5-1-1, from what I'm seeing on my screen.
yeah, and it looks like 535 to 511 does look like Howard is telling Dylan, yeah, I can't outrun Feeks, and Dylan's like, Feeks, oh my goodness, and Howard just
Yeah.
reacts.
Dylan's like, oh yeah, Feeks, right. Which, I mean, when you're under pressure and you have to find it, then actually there's a reasonable chance you will. So even if you hadn't found it yet, doesn't mean he won't have found it. But it's one of those situations where, sure, like, playing, like, blocking Feeks gets you closer spread, but actually in the real life game, you'll have to kind of hope that your opponent doesn't see the really obscure spot, and it was a fairly tricky one. Whereas you know he's never going to miss Caddy, so if you play Fribs, you 100% lose to Caddy. So yeah, it's a tough one.
Oh yeah, man, it's gonna be hard to live that game down. Are we going to get an interview with Dylan after this? That would be nice.
I think both of them are going to need a bit of a break after that one.
I agree. Don't want to force it upon them. But I guess it is part of the social contract, right?
Yeah, I'm sure he will. Yep, they're doing an interview. That's what they're planning.
Man, crazy game, amazing game. Huge congrats to Dylan, and I mean, commiserations to Howard. He played fantastically, and honestly, his endgame was probably optimal. And my question is, I think, would Nigel have played for him? I think so. Anyways.
I guess the other thing for interest, there would have been a really cool extension if it had come up, in that you could extend Giles to Gilesburg by putting BERG on the end of it, but not that it came up.
Oh wow! I just had a game where Jarls was on the board. I didn't think of it this time. Yeah, that would have been awesome. Man, okay, incredible. All right, if you guys have any questions for Dylan, of course we have one big one. We probably know the answer to already, but feel free to let us.
I'm
know
sure he
in
saw
the
it.
Chat.
Hi guys. Hello guys.
All
Well
right.
done, Dylan.
Thank you.
Very
Well
impressive.
done.
Thank you. Who is this?
Good
Is this
game.
Alastair and Josh?
It is, yeah.
Oh, nice to speak to you again, man. Hey Josh.
It's been a while.
Yeah,
That
tough
was a
game
good-
this one.
Yeah. Crazy game. The best game so far. So, thank you.
Always
You
very
guys put on a show.
very entertaining, man. That yeah, I don't know what to say. To have two good places for the queue at the end is just so lucky. I threw it back. And
Yeah, we were
I think we've-
scared.
I think before that we have to answer the question on everyone's mind. How did you feel about the upside down eye, Dylan?
Oh, I didn't. Which one? Oh, this one. Yeah. Oh, you don't notice these things when you're in the zone.
Oh man.
Fair enough.
Great. Yeah. So okay. So did you see both Kaji and Feeks then in the end?
Yeah.
Wow. Amazing. Amazing stuff.
It was a dream pick after populated.
Yeah, very nice find of that.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't sure if Vim was the right play for such a low score, taking out a good Q spot, but you know, I had such good letters. I was really just hoping for a bonus.
Yeah, we liked every single one of your plays. There was one play you made, Sneezier,
Oh yeah.
that if you think about it maybe a little bit, you might see you had 22 more points
Oh,
on that
no.
turn.
Oh no. You know, as soon as he put down his first eye, I thought, okay, well, I'm just gonna play Sneezy. I didn't even look for it.
Yeah, that's just, you know, we're sitting here. We get to, I mean, of course, Alistair saw it instantly, but that's like Reese's with 5 overlaps. You're not looking for that.
That being said, if you'd done that, you wouldn't have got your routing, fracture, and flutinous, so may have ended up badly for you.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, that's why you're the world champ, eh?
Wow, yeah, but an incredible game. So how are you feeling when you saw populated? Tell us what was going through your mind.
Oh, well, I was wondering whether I should hold it back because of the queue. I knew that I would be in real trouble, but I didn't have a choice. So from that perspective, it was the easy choice. It just had to be done. Was very surprised, to be honest. I didn't expect bingo on this board, but you got to just keep believing, keep giving yourself chances. Great.
Yeah, and we were saying that on the commentary as well, that you kind of exemplified that idea of never give up. Like, you were so far behind at some points in those games, and actually you kind of came back to win it. So very well done.
Yeah, thanks. It's one of those games that you really have to fight for. It just makes it so much sweeter.
Definitely.
Yeah, there were so many elements to this game to talk about. We're gonna let you go and have a little break after that. Must feel good, but yeah, both of you exchanging the queue at the end, that was crazy. There was just so many elements to this game. So thank you so much to both of you for the masterpiece.
Yeah, thank you.
We're better off for it.
Thanks for commentating. You want to have a chat with Howard?
I don't know if Howard wants to have a chat with us.
If he wants to.
Good luck for your other games, Dylan.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck, Dylan.
Let's have a chat with Howard. Alastair and Josh.
Hello, Howard.
Hi, Howard. Yeah, well, very well played, Howard, and commiserations. That must have been a very disheartening way. After his third bonus in a row with a blank unseen, I can only imagine. Well, I can imagine how terrible that must have felt.
Oh, the
But
worst thing was the queue. The fact that I threw it in, instead of, because there was nowhere to go and he just blocked off my high spot, I possibly could have made a spot for myself. You know, where I later played Fibs if I'd played something there with my other eye and set myself up. But then the fact that he had 2 such huge Q spots sitting there at the end was just.
It's incredibly unlucky to, with 7 left in the bag and not even a U and a blocked board, to have like pick up QAIH and then have 2 perfect places for them. It's very unlucky.
And also the great letters at the end, the driblet. I needed an I to go through for Trilbead or T for Bristol, but he just gave me an E, which is normally a good letter to go through. There wasn't anything there, was there, with the E?
No. Yeah, if you had drawn just a couple different or one different letter, you would have bonused out, and that's just one of the reasons why that was just so unlucky.
He kept just coming back with more and more bonuses, and I kept thinking, that's got to be the end of it, surely. And then populated. Oh my god! And even then, I was still in with a chance. If he didn't have the 2 Q spots, I was thinking, I can still do this.
Exactly. All it would take if he didn't have the A, or for example, then he wouldn't have had the caddy.
Yes.
And just one minor thing different, and
one
the
tiny
whole
little
game's
thing.
different.
Yeah. And I can't say I've ever won a game before against 5 bonus words, so that would have been nice.
Wow. Yeah, that would
fair enough.
Fantastic.
That would be.
Well, we think you played really, really well. Really no quibbles with anything that you did there.
thank you.
So you can feel good about that.
It's a weird kind of thing to feel good about because I still lost.
Yeah, losing with 511, it's like, it's like, well done, you lost, but you got 500.
So did
well done.
Did Dylan? Were you telling him that he could have done something better with a Z?
Yeah, so he had re-Cs above the Sneezier. But then he wouldn't have got all of his other bonuses through his.
God, yes, it would have been very different. That would have been a great score too.
22 more points, Josh calculated.
Wow. But
then
the
he
whole
wouldn't
game
have
would
got
have
all
been
the floaters.
different.
Exactly.
My God. There was so many things I thought about at the end there to try to sort of stop him, but just the fact of the 2 Q spots was just impossible, really. Even if I'd been able to go through with my final letters through the E of populated, go out there, that would have been fine. Or even if I could have, had an I instead of an L and had been able to make tired down the left-hand side, that would have sashed it for me as well. But
Yeah, so you would have lost by 8 if you had played Fritz instead of Fribs.
Giving Bedell a little bit.
Then you get Bedell through the E.
Where was the Fritz?
So,
down there.
So
Yeah.
Fritz where you
Same
play
spot.
Fribs.
But
And then you play Bedell for 31 to go out. I think you lose by 8, but that had to be the best you could do, I think.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff.
I was just hoping that somehow I would find an outplay for my another outplay for my DELT that was going to score a bit more.
Yeah. Okay. We're hearing here that you're 3 points off of the New Zealand record for highest losing score. Well, that's another.
You could have always got
That's not
another record.
So if I'd gone for the the other,
You could have gone for the record.
Oh dear. Also, I guess that Dylan and I have equalled the 8 in a game. Again, I've had it quite a few times, and Dylan's I think had it before as well.
Another one to the list of your records.
But I just want to get 7. I don't want to be stuck on 8. In fact, I want to get 8 like you got once, Alastair.
Yeah, that was a dream game I had.
Yes,
but
I know. I was
don't
there.
think it's like once in a lifetime.
Yeah. Okay, guys.
That's true.
Thanks.
All the best for the rest
All right.
ones.
Thanks
Keep
a
up the
lot.
good work and very well played.
Cheers. Thanks. Bye.
Thanks, Howard. Yeah, well played. Okay, so we're gonna head to the standings here, I think, in just a moment, to give you guys an idea of what's been brewing late in this Masters tournament. So it looks like Lewis and Peter are at the very top. If we could have a refresh on those standings, I think looks like Lewis has 11 wins at this point. Peter has 11 as well, so 11 out of 15. There we go. Yeah, which is very nice. Dylan in 3rd place after that crazy game we just witnessed. Good thing these games are going to live forever on YouTube. I mean, insane stuff. So yeah, 10 wins, 4 players at 10 wins: Dylan, Howard, Chris, and Sicily. So it's still very much anybody's tournament. We have 2 rounds left for you. The tail end of this Saturday in beautiful Auckland, New Zealand. Jason Simpson going first against Dylan. So I think whenever those players are ready, we could get them sat down and keep going. We might take a short break if they aren't ready, and come right back to you guys if that's okay with production, just in just a couple of minutes. But if the players are ready, I'm happy to continue and play us through. But anyways, crazy game. One of the craziest I've ever seen. Incredibly well played by both players. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I certainly did. Yeah, I don't know what to say. It's crazy stuff. Next game, like I said, it's going to be Jason Simpson versus Dylan. Jason currently sitting at 9 wins after a win against Glennis. So he's definitely in the fold as well, just 2 games behind top place, but with negative spread. So yeah, very tough when your spread isn't so good. But a win here for Jason would certainly give him a very nice chance of making a comeback. I don't know if I know Jason, but according to our info, Jason he lives in Whangarei. I hope I'm pronouncing that properly.
Whangarei usually. So most
Whangarei.
Maori words, the WH turns into F. So Whangarei usually is.
Whangarei. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alastair. So Jason has won the 2019 Gerald Warner Trophy, which means I guess that was for most impressive newcomer. That's a cool trophy. Man, you guys are so nice.
Yeah, you should come live here. Come play.
2 tournaments. He's very new to the game. He's won 2 tournaments. Yeah, I should come live. I will probably. He plays a lot of pickleball, which not a huge fan. Currently number 24 in New Zealand. He won alongside his team the 2024 Trans Tasman, which is another tournament I commentated last year. It's very, very fun. And yeah, we know Dylan. So have you played against Jason? Seems like he's quite new to the game, so maybe not.
Not particularly. I may have played him a long time ago, but because I just haven't been playing much in the recent years, so no, I haven't had the chance yet. But I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes. Obviously, he's got quite a few achievements, so yeah, should be another good game.
Yeah. So tell me, how old were you when you started playing? I imagine you were very young.
Yeah, so
very, very young.
Much like Lewis, so I was playing tournaments at 7, although probably far worse than Lewis was at that age. I started getting good in kind of mid-teens, kind of by about 16 or so. I was decent, and then yeah, just gradually got a bit better.
What does decent mean? Just give me a little scale here.
Well, on the Australian ratings, I think I got up to 2000 at that point. So I was like top 10 in Australia at that point.
Yeah, that's very good. Yeah, that's very, very impressive. Okay.
But yes.
Well, I'm intimidated now.
I've been doing it for a long time.
Yeah, I played my first tournament, I think, when I was 10, maybe 11.
Nice.
And really only started getting good when I was 20, I think. So 19, 20. So nice. A little bit of a late bloomer compared to this guy. Okay, whatever. So we're still here. We're still on the same footing, right?
Of course.
But that's cool. So Jason,
I think everyone can always keep getting better. So it doesn't matter when you started or kind of how long you've been playing, you can always get better. As long as you want to and you put in a bit of effort. So it doesn't matter kind of where you start, you can always improve, which is kind of one of the great things about Scrabble.
Yeah, and it's easier and easier as more resources come through. There's so many ways to improve.
Yep. And even things like this lovely stream that they've set up means you can firstly watch 2 incredible games and then also get good commenting from people like yourself, Josh, and me in the background.
Yes, it's really just so great. Streaming is probably the best way to reach, I guess, the youth, um, get them interested and involved in the game. So yeah, this is a very important tool that we have. But if you're watching and you're interested in Scrabble, but you haven't played competitively, feel free to ask any questions you have. We're watching an elite tournament, top 24 players in New Zealand that are willing to participate. So it's obviously normal that the quality of play will be far beyond anything casual players ever seen. But this isn't everybody that plays Scrabble. We all were once complete and utter noobs. Isn't that right?
Definitely.
It's the proverb. The master has lost far more games than anyone can ever imagine, or something like that. I totally bungled it. But this is not the last game. There are 2 games left, so I'll be here all day.
And night for you, it seems.
Yeah. I
We
was
appreciate
actually
you staying up.
worried. Honestly, Alistair, I'm so bad with the time changes. I was worried. I thought that I was commentating until 5 a.m.
Oof. Oh, that's a
I
win
don't
then
know
when you found out
why
you
I
didn't.
thought that. I really don't know why I thought that. It doesn't make any mathematical sense. But it's no, I'm up at this time, so we're good here. Yeah, this is actually pretty good for me. So maybe the
Nice.
ideal time to commentate. Although in a couple weeks, 3 weeks, I'll be commentating the MGI. I think I will be commentating the MGI UK
Ooh, very
Scrabble
exciting.
Classics, and that will require getting up at 4 a.m. So that, yeah, maybe I should move to New Zealand. Honestly, the time is better. The people are nicer. Scrabble is awesome. Yeah. Anyways, Dylan's sitting down. He's taking a little bit of a breather after that crazy game we just witnessed. If you guys didn't see that game, the video
Go
will
back.
be available. Yeah. Don't watch this game. It won't even
That's true.
compare.
Watch it later. Watch Dylan's last game later if you missed it. But we'll enforce a treat, I suspect. So Dylan versus Jason.
Yeah. I think at the very least I'm gonna make a video about that game, or somebody should make a video about that game. That was incredible. So Jason will be going first, which provides a slight advantage. I think the latest numbers, something like 20-point advantage for going first. Pretty substantial. Which makes sense though. There's a 50% chance you'll have an extra turn. Turn is usually around 40 points average at this level, so 20 points seems about right. As Dylan shakes the bag for his opponent, we will be getting underway. Like I said, 2 more rounds today, 6 more rounds tomorrow. And things will be getting very, very interesting. Let's see what Jason gets. Okay. I see.
Ooh. This is a situation where actually maybe going second might have been better. So he has a rack of BRIDGEL. But if he had an E, he could have Begirdle, but unfortunately there is no floaters.
Indeed. So, bilged is what Jason is lining up. That seems very good to me. I think you play bilge. I think you don't keep the D here. Playing shorter doesn't seem worth it either, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have things like glue holding RED, which is quite nice, but I think at this stage of the game, just take your score, a bit more turnover, you got all the extra floaters, and holding an R is good. So yeah, bilged seems quite nice.
It does look
Anagram
like
being
Jason,
Beguiled.
maybe Jason's at that point. No, never mind. I was gonna say something completely wrong. Especially given that we see this vertical opening.
Oh,
Love to see it.
He's been watching Nigel Richards.
Oh, okay. So he's changed his mind. I'm curious as to why this might be.
Oh, that fits nicely for what Dylan's got on his rack. Yes, so there are pros and cons of that. I mean, it keeps it slightly more open, but in this situation, it's probably going to make it be detrimental to him. So he's played bridge, holding L. Leave's not bad, gives away the E next to, well, for a double letter. And as you will surely find out very shortly, you have to, as we mentioned, be aware of floaters, of hooks rather. So Dylan has a rack of Q80, ENSY. And here it comes.
Okay, I was like, was Bridget a word in college? Like, what? I was, what hook? What hook are we talking about?
So Dylan's played Q80 with a bridge, and
Oh, but this
someone
is
has
so
very
cool.
kindly mentioned that they could do Trank through the R, which is also a good option. But yeah, you play Cat, gets you a bit more. Oh, and Jason has picked up no vowels, but he's picked up a blank, which is good. So he's got HLLNRS blank.
Yeah, I'm looking this rack up. Okay, no
almost
unshrill
enthrall.
or anything like that.
Almost
I'm
looks
just
like enthrall, but
I'm just hoping that we get unabridged.
that's true. Not that
Dylan's only
far.
one letter off.
Looks like he's thinking about hill or hell. I mean, hell seems like a good option given it keeps it open, helps your O end hook or the S hook for either way. And you have other things like shrill, but not worth burning off the S for that. Keeps you kind of within the score. It should still be
Shrill
more or
is
less level.
interesting. Shrill is actually interesting. You're retaining that N for the G. It's probably not worth it, but I wouldn't be so quick. 19 versus 12. Yeah, hell's probably fine. But shrill is interesting. So hell comes down.
Dylan has EENNSUY. And this is an interesting situation where actually you'd rather have a third E rather than having your S. And then you could have NUE, ENNUYEE, just in case you weren't aware of it. But he's got a lovely S instead.
Yeah, that's a nice, and yeah, it's an adjective. So ENNUYEE. You can lose the E, but you can't add an S.
Yeah,
so
and actually
ENNUYE
losing the
is
E might
valid.
be a good option.
Yeah, you can play that with EL on the triple.
Yep. Holding your
so
S
that looks
back
like
can
the
be
best
great.
play.
Yes, we'll see. I mean, dumping NYE somewhere if you could isn't a bad option either. So NYE under HE, set up yes front hook, keeps reasonable bonus letters like UNES with a board this open. You're fairly reasonable chance of getting a bonus afterwards. So it's a decent thing to consider. The problem is if you do play your 6 holding S, you could get complete, random letters. So something to think about NYE with hell, with HE of hell.
Yeah, a lot to consider here for Dylan early on in this game. And we'll see what he does. Jason has drawn decently. He did hold back NRS blank, but he did also draw RET, which is almost always a good 3-tile draw. And he's going to be certainly bonusing on the next turn. These racks give me anxiety, though. Like, so many options. It's a good. I actually almost prefer having 2 R's. It really reduces the amount of options to sort through.
That's true, certainly. Don't have to fewer possibilities.
Yeah, I'm one of those people that complains about my good racks.
Yeah. I think you should do restring just to put the E end hook.
Restring. Sorry.
Takes an E on the end of restring, like a stringe restringe.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Not that it's going to be particularly useful, but so Dylan
really
has gone with NYE, which is a good move. So we'll see where he goes. So it keeps UNES for Dylan and keeps it nice and open. And so, as we alluded, Jason's got nice letters and he's put RET blank RNS and he's playing returns with SNI. So not spending too much time to think about his options, but that's a pretty good option. Blocks, so it gets him a good score, blocks a lot of the bonus lanes, particularly the double doubles, except for the hello or hell's spot, and a good defensive play when you're when you're kind of taking a lead this early, and especially when Dylan's obviously flagging that he's got nice letters as well. So it looks like a good move.
Yeah, yeah, we like this move. Probably from what I see, the highest scoring bonus possible here. And so yeah, back to Dylan now. Dylan has EEKINSU. So not exactly what he wanted,
but no.
But he'll have some good options here. On a bridge, no longer possible, I think. Snide doesn't take the D. But that's okay. We'll survive. What do you do here, though?
Tricky.
Does look a bit tricky, doesn't it? EUK somewhere.
Yeah, that's what you're getting rid of. UKE on the RID of a bridge is not bad. I mean, it blocks a little bit, but you've still INES, you've got the hell spot, and you've got under the HE, so it's probably still open enough to be able to do that. Is there any other? I mean, KUE just next to the returns might be the play. Keeps it, like, opens up a whole new easy bonus lane without taking off your RID hooks.
Yeah, I guess if you want to score a little bit more, maybe you play through the R with something like CanUR or KEIR. But I don't like keeping the U for 2 turns.
Yeah, or KIER at least, then you've got the I to float through, which is another option, but you're still only getting, what, 24 versus 18. You could think about it, but the problem is, I think that I gives a lot more flexibility. Plus, if you do KUE, you've now set up another very easy bonus lane, so you pretty much any bonus should fit alongside either that or with your hell spot, because the last thing you want is get a bonus and they block it.
Yeah, all very good points. But yeah, certainly a lot of options to sort through for Dylan, so normal that he's taking some time here. I don't think, for some reason,
make sure you don't miss a bonus either.
Yes, of course. We're here, we can check that when you're in the game, gotta be careful. And Dylan likes to take his time, and he likes to find everything, and he does pretty much always find everything. As we saw in the last game.
Close to some nice letters, nice words. So if his I was something different, if it was a G, for example, he could play Gerenux through the R of a bridge. If it was a T, then he'd have Netsuk, but unfortunately he doesn't have those letters. And we have the joy of being able to kind of come up with these things while they have to play with what they've got. And he's taken your suggestion of KEIR, which, yeah, decent move. The E's better in general for most bonuses, although with his current rack, the I would have been slightly more useful. But if he doesn't bonus his next turn, then the E there is kind of more helpful anyway. And Jason with a rack of DOWF AIC, and looks like he's considering Alf with hello.
Yeah, it's a nice high scoring play there. Nice 30 points, and Jason with the lead after the early bonus would do well to continue scoring and block some potentially dangerous lanes. So Dauf would, of course, open stuff next to the D, but would block the hook on hell, the O and the S, but also block the lane underneath NYE, which is something to think about. There's also the possibility of keeping that D for extra balance. I think he's looking at WAF next to the RE of returns, maybe, which keeps a bit better, but I think the defense
takes
is
up that
worth it.
E spot. Yeah, so a lot of things. And looks like he's gone with Dauf. Well, he's thinking about it. Yeah, he's going with that.
Is this the one that doesn't take an S?
I always forget. I know DOF doesn't. I think DOWF. Good question. This is why I'm not playing. Yeah,
It's
no,
either
so as you said.
It's either Gauf or Dauf.
So you're right, Dauf doesn't. So Gauf means to golf, like playing golf. So it's a verb. So Gaufing. So he's played WAF, keeping nice sleeve of Acid. And Dylan has a lovely rack. And I guess just to kind of highlight again the great work that the streaming team are doing, so that you can watch these games in real time and kind of get the commentary from people like Josh and myself at times. And if you've been appreciating it or enjoying it, remember there is a small link on the YouTube page, just kind of small amount of money if you're able to provide that to help keep them doing this, because they do it all for free, which is very generous of them. Anyway, Dylan has a lovely rack of EINRSTU. So as I'm sure most of you will be aware, there are multiple anagrams in this, 3 to be exact, for 7-letter words. And then there's he'll have other options as well. So quite a few different options to consider. And it looks like maybe Jason hasn't hit his clock, which may come back to hurt him later.
Yeah, I would assume Dylan's not going to take too long here, but yeah, the clock not being hit is
You've got
certainly
options.
going to.
So his options for those who aren't aware. So he's got uniters as he's shuffling to now, nutsier or triunes. And then obviously through the E, he's got things like reunites, retinues, neurites, or esurient. And he has gone with uniters under the SNI, HENY, so highest scoring. Looks like probably, yeah, that seems to be the play to go. Catches you up. Nutsier with Hells might be slightly more blocky, but when you're only just catching up, you don't really want it to be that blocked. So keeping it nice and open, as he has done, is a good option.
Yeah.
So Jason with some double ups. So PAC IDID, and he's got paid on his rack at the moment.
Yeah, there's a really, really cool option here mentioned in the chat of the 6-letter, very obscure 6-letter word, adipic.
Yeah, that's a good option.
Which would play with AL. And that's a similar situation to Ennuyé earlier, where, yeah, just going all that way with that 6-letter word is going to score you as much points as you can get. But barring that, play something like Padi or Kadi alongside the RET of returns. Score over 30 points.
Yeah, and it's tricky. I mean, if you see them both, I guess overall adipic probably would be better, because you're a bit more turnover to trying to get one of the blanks or E's, but I guess Paddy or Caddy are both very solid moves. In this situation, probably actually prefer to hold the C rather than the P, especially when you've got the K floater, but it can go either way.
Yeah, the C being a slightly better bonus tile than the P, so long as there are places to play bonuses.
The other fun thing you could do.
If you're caught with a C, then you might not be able to play your 7-letter words.
Yeah. If you wanted to make it really open, you could even do something like diapsid through the S, holding C, set up an extra S hook, really blow the board open, but you'd be sacrificing a bit too much score for that. So if you're going to kind of be playing that long, then adipic. But if any of those options are all pretty useful.
Yeah, very interesting spot. Lots to think about. Both players have been playing relatively quickly, which is good. It's come to pretty much a slugfest here in terms of score, just a tempo game. If it's your turn, you're probably going to take the lead. That's basically okay. So we see dips. So this is a little bit of a mistake here by Jason, probably missing the overlaps of the of returns. Dip would play with Fed, TI, and UP. Possibly that blank getting in the way of his vision of the board.
Yeah,
the dip here for 20, a little bit of a sacrifice.
And then
back
Dylan
to Dylan
of HOWYNLA, and someone in the chat has pointed out his excellent move that Dylan doesn't seem to have found just yet. But if he does that, that will get him a commanding lead. But he's got plenty of options with all those heavies. And for some of the kind of newer players, he's even got a nice word that would score him quite a lot without using any of his vowels. He could play HWYL under SH if he wanted to. He won't, but it's an interesting word.
Well, you must know Dylan really well to know that he won't play that.
Well, he might. He was thinking more for showy, but
yeah, he was looking at showy from the S. That seems like a decent.
Quite a few options. I mean, ideally, for Dylan's sake, if he finds that lovely 6 onto the triple, then that would be the way to go. But it's not easy.
Yes. Yeah. Anyhow, for 59 points is that particular play. That would be very nice to find. Often the common words are the hardest ones to find.
So it's gone for your nice, good score. Doesn't give away the Y of showy on the triple, and fairly defensive. Leaves not brilliant, but it's not terrible at the same time. And given what he started with, that's pretty good. You could make a kind of discussion about whether you'd keep the Y over the H kind of when you've got the L there, but there's not really any place for an LY bonus anyway. So keeping the H to go with the S is reasonable and probably the better option. And then Jason having BIADGIC, so a little bit inflexible.
Yeah, not a good draw for Jason. After his play of dip, he draws BIG.
So close though. If his B was a if his B was a P, that would be nice to have a nice digipack for 100 plus, but you cannot digiback.
Digiback. Man, I'm gonna keep track of the words you've taught me this stream. I'm really trying to learn the CSW words. Maybe I've written down something like 15% of them at this point, but
Nice.
it's learning new words. If yeah, if you think of something, please let me know. I will I'll write it down. I gotta learn from the best here. Digipack. What does that even mean?
Pack. It's digipack.
Oh, digipack.
Yes, sorry, that's what I said. If he had a P, he would like to have a P instead of the B, but he does not.
Oh yeah, he would have digipack. Okay. Yeah, I'm so confused right now.
Sorry.
Braid. So Braid comes down, keeping the awful CG combination.
It could be worse if you get one of the ends, but
pain.
if you get an N, good chance of a CKING bonus or through the S. But I mean, he doesn't have a lot of great options with that rack, so I mean, doesn't look too terrible considering everything. And it's got the nice end hook of E to kind of keep it open when he's slightly behind. Not that he'll be able to use it with those letters, but we'll see what happens. And Dylan having HULSION.
So is he thinking of playing Shul to set up the N and the S? That would be a bit crazy. Oh, it also takes an E. Okay. I didn't know that word. SHULE. So no, he's not thinking about that. This is a weird one.
I mean, you've got options like NOH with Hora on the top left for a bit of score. But I mean, that, or whether you just block the S, even just like LUSH, keeping SION, make it a little bit harder. Because it takes out the yups bonus lane, starting with, well, makes it harder. It keeps you still pretty good, but tricky.
Yeah, really tricky. Yeah, you want to get rid of the U. Probably want to get rid of the H. Although the H can come in handy. And you have a small lead, so yeah, these are the turns where something can go very right next turn or very wrong for you. It's important to leave yourself a little bit flexible for what might come. He's looking at hour and hello. Yeah, nothing springs to mind that seems great here.
Yeah, tricky. Nothing hugely exciting that I can see anyway.
Guess you could blow it up, play Hylas and Braids.
Gets your score. It's probably a bit too open when you've got a little bit of lead, but I mean, it's not bad. I mean, given you don't really have any other huge great options, but or you could even do something like Lush with Braids, slightly less, takes out the top lane, well, makes the top lane harder, makes the S again harder to use, but you lose your S at the same time, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. Huh. Yes, is there anything through that U of returns? I don't see it. Maybe you play short, maybe you play the H and the U somewhere. Yeah. There's two G's out, so you don't want to play Hunt.
Hoi holding. Cool. I like that.
You say lush.
Although the only thing to worry about is the front hooks.
Yeah.
Not,
So
yeah.
Jason doesn't have an F or a P. He does have an S for slush, but it's not going to help him much.
No.
So it looks like it's going to work out pretty well for Dylan. Yeah, Jason's draw was very, very poor. He played great and he drew 4 constants. So at least he drew an S.
Usually nice pickup of RSTT, but not to go with CIG.
So he's looking at slush and stir. I wonder if he thinks Dylan might be setting the tile
Yeah,
flush.
exactly. You'd certainly be worried that you're doing that with an F, like one F unseen and one P. Because if you had an F or P, then actually you might be. So that's the, I guess, the mind games of Dylan playing Lush. And who knows, you might pick it up.
Yeah. Ugh, this is awful.
Yeah, no
Jason's
huge
looking
face
at
up.
grit. Yeah, he's gonna play grit with the I and IT. This looks pretty good. As good as anything.
Yeah, no great options. Other options would be something like GUT through the U of returns, keeping CRITS, and then if you get an E, you'll probably almost certainly get a bonus, or dumping things like SIG or TIck through the I of braids, but they're all kind of pros and cons of all of them, and none kind of screamingly better than the rest. Oh, and Dylan has got a lovely chance to use one of the new words that has come in for us recently. So it's got a AOLINES. Used to only be one word, and now it makes 2. And the new one is actually a verb. So you can put ed or ing on the end of it.
Wait, what?
So it's an animal, but it's also a verb. I think the definition was something about asking disingenuous questions.
I wonder what dialect uses that. That's really
I mean, it makes sense. Like if you think about what a sea lion does, lots of barking.
No, that's
and
not
then,
nice. They're just they're just animals trying to live their life. Oh man, I feel bad for the sea lions. Yeah, sea lionings is a crazy one. As Jason has cringest lined up minus the eye. So it doesn't look like Jason's gonna get any help from Dylan here, but he did help himself by playing grit in that position because Cow Alliance was gonna come down for 89. And now Dylan's options are in the 60s.
Yeah, so it's got a few options like Anasol above the cat, Nodalize through the D, or Sea Line there, which is the play. Or you could have played it under the grit, but yeah, just this is the best place to play Sea Line. So good. Nodalize would have been a reasonable option. The problem with that is it's a bit easier for bonuses. You give the E as a floater to kind of end with ED or E, which is quite easy, and then just hooking an S or a D on the end of it. Yeah, so Sea Line in that position is usually a bit better, although you do have to be aware there is still an X unseen, so it could always backfire. And plus giving the chance for like a 4-letter down in the middle, setting up, opening up the rest of the board. So.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, that's
Look at that
pickup.
draw from Dylan. IOOOTU. Okay, so Jason's still in the game. He doesn't know it, but
yeah. So Jason has a rack of CERSTNG. Shame he doesn't have an I for cresting, but if there was slightly more space on the board, he could play it alongside the QAT, but unfortunately he goes off the board.
It would have been nice to play cringest after Sea Line, another new word, but yeah, I think you play Ing here. The reasoning that the P and the F are still out. He gets hit with Plush of Plush through that Eye of Sea Lion. It's gonna be hard to come back. So that's a reason to play Ing. Problem is it's kind of a shallow opening for the letters he's keeping behind.
You could, with his being this far behind, he may in some ways want to try and get the FOP. The other option you could do is something like CAG, but there's kind of a few too many E's. But I mean, CAG holding TRENS would be nice. Or even something like SIG with through the braid, keeping RENTS. The problem is, again, you're running out of places to bonus. But yeah. difficult.
Suggestion of size, just to score through the I and keep
Size is
the
actually
I
pretty.
and
Oh,
the
the
NG
problem is
together.
there's no eyes left. There's only a blank. Well, there's a couple of eyes from his perspective, but you don't have enough probably to hold the NG, and without the ING, it's pretty tricky. This board doesn't really work well with ING for good scores anyway. But yeah, we'll see. And now Dylan's lovely rack of IIOOOUT. What's he gonna do?
Thinking about go through the G of grit, which might be worth it.
Yeah, it's like when your opponent plays a 2 letters for a score like that after they've been playing kind of short words for a long time, it definitely kind of makes you worry that they're going to get a bonus soon, which is obviously their intention. The other useful thing, so firstly you get a score by having the outgo and only a slightly smaller score than what your opponent just had, and it also takes out that quite dangerous A next to the C line, as well as obviously taking out the triple bonus opportunity of the G. And when you've got a lead of 72, yeah, you'd kind of be definitely worth taking their score. Just do outgo, make sure they don't get the EX and then bonus, because then you're in trouble. And by playing 4, you should get enough consonants to be able to work your way through what comes next.
Yeah, this would be a great decision, probably a very high level decision. You see these letters and you just want to exchange, as he does exchange.
It's also a good option.
But yeah, I guess with tons of vowels left, it's true that I might have just kept the T, even though the I goes decently with it.
Oh,
just
it's the
because there's so many
last
vowels
I
left.
and there's a G. You want the I for ING, but
yeah,
you can make arguments either way. Often having
Yeah.
at least one vowel, one consonant helps protect you to an extent from running too much either direction. But
Interesting.
hard to know.
Now we're back to Jason. He has coverts, corvettes. Neither
And
play.
Victor's also doesn't play.
But if there was a spot for him to play a C, could fish for Vortsak over Task. But this play looks great.
Ooh, that's very, very smart. So he's played GOV, setting up for a triple with, if he picks up OA, he will play Overcast for a lot, or Overax if he wants. So, I mean, high risk, potentially high reward if he gets it. It's quite difficult
And the
to
U,
know.
the U for overcuts. Not quite.
The problem is there's not a lot of useful floaters for him. I mean, he's kept the top line open for above the QAT, but it's quite difficult. So Dylan's having to decide whether he's worth. Oh, actually, no, he doesn't have to decide. He'll just play his 80-point move, which is the risk that comes with playing OV. His other option is something like Jive, but he's got a Vise on his rack, so he will do that. So Dylan's rack of AVIZEJT. And after what we witnessed last game, we can be assured he's not going to miss something like that.
Yeah, I just love how he just sits on it. It's like I would be playing.
Always
this,
make sure you're not missing something
2
else.
seconds. I agree. I really love the maturity, but yeah, Jason's face, like, oh, what happens? Yeah. With 81 points.
Yeah, so things are kind of heading the opposite way to where you would want for Jason at the moment.
I'm a phony. CEFRSTU. What are we playing?
Well, there's one move that will leave you with perfect letters, but shouldn't be used on live streaming, but we will see what happens.
I think we're okay with it. I don't know. The producers could tell us. I would add the stir to it. Just try something here. We're in pretty bad position.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Mentioned in chat. This is too bad. I don't know. You play Feta.
Those are pretty bad. You've got things like you could do Scuffed, opening up trying to get an ERS word underneath it, hoping to pick the blank. You've kind of very much run in the situation where you just have to really hope and play and try and get things. As you said, Feta looks pretty good. CURS. Again, you're running out of places to actually play, but SCUR with O and E unseen, reasonable chance maybe get Scoured or Scouter at the top.
Yeah, at this point, Jason's looking at pretty awful 15 vowels, 11 consonants, unseen tile pool. So he basically has to hope there's a blank out. He has to hope he draws everything, every possible good letter here. So yeah, probably something like scuffed, as you mentioned, could lead down the line to some nice scores if
Yeah,
Dylan has the worst possible letters.
yeah, if you happen to pick up the blank, but it's very heavily reliant on luck going down that, unfortunately. But that seems to be the spot we've run into. But I mean, Feta, or even maybe even FE, you can make an argument for 2 points less. If you pick up OE, you've got Scouter. There's not many other T's left. Yeah, it's an option.
I think for a second, Jason was thinking about if her, which isn't valid from the Eye of Uniters, close to
Yeah,
Iftar.
if it hadn't, yeah,
After. Feta looks pretty good here.
yeah.
Maybe you can draw something to the K.
Yeah, I'd still be. I'm quite. Yeah, may have held back the T because especially if you're doing the X, if you hold the T, then you've got the X, well, like potentially there. Is with the amount of vowels, definitely worth thinking about whether you keep the T, even though normally you wouldn't want that many consonants when you've got so many vowels in the bag. But probably still worth dumping the T.
Okay,
And
back
Dylan
to
with
Dylan.
an A of rack of AIJOTUV.
Do you go for it here? Do you play Jiao?
I mean, they're probably not going to triple through the J. You'd definitely be thinking about it quite strongly.
Jiao and OS opening the J in 5th position in a triple. I'm just trying to look for any triple in the unseen pool. I'm sure there are.
You'd be hoping that the IF United is an A for Ajiva instead, but not that you have to worry because you've got plenty of other decent moves. I guess good points about your Jiaos, you just get so much, or Jato if you wish, and that if you're doing Jato, then you hold all of that if you get one of the E's to get a nice 40 plus. Other option, you could do something like Jot top left, doing blocking the K, but K is not that much of a concern. The other option he may have been considering is even Jota alongside on the other side with ST to kill that lane, but whether you would sacrifice that many points for the kind of fairly slim chance that they triple through a J, probably not worth sacrificing the points. And if
yeah, I guess it's worth mentioning the standings here. Dylan's still top spread with 1185. So he really just wants to be guaranteeing the win here. So maybe this isn't quite the best way to do that because of the very, very faint possibility of losing after this play. Given that Dylan was ahead over 100. We were talking about it in a previous game where you're just looking for ways to lose.
Yep. And I definitely had a similar
at the same
situation.
time, maybe this is why Dylan has the top spread because he is going to win his games on average by a lot more after a play like Xiao.
So Jason's got a rack of AUP ROCS, which nothing's jumping out. So he's gone for a good score, drop JAUP off the J.
Yeah, I guess technically, if you want to win the game, maybe you open a second triple on the bottom. But this is all pretty academic from here. You see something like mixed from Dylan, keeping EMUV through the eye of Xiao, something like that.
Or he may even dump the E. So he's got EMMXTUV, for what it's worth. So mixed or mixed E, keeping VUM.
Yeah, still tons of vowels left. So
he's
maybe
even just got the X dump for 33 if he wants. Over the returns, but you probably wouldn't. Even the other options are things like MEM next with Mora. Take out the K, well, make the K harder to use, but it doesn't really matter that much if your bonus is there, unless he happens to get a kind of bonus onto the triple ending with K, which can happen. But I think you probably can't really go past the score for mixed. And then the question becomes, do you dump the E on the end or not? And I probably would in this situation with the amount of vowels left. That'll leave you 12 left as well, but yeah.
Yeah, worth noting, I guess, that this rack of Dylan's is very good for Roman numerals. Those that enjoy that sort of thing. But yeah, it's gonna be easy here to win this game now that the triple triple is gone. Dylan just looking to maximize the score differential, being up over 100 points. There's pretty much no way once he makes a valid move, Jason can't come back. Jason would need to play 2 bonuses, but as long as Dylan plays 3 or more tiles, that will become impossible. Won't be enough tiles left in the bag for that. So that would be the one thing you'd, I guess, want to do just in case everything goes Jason's way.
Always very useful knowing how many letters are left in the bag because it can make a pretty huge difference. And like even in the last game when there was kind of bonus and there's 7 left, kind of 7 compared to 8 letters, like having 1 letter in the bag has a huge amount of uncertainty compared to if you know the exact 7 letters your opponent has and the exact letters you're going to have. And equally, depending how many letters are left, you can make yourself go out first rather than your opponent, which is a pretty massive advantage. So in quite tight games, the amount of letters you play can actually be a pretty big deciding factor in what move you end up playing. So as you said, in this situation, I'm trying to make sure he doesn't get 2 bonuses since that's the only way he's really going to win.
I do see mixed. I do agree. Probably would have put the Eon for 6 more points. And back to Jason with CNOOORS. Actually has a playable bonus.
Yep, and someone in the chat has found that, which is nice. We'll see. Not a simple one, but we'll see how he goes. I guess in situations like this, at least you don't have too many. You don't have too many places to have to look. So it's either the K or the G.
Yeah. Dylan use a U for vacuum.
Yeah.
So Jason is going to open that second, that
and actually
triple with coup.
Yeah,
might be a higher winning percentage. Yeah.
Yeah. Gives himself a chance of winning. So good.
Has any sense he's going to block it.
He also wants that U.
Yes. Yeah, nice fighting play by Jason Simpson here. Lining up the possibility of a triple.
And not easy for Dylan to block that either, with his current letters. Almost things like acumen, but not quite.
Yeah, there's
acumen if you had for a slightly longer version.
There's a thing that happens, I find, when people are getting good at Scrabble and understanding what they're supposed to do to win games. Where when there's a triple open and they don't seem to have a great way to use one of the 2 triples, they'll play from the letter or to the letter to try and block it. And in doing so might create actual possibilities of triples that are not bonuses. Not sure if you've seen this before, so like maybe you could consider playing something like CUM or something like that to try and block, but that would actually potentially help the opponent get a triple.
Yeah, I mean, your rack balance right now doesn't really matter. There's 4 left in the bag, so something like aced is probably going to be your best move. Just take out that place, get some score. Who cares if you keep VUMC? There's only 1 left in the bag, so Jason doesn't have the ability to set up any kind of amazing kind of high scoring plays.
Yeah, I agree. Something like aced, acme, something like that, just to block would be the right call here for Dylan. The unseen letters, a couple too many E's and 2 O's, but very, very good. So not emptying the bag and giving Jason the opportunity to end the game on the spot with a bonus is certainly the top priority after blocking the triple.
Yeah, and just for interest sake, Dylan's got quite a lot of interesting. Well, he's one out of quite a lot of interesting words. So things like duckdame, DUCDAME. If his V was something else, was a D, or if the U was a different vowel, he could have medevac or medivac, so MEDIVAC or MEDEVAC. But nice words if he gets a chance to play them one day.
Yeah, one of the saddest things, I've been trying to promote Scrabble and get people into the game, but you do have to know if you do end up studying all the words, you're never gonna play all of them, and that's kind of the existential sad thing,
That's true.
right? You could play 20 games
Yeah.
a day and you won't play everything.
Yeah. He could have
ECAD
even had the
comes
opportunity of playing vac as a verb. He could have played vact through the K. Again, you wouldn't, but the options are there. So as expected, Dylan plays 3 letters around the C, ECAD for a nice score. And then Jason with EERONS, which unfortunately the K is no longer open for kerosene.
Oh, so this is just fully empty now?
What?
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah, it was 16,
What happened
13,
there?
10. Yeah. What do we... Maybe there was some issue with the display, but yeah, this makes perfect sense. There was 16 on mix, 13, and 10 on coup, and yeah, okay, so this does empty the bag completely. So it was a little bit more tricky, I guess.
Sure, but I guess you're still not going to lose with it, so
yeah,
sensible.
Dylan drawing the blank raised an eyebrow for sure. Oh, okay. Guess I'm home free now. Now it's Jason that has to worry about something that Dylan might have. He's maybe thinking of spelling generous OSE. Lots of OUS words go to OSE as well, but not that one.
Yeah, and close to things like renegs, but not quite.
Kerosene doesn't fit.
Yeah, so just a fairly frustrating game for Jason, no doubt. He's kind of close after his good start, and then just things didn't quite work for him.
Yeah,
oh, so close.
Definitely struggled along the way.
If his E was an A, he'd be able to play personage with mixed E. That would be nice. Unfortunately, not to be.
That's very nice. Yes. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I guess he just has to think about if Dylan has a bonus, but something you don't want to think about when you're down 160 points is, oh, does my opponent have a bonus? But probably something with mixed C would be the correct play in this case.
Yeah, so like Perron or Perion or something holding ES, just to dump under a vise. It's probably good enough.
And with 2.5 minutes left, yeah, just gonna play SCIF, score some points.
No, you were off of
hope to play
Vacuolum
mixed
for...
next. Vacuolum is good too. Oh my goodness.
But unfortunately, oh, sorry, my mistake. Apparently, that's not a word.
Okay.
Just strange that.
Vacuole.
No, it's just vacuole.
Just
And vacuola. Oh well.
Makes sense.
I can use the excuse of not having played for so long.
is good, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh no, just the S. Okay. Not with the Z. Okay. All right.
Just looking up, it's just full FULL on the end of vise.
Whoa. All right, that's another bucket list word I'm never gonna play. Oh man. And then it happens. Then you play Physique or Musjik or I played Syzygies a few months ago.
Wow.
Very, very happy.
Yeah, you wouldn't be expecting to play that.
Anyways, Dylan with ACM OVU blank. I guess it's possible that you should be blocking Baron Perion.
Seems to be the
Is
only
there another
place
outplay?
Not that I'm seeing.
Yeah, it's kind of tough with this rack.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
His bug.
That plugs
Very
it.
nice play. Yeah. Very good play.
What are you gonna do next? Oh well.
Yeah, this is why when you see a sequence, think about playing it in reverse. SCIF did keep Carry On Perron, but Peron Perion would keep SCIF in a variety of other outplays. So
Yep.
sure, we learned something. We learned something from every game, honestly, and it's more likely we'll learn more from the games we lose. But yeah, probably just Iroan here for Jason from the Eye of Uniters, something like that. And this will be another win for Dylan Early, propelling him to 11-5. So that's a very good record. We'll have to see what happens in the other two games of players that are 11-4. Lewis Hawkins playing Lynn Butler. No, Lewis Hawkins. Actually, I'm not sure who he's playing. Peters. They might be playing each other.
And he's going out with Conman. So good way to finish the game. So it could well have been his thought.
Conman, Maniac. A lot of options there for Dylan with the final blank. He ends the game with 1 minute on his clock. Jason with 1 minute 27. We like to see players use their time, right?
Yep, Dylan's very good at using it. And I mean, you've got it there for a reason. If it's going to help by playing slightly slower, then you should be certainly doing that to avoid missing better plays.
So, yeah, I'm not sure we need to
I think
interview.
No, I'm not doing an interview this round by the sound of it. But it sounds like we'll be back fairly shortly for the next game. They're going to roll on for that.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll be back in a few minutes, guys, for the final round of the day. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
Another interesting game, and remember to look at the chat.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of the 2025 New Zealand Masters tournament, where 24 of the best Scrabble playing Kiwis you've ever seen uh, are duking it out against each other. This round, we've got Lewis Hawkins against Chris Tallman. I'm joined here by virtual world champion Alastair Richards. Alastair, are you excited for this matchup?
Yeah, it
I
should be a
am.
very exciting game. Both of them are very good players. And we've just heard that Lewis is actually staying at Chris's house at the moment while he's up in Auckland. So if Lewis wins, we wonder whether he's going to be walking his way home. But I'm sure Lewis won't be taking that into consideration.
I don't know. It kind of seems like that's what Chris said to Lewis right before the game. Lewis looks a bit nervous.
He's just calculating the distance from Chris's house to where he's currently playing.
So Lewis has won a youth championship, is that right? Something a long time ago, but has represented New Zealand 4 times. Okay, but maybe hasn't won anything.
Yeah, nice pickup for Lewis. Rack of CNMOANJ. So he's got, as we just saw, conman, but a nice 5-letter word, which it looks like he's spotted to start us off.
Yeah, so he's put down Jaman on his rack and switched to Cajon. Potentially not 100% on Jaman, right?
Mm.
So yeah, that would have doubled the J. So that's an early mistake for the youngster. But,
oh dear, and we're going to see something come down very quickly. So Chris has ZEX IEG blank, which is not what Lewis wants your opponent to have when you play something like that.
Yeah, I guess in either case, this would have come down. But this is going to be a very nice start for the Canadian. Don't worry, I'm not choosing sides just because I'm Canadian.
And here, there it is, ZEX for 60.
Wow, that is actually just 60 points right there. How does that happen?
So meanwhile, Lewis has got a rack of EEIANYM. So he's got a few options. He's got a fairly nice overlap above it, dumping some of his letters and keeping it open. So something like Yemen, YAMEN. So it's probably a worthwhile option. But I'm sure there's going to be other useful things to think about as well. Even just AYE is something you could consider, but it's probably a bit too friendly with all those overlaps above it.
Yeah, I like the idea of Yemen. Just funny little tidbit. I think it looks like Chris misscored his play of Zek, so Lewis had to correct him and say, actually, I think that's 60. So it would be just so much fun to have to say that.
Yes, actually, your 3-letter word was more, and it was actually 60 points. But I guess classic New Zealand way, very sporting, all of them.
Yeah. So Yemen atop Zex, making Azo, MEN, and EX would score. Let's see if I can get my math brain working. 46.
Keeps IA, so not too bad.
Lewis has spotted Yam. Spotted AYE. Yeah, we're hoping for that obscure 5-letter word, but
yeah, I mean that's still a reasonable option. Just a little bit less and a little bit more flexible for your opponent, unfortunately. But MINE pretty decent, good for 8s, but not a good opportunity to play them.
That's 33 for Lewis, so I'm taking a small lead here. Chris
Then
still has the blank.
WIGEOU blank. Looks like he's got wig on his rack set up, but he's having a think about what to do. I'm not sure you could say.
That's true. It seems pretty automatic here.
Yeah. Normally you'd have, well, previously you would have had to decide whether you play a different word, but that's the only 3-letter word there, so he'll probably play that. OUE blank, not too bad for out options. other thing you could just to kind of be aware of is you could use the J, something like JOW, but again, probably can't really forego the wig. It's just too good.
Yeah,
I guess
I
you could
mean,
think
I
about
wouldn't.
EW.
Yeah, I was about to say I wouldn't be surprised if Chris chooses EW, EYEN, and Wex just to keep things tight with his blank. But I think Wig has to be worth it here.
Shame you can't do things like owie or anything like that. They don't really fit. WOE is another option. GUI blank, because you've got your ing built in with your blank there. Yeah, I mean, there's still lots of consonants there.
Yeah,
Hard
this
to
is
know.
much harder to overlap. Yeah, I
The
think
E's
this
nice
is
though. Yeah, I think Wig's still the way to go. And then Lewis having a rack of FOIENHM. So fairly clunky start. Option, well, dumping off the FHM for theme seems like a way you could make it slightly easier. Is there any double doubles? You'd think about it. Or even FOH, but not.
Yeah,
Not
so looking at
great
Chief, which looks
options.
pretty good. Chief keeping MNO looks pretty nice. FEHM, as you mentioned, making CHAM also looks pretty good.
Fame, no, not too good.
I like Chief. I like Chief here.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to do something like Chief. Chimo is another good option. Keeps your ENF though. With Omic, I think Omic or Mochi is anagrams. Omic doesn't need to open it up a bit more. Chimo doesn't take the end. I think, yeah. All that being said, I think Chief is still what you have to do. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Also a good
okay.
move. Nice,
Yeah.
good score. Opens it up in certain ways. I mean, I'm that's a bit of a gimme for score under the JO though in a lot of situations. But I mean, yeah, good score.
Yeah,
Let's
maybe
change
not in
the
the
front hook.
maybe not in the situation, this current situation. I think you can maybe gather a little bit of intuitive
Yep.
knowledge out of the play of Wig, where probably Chris isn't keeping any high scoring tiles to underlap the JO a lot of the time. So.
Fairly straightforward move, it looks like, for Chris. So he's got EUOI, keeping EU blank, and he can play that fairly easily underneath there. Though takes out the JO spot. Unfortunately, it would have the setting up a double double starting with S, which is always something to be a bit worried about. But doesn't
Yeah,
really have
so
many other
that's right.
options.
It's too bad he was ready to play EUOUAE, one of the
Yeah.
stupidest words in the dictionary. For 12 through the A. That would have been nice to see.
And for those who aren't aware, you can have it with V's instead. So EVOVE, EVOVAE, and both of them take S. Be a nice high vowel bonus like the one you had the Sawaris yesterday.
Yeah, I heard about that from the grapevine. Yeah, Chris just deliberating whether he wants to set up the S hook and keep a U, or if he wants to exchange, I guess, and not keep a U and not set anything up.
Yeah.
I think for 12 points with the blank, I think it's nice to be a little bit aggressive here, even though there's been no S played.
Especially since he's a little bit behind. So, yeah, good that Lewis has kind of managed to catch up with his moves. So Lewis having quite a nice rack, FSEMIOR. Unfortunately, no end for ensiform fermions. If his E was an A, you'd have things like gasiform off the G, but not quite. Not quite deiform, but I'm sure there's plenty of options.
Setiform, I guess, would have been nice too.
And reasonable option is something like formic onto the C, keeping SE. Looks like he's trying to go for firestorm, but needs a few more letters.
Yeah, I'd look a little bit, try to maybe see if there's some crazy one letter off Obeahism.
One other good option is, oh yeah, very nice, is just firms, FERMS, just take the score, keep it blocked, put the kind of force your opponent to be under pressure. Given he's already got a lead, to get another 40, it's going to be a bit tricky. You kind of have to have an S for wigs or kind of an ING bonus or ending on the C. I mean, OI is not bad, still 2 planks, so actually,
I quite like that.
Quite a lot to play for that.
I quite like that play of firms, the full full overlap of EUOI. It's also FRISE in the same spot, as mentioned by chat. That's also a very viable option, not to open the triple straight away. Lots of reasonable choices here for sure for Lewis. He's got some moves to think about. Chris is certainly going to bingo.
Yep.
And yeah, depending on what Lewis does, if he does play through the U instead of overlapping or playing something with he's going to get hit pretty hard, which is why we like to play the UOI with the blank. You draw an S and you're almost guaranteed a double-double. So yeah, Lewis looking at firms. That'll score a nice 42, I think. Putting him 50 in the lead.
And then Chris sitting there with a rack of SAULIE blank. So having Sorleys if he had been left open, he's got it set up for so blank EASIUL. So I'm sure you can have a think about what that letter will be, because it seems like a reasonable chance he's going to play that. He'll be looking for if there's any other options, but that's a pretty good scoring safe block.
Yeah, and you could also score, I think DSU will have pronounced those so many spellings of that word. I think that's 72. He could also score 72 with hooking Azons, making something like Solly's Situlae. So I guess positionally he's just going to be thinking about what he prefers. Yeah, there's not much of a difference. I would say that the play he's looking at right now is a little bit more open.
Yeah, and I think at this situation, it's probably the better choice, keeping it open right now, because the problem is you bonus, you get just ahead, but he's got that F on the triple lane, and he's had time to be balancing his rack or kind of having some control, whereas you don't really, haven't so far, but you could argue either way. So he has played Deer Sortle.
Yeah, and we like that. I mean, when I knew Chris, I mean, I still know Chris, but when we were younger and sprier, trying to get good at Scrabble, I remember that he was far more of a defensive player. He would not even balk at the idea of playing as defensively as possible on every turn, even if he's behind. Seems like he's matured and seen the nuance in the game of Scrabble, which is great to see, as he's really shot up in the world rankings as of late. And S blank, the first two tiles he sees out of the bag.
Oh dear. And Lewis, so Lewis has FAITORE. He'd arranged him as Fator earlier. Not as easy to, a bit tricky to see exactly nothing jumping out as being incredibly good off the F. We've got things like Fratty or Fetor Forte if you want to.
It's Pfeiffer, right?
Oh yeah, Pfeiffer. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
that's good.
If you want to play from that F, you probably want to play your F too. Yeah, it's too bad Lewis didn't get a letter he needed.
Yeah, things like Fulminate or Floaty Earth, that sort of thing. Almost defeated her, but not quite.
Yeah, it's either he sees or finds Pfeiffer, or maybe he tries to play something else on the board. Maybe he's looking at Oath on top.
Yeah, OAF up the top's pretty decent.
But little does he know, he might tie the game up now. But yeah, Chris is gonna come right back with another, as we call it, baby bingo in North America. Just low scoring tiles. It bothers a lot of people. So we see float, which is nice. It gives Lewis a few more letters to play through with this IER combination.
Gives him some floating letters. An IER, lovely leaf. Keeps it nice and open. Good move. So as you alluded to, lots of bonuses for Chris. So he's got ENSOUL blank. So quite a lot. So things like
I guess ideally you play to
the
the T, right? Just to keep things tight. But I don't know if there's anything that does that. Maybe just turn soul, yeah.
other options, you've got things like flounces, not that you would do that. Ensold onto the through the E of Deerseal. If you want to be kind of blocky, take out that ED at the top because you're not going to get much for turn sol anyway. It's something to kind of think about.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if there's something with Azons, not that I've seen it yet. It'd be worth doing just to not open the bottom of the board. But yeah, we'll see. Chris probably takes some time here. I think he is looking to the tee
Have to
rather
find the
than
best
from it.
options.
Yeah, Toluenes would be the obvious one, but you'd never want to float that S on the bottom right if you can help it. So turn sol in the same spot. Would float the E, which isn't great, but a little bit better.
Yeah, tricky. I mean, haven't calculated the exact score difference, but ensold through the E's, I'm liking that quite a lot because you're going to get less than 10 points less and you don't give all of those lovely end hooks. And you take out the D at the top as well as making the A harder. Kind of keeps it fairly close. You don't give away too many score with it. There's always an element of risk, but not too much.
Yeah, it does seem like on this board there's going to be scoring options for quite a while regardless. There's plays from the F that are going to reopen the board. So maybe not worth thinking too hard about the state of things, since float really did a great job of creating openings for a very for a majority of the board.
And the other thing to remember is it also has the front hook.
Definitely, yeah, definitely worth thinking about. So float, really, really a great dynamic play. I love plays like that really just create so much play.
Yep.
Chris is taking his time. Lewis did not draw well to his EIR. He's drawn a second R. He's drawn 3 E's and he's drawn a U. But he will be able to score something from the F.
With his new word of fiery, or just fire if you want. But it looks like he's setting up to play his new word of fiery off the F. Oh, Chris has gone for Toluenes. So highest scoring option. Putting an S on the bottom there is a bit tricky, is a bit risky at times, but if you haven't seen turn sol, then yeah, good option. And I guess at least it's fairly easy to kill it next turn by playing a 3-letter word next to the E and E to take out the S spot. I mean, he's also got a bit of a lead and options to come back. If they bonus on the S, then you've still got the ED at the top anyway. So yeah, decent move.
Yeah, so we're hoping for Fiera Fiery here, I think, from Lewis. I guess the very small difference between the plays is what letter goes on the second to bottom row. Play Fiera, that's an R, a little bit easier to bonus from, but I don't think there's really much of a difference.
Yeah, I guess one thing would be if you're behind, you probably would, well, yeah, the things, I guess ERE is a bit easier to play 3 letters alongside, whereas if you do fiery, then you're only really going to be playing 2 letters potentially, but all fairly minor differences. Interesting. May have lost confidence in his fiery spot. Fryer, and so playing Fryer, keeping EEU.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, someone who would have liked to have a U, he's got QVTTIOL.
It looks like Fryer is being held. So a little bit of a bump in the road here. Lewis playing the word he's sure of and it getting held by Chris. Like it's getting challenged.
Okay.
So
I mean, worth checking if you're not sure.
But that is going to come back valid, giving Lewis another 5 points. And Chris is going to have a go at his QV rack. Really one of the
He's
worst
got quite a nice move, actually.
combinations. Oh, really? Just to the E?
Yeah, so kill everything, get a good score. Why not? Keep your sure you've got the O, but hope to get something to get rid of the Q later. But it's quite a useful way to kill the board. And if you draw an A, then you can block it a bit more.
Yeah, don't judge a rack by its terrible tiles. When you can do something like Vittel to the E of Toluenes, the rack turns into gold, accomplishing a goal that you really didn't want to open that S. But yeah, maybe some trouble finding this word with the blank E.
It looks like he's thinking maybe Volti, so he could be having a similar thought, but wanting to hold back his eye. The other reasonable option is Volet, VOLET, through the E of Diasul, because that kills the top line. But that again has the risk of them playing above it through the D and getting a decent score. Yeah, and I don't know if you've got enough of a lead to commit that much to block the top just yet. But Vittel's a good score while making it harder.
Yep, indeed. So yeah, it's a question of whether Chris will find his by far best move of Vittel, scoring 32 to the E, blank E of Toluenes, or if he'll do something similar, a Volte or Volet.
Looks like he might be thinking Volt next to Diasul.
Oh, that could be too, yeah. Also possible. What's interesting, I guess, is that Chris could just draw. Yeah, if he draws an A as Kadi, yeah, you always want to be looking at what Q options you might have next turn. Since the Q is the most unworkable letter in the dictionary, it's a lot easier to figure out what options you might have next turn by keeping it. Yeah. See what he does.
Yeah.
Only up by 45 here, but he does
Yeah,
find Vittel, that's 77. Becomes a pretty healthy lead.
Yeah, and if you can kind of get that lead and gradually, or fairly quickly try and shut the board down, then with the absence of blanks, that's kind of going to make you more comfortable. There's still notably 2 Gs to come, so an ING massive score, fairly high scoring bonus that would open things up is still kind of on the cards, as well as obviously the E of the DSL is going to be very friendly to use for most bonuses, or the D is pretty good as well. So still could bonus it pretty much anywhere at the moment.
Yeah, really, as we often see, the most inaccessible part of the board, the top left, because of the way the language plays out in Scrabble, plays will be going eastwards and southwards, and will be hard to hook or play up from. So we do have the hook on Azon that's available.
Looks like he might be considering whether he does QIN under the Toluenes for a bit of a score and just dump the Q. But it gives away a bit of score there as well if he does, potentially if he does that. Equally, if he happens to pick up an eye himself, then he can do Vite next and just kill it off. But, yeah.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised he hasn't seen Vittel, just because I mean, I'm not somebody that shuffles this much, and we're having a discussion about shuffling in chat, but I feel like to find a play like Vittel, shuffling is the best way to do it. If you don't see it immediately, like our friend Alastair has. But it's it's surprising. It might be a little bit unlucky that he hasn't arranged his letters in the correct or close to correct order to get that little light bulb. He's burned 4 minutes on this turn as he decides to part with the cube.
So keep scoring. Takes out those E's, which is good, and I guess gives a chance to be able to close things down a bit more. So Lewis playing with lots of vowels, so it's got B, A, U, M, A, E. So a little bit tricky. Options are, he's got the B for BAYE for getting a score up there. Nothing much to use it with, just like AB though, so not hugely useful. Other options would be something like Amoeba with a float, keeping EU and setting up a new bonus lane with the Amoeba hook, while also setting up for things like uned bonuses onto the D, and getting a bit of score from his vowels. I'm sure there's some other things that he could be using too, even just,
Yeah, this looks a lot worse um, than I guess originally thought. But yeah, if there's no play through the D of DSUL, um, there doesn't seem to be a way to use multiple scoring spots in a productive way here for Lewis.
Looks like he's thinking about BEMA alongside the DSL, which is an option. I mean, from his current options at the moment, maybe Amoeba might be useful, but none of them are particularly great, unfortunately. He had been wanting to do something like BAU, but unfortunately not really anywhere he can play that.
Shadow's found a very nice option, probably by far the best play of Euro through the UR.
Yeah, very good.
Keeping EMA, that would be ideal here. But we see Bima, that's 27.
Yep. And Beamer's quite nice. I quite like that. In that there's 29 consonants and only 14 vowels left, and you've still got the nice S hook. Although you've taken out the D to an extent, it's still DE, so you might still be able to use it. And you've got things like the R to go with, and you've still got sevens starting with A with a float or off the F. And I mean, it's not that far behind, so it takes him like 40 something behind with that. So yeah, pretty good move. Unfortunately for him, it looks like Chris is setting up for a lovely move alongside it. He's got VOLTA-TY next to it, and he does not waste time playing Volta.
Yeah, and you mentioning there being lots of consonants, obviously adding the A on is 6 more points. I wonder if it's worth thinking about keeping it back, but probably not at this point.
Yeah. So it looks like Lewis is drawing from a different set of tiles to the one that has all the consonants in it. So he now has a rack of EEAAUGP, which is not a particularly good set of letters. But at least, as he has, nice move. He's sitting of PAG, making Gazon, setting up to kind of keep the board open, get a decent score, trying to finally open up that top left. And again, sits him in the same situation of the EAU with now 24 consonants and only 10 vowels left. So his likelihood of actually picking up some of those consonants will keep going up. So yeah, very nice find, Lewis.
Yep. And maybe we'll have some access now on the top left of the board. So yeah, this looks like Lewis's best play, and yeah, things are gonna get a little bit dicey, I think, given how many vowels are being shown right now. Things might get look at even more vowels for Lewis. This is gonna be very interesting endgame, I think.
Shame that R's not in the right place for him. But anyway, so Chris with a rack of dirty DI, so DIRTY DI.
Yeah, I guess I'd be looking maybe to play to the E in toluenes now that I have 2 eyes to underlap the Q. But in doing so, I'd be opening up some danger.
Yeah, I mean, there's a pretty good argument to make for just playing. Oh wait, that's not a word anymore. Never mind. Is it? Let me check.
No, yeah,
Yeah, no,
they didn't.
not anymore.
Bring it back. He's thinking about 50, like 50 Cent. I don't think that's.
I think we all thought of that briefly.
Yes. He's just saying on his rack what we're all thinking.
This one is.
Yeah, this is a little bit tricky now.
Things like Eddie off the Friar, but a bit too open. IDE or Ride means they have to use the E, but it's still a bit too open. Gets you a bit of a score though, but other option, you could even do something like, actually, yay, I think it's a verb. Is that, I could be wrong. No, it's not. But you could do things like RAID, RAYED, at the top to keep your semi-consonants, but, sorry, to keep your vowels, or even things like tripy, dripped. Nothing amazing.
I think Chris briefly thought about just playing did through the I of QIN. He's thinking about it. Really does a good job blocking that S.
Yep. Good move.
Keeps his vowels. And you might be looking at this like, why would you keep the second I? But As we said, tons of consonants are left. So yeah, keeping
Nice move.
keeping those two eyes might come in handy.
Yeah, and Lewis unfortunately struggling his way through more vowels. So it's got AUA and ITE. So if the R was somewhere more flexible, he would have N or H, but that does not fit. And he's probably starting to get a bit worried by this point. And looks like he's thinking about things like AUA or AUNE alongside the float to make a float, or potentially above the PAG. A couple of different places you could play that.
Yeah, thinking maybe like TAU and up might be an option here as well. The T is nice, but there are 3 left. And
Yeah,
you're opening a little bit more space, but it seems a little bit dangerous too.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to try and open up that top. You're going to kind of give away points, especially when there's so many consonants that will just kind of go on top and get a good score. AUA keeps a nice leave generally, but you have to realize there's no more A's left, so the last one. And also, if you do AUA, then you're taking out your last. You're kind of making that very hard to use. That bonus lane next to the float.
Yes,
Other
you could
things
play
are things like
AUA in the same spot as TAU.
other option, you could do something like fawn, FAUN, but it gives away a fair bit with things like a Y going next to the U, but it sets up the A or SN hooks. But again, probably not great. Yeah, overall quite a hard rack for Lewis. UTA above PAG, but the AA is probably a bit too inflexible when you're trying to get a bonus up there. Yeah, AUNE, pretty good option. Maybe the best, so nice. Plenty of R's left. An S, couple of E's, lots of T's. Not that easy to overlap unless you've, like, there's not that many letters going above the N, E, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I understand this decision by Lewis. He's down almost 70, so keeping the scoring going makes a lot of sense.
But looks like it's not going to end well.
Yeah, I was sort of hesitant to play that E for this exact reason, but Chris sitting on BIINRTY is looking at BY overlapping AUNE. Looks like a pretty solid option.
Yep. Yeah, that is the problem with having to play above the PAG. So difficult. Not looking great for Lewis. He's having to, especially with that pickup, it's going to take a fair bit to try and get him back into a nice position.
Yeah,
although he
no
does have a
blanks
nice
left
6-letter word on
save
his
him.
rack. Yeah.
I don't see the 6.
So if you get rid of the V, with the other 6 letters, he's got a nice word. Not that it's usable anywhere.
I guess I don't know it. I'm looking it up. Wit, yeah. Oh, yeah, don't think I've ever seen that. Thanks again. You're helping me.
Well, actually, if he doesn't play BY, you could play Witcat there. But he
Yeah.
is, so. If
I
only.
don't know what exactly Chris is looking at. Oh, he's looking at Bury through the UR.
Yeah, takes
Okay.
out a bit.
It also,
Yeah.
well, it actually kind of makes it harder to block that R long term, though. So I'm wondering.
Yeah. So if you wanted to block just the R, then Burity will do that, but you're not going to do that taking out your last vowels at the moment.
Right. Yeah. It's okay. He's under 7 minutes. There's 17 tiles in the back. Decided to play Bury. I'm surprised he's chosen that over BY, but this is being held by Lewis. And we'll have to see if it gets challenged, and we'll also have to see if Lewis plays Witgap, keeping his V. That would be very nice.
And then for those of you who aren't aware of the word, so it extends to buryist, which has a couple of anagrams, so being bruiters and burstia, as well as buryist.
So we do see the 5 points handed back to Chris, who challenged the 5-letter word prior, just a couple spaces to the left of Bury. So.
Yeah,
All is well
Fair
that ends
enough.
well.
If you're not sure of it, definitely from Lewis's perspective, if you're not 100% sure, then definitely should be challenging this, because if it comes off, then you finally got a chance to kind of come back. Whereas if it's right, you're really in a lot of trouble. Even with Whitcat holding V, it's all just kind of, yeah, it's all needing a lot of luck to be able to come back into this from Lewis's perspective, unfortunately.
Yeah,
And
and
he has not had that luck so far.
and if no Whitgat here, what does Lewis do? Does he exchange? I don't really
like
know
Vita,
what you're hoping for.
but
Yeah, Vita in the same spot.
Vita and hope to pick up Overwing, which is never going to happen. But if it did, or I guess if you do that, then you'd have Overwing and Forwing. So there you go, unplayable bonus if you pick up. Perfect possible combination.
Yeah, that's got to be a one in many, many thousands, but definitely worth thinking about this point. You're a bit desperate.
That's a couple of all of them. You got 2 E's, 2 O's, 2 N's, 2 R's, 3 I's. Yeah.
Maybe
Unfortunately, at this sort of
actually,
stage, you're kind of getting desperate.
maybe just maybe he's close to 1% to draw that, 2%. I don't know how to estimate these things. I just go with my intuition.
Yeah. Which is it's unlikely. I guess the other thing to point out that we probably have overlooked is there's still a quite easy bonus lanes just starting with an S, just hooking an S onto Gazon. You can still put a 7 along there. So Chris may have forgotten that as well, since if you're trying to stop your opponent bonusing with knowing there's still an S left, you may have wanted to block that. That being said, with his racks, hasn't really been any great option that would have killed it. So fair for now,
Yeah,
but just worth keeping in the back of your mind. But
maybe
a potential option.
nitral next turn to the L of Toluenes if you really want to go that route. It does block a lot of stuff. Blocks the F, blocks a float, blocks Gazons. Yeah. Just kind of have to wait to see what Luce does. I think he's probably going to assume Luce is going to try and open something here. Looking at Twig and T, I imagine, on the top of Aune. Yeah, looking very grim for Lewis. So if Chris wins this game, he will be at 11 wins to Lewis's 12. If
And
Lewis
Lewis
wins
will
this
also
game,
get a ride home.
that's true. There's public transit in Auckland, right?
That's true. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
And it's still light out at the moment, so he'll be fine.
Okay. Because if there's no public transit, I'm not moving. So yeah, we'll see. If Lewis does manage to come back in this game, that'll propel him to 13 wins. But it's looking very, very, very rough. Another reminder, if you're enjoying this content, of course, feel free or feel not free because it's not free, but feel free to donate to the link that's posted as a pinned comment. buymeacoffee.com/NZScrabble. Yeah, Alexander and everybody, every part of his producer team is working night and day to bring this content to you guys, and it's all free of cost. So if you're able to, feel free to support.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I'd never actually heard of the buy me a coffee thing before, but it does make sense. Like actually, coffees cost a fair amount. Well, not really. So if you could spend it on a coffee, then spending a little bit to enjoy supporting Alex to be able to keep making this great content. So Lewis has played Twig, keeping VAT. Reasonable option,
Very
but
reasonable option. Yeah.
just a tough situation for Lewis at the moment.
Oh, and Chris has spotted a beautiful option himself from the F of float of finito, which is not a noun.
I might take an S.
Yeah, no finito. So a very nice way to inclusively block a few spots.
Yep. So he's got a rack of IN, ITO, IR. So he's playing finito, keeping himself IR.
Still not over, of course.
Very nice move.
Lewis has drawn 4 consonants as expected with the imbalance that we've been talking about for the better part of the last 15 minutes. His rack is ACKLSTV, so probably looking to play through that Eye of Twig he just opened up, but what is there?
Not much. Like Layic, but that's pretty terrible. He could play the new word of ACK above the Orn, but it's still pretty tough. Vec keeping
About
SLTK,
Kit?
but
What about Kit
ooh,
for 8? Setting
that's
up
quite
the
nice.
S.
I mean, at
I'd
this sort of
start thinking
stage, you're
about
kind
these
of
sorts of things.
yep, you're kind of having to hope. Oh, yeah, good option as well. So he's played Talk, setting up for his SN hook onto the triple. It's options, so if he picks up things like, well, he could have options of vectors, corvettes. Unfortunately, with a difference in score, Chris is going to be able to fairly easily just take a low score and block it, and there's not that many suitable options.
That's my issue with this play. It's a good idea, but oftentimes when you have a part of the board open, no need to open even more of that part of the board because your opponent's going to be able to just ignore the rest of things. But yeah, not that it matters. There's one letter in the bag. It's the last vowel from Chris's perspective, so he doesn't even need to block here.
Yeah,
nothing,
so he's got a rack
about.
of PODDIER, having that as itself, but doesn't play, and then he's got a few nice 8s as well. So things like drop seed, periodid, so quite a few little options. And Spottier, I should mention, is the anagram for drop seed. Not that he'll be able to play any of those or need to.
Indeed, yeah. So this is another situation where we'll see, we'll potentially see Chris's style of play in action. He's looking at playing Ropier from the R Friar because, as we were saying, in a vacuum on this board, if you're trying to defend, you would like to block both the Talks lane and the R Friar simultaneously. And by playing Ropier, that R extends all the way to which only a 6-letter word will fit with Talk with S hook. And so that would be a conclusive way of blocking. But if Chris has tracked his tiles, you could probably very easily see there's nothing to worry about there.
Yeah, and actually what was mentioned in the chat is actually he would be probably better off blocking the I, because there is actually the chance that if he leaves it unblocked, that Lewis may, if he happened to have actually had the E, come back with kind of massive score through the I and then get a decent score using the S as well. So mentioned that Lewis would have CHIV, which would get him a very nice score and get him somewhat close, especially if things went badly for Chris. So, for example, if Chris played Ropier and picked up something like the T, having TDD, Lewis gets Shiv and then goes out with another 4-letter word under Talk, then actually it could be quite close.
Yeah, I'm just looking, let's say the N is unseen. I think Shiv right now would put Lewis behind by 8 points. And so yeah, with Ropier, that would be 17. 17-point lead for Chris with NDD, with Lewis threatening 20 points for rest and talks and some other outplays elsewhere. So it would be a little bit close. I think Chris would still eke it out by maybe a couple of points, but certainly not something worth engaging in if Chris is tracked properly and sees the threat. As we know, the E is unseen, so regardless of what Chris does, he will be home free. Chiv will come down if the I isn't blocked, but Chris will be able to easily outrun Lewis after that.
Yep. Even just playing to set up to go out in 2. So even things like, well, yeah, you could do something. No, probably not that one. But you could potentially play expecting to pick up something and keep yourself with an outplay. So even if you do Shiv, you might be able to just go out next time anyway. But Lots of different options. Hmm.
This is this
Interesting.
is Chris in action. Just maybe not seeing the threat of Shiv. Maybe seeing it but worrying about some ghosts.
Yeah, and it's always hard to be 100% sure that you've accurately tracked everything, because all it takes is one tile mistracked and they've just got something like canters or something onto the triple. So it's always a bit of mind games at times.
Yeah, and even with this E, I'm not sure Chris is going out here.
No, it doesn't seem like it. But enough to score. He
So
didn't.
yeah, right
I guess
now.
he would have really loved to get an R for Drade through the AYE, but unfortunately can't really make good use of that.
4, 8,
No O available for Edo or other things. I mean, probably just DE next to at, but
Yeah, I'm still calculating that end game. Chris drew that N out of the bag. I think, at least from what I've seen, Chris would win by at least 2 points, but very way too close for comfort. Even here, it's pretty close. Chris under a minute here. He's playing Ed for 16, bringing him to 398 to 365. Lewis finds his outplay of Trons through the O afloat. We'll bring him to within 15.
yeah, pretty close, all things considered. Seems to have thought of it.
Yeah. Very interesting game, but yeah, Chris is going to hold on. And this will be the end of day 2. We're gonna get an interview with Chris, and a little bit of we'll be able to pick his brain about decisions he made this game. All in all, once again, a very nice game by both players. Some great plays.
Yep. Yeah, very well played. A lot of interesting strategy involved in this game, so always exciting and interesting to watch.
And Franz is coming down for Lewis. That scores 13. Bring him to 378.
He's thinking
Maybe
about it.
unsure of it. But yeah, I guess there is potentially the hope that Chris could play a phony word with his last letter. So maybe you could think about playing Gazons for 16. But I think that would still fall just short. Yeah. ST. Oh, ST might be enough. E3, you need 11 for RN. You're not getting 11. Anyways, it's all academic, of course. But this was a great win for Chris, keeping him in the fold with 6 rounds to go. And Lewis with some very creative play here of playing Strain, putting the pressure on. Chris has 34 seconds to decide if he can afford to challenge this.
It's close. If it had been a W rather than the Y, he would be correct, but unfortunately not in this situation. But
and if my count is correct, if Strain is a word and Chris doesn't challenge, he loses by 1. So important to challenge this. And of course, it's such a high probability word that you have to imagine that you would have seen it. But a good attempt by Lewis to steal the game, as we know that winning more important than anything at this stage.
Exactly. It doesn't matter how high your spread is. One win is better than all of the spread. So yeah, good to always think about the options and think of ways that you can try and win, even if it doesn't always work out. So yeah, very well played, both of them. Well done, Chris.
Yes, indeed. So this was round 17 of the New Zealand Masters 2025. Chris Tallman takes a very, very much needed victory over one of the leaders, Lewis Hawkins. And we're going to get an interview with Chris in just a short moment, once the players are done discussing the game. Yeah, if you have any questions for the victor, please let us know in the YouTube chat.
I had Yui playing, so.
We will relay them if they're good questions.
Just give
We will relay them to Arvin.
I don't know. I think he played better than me. I'm sure they're going to be.
So yeah, they're just looking at the same end game
Should I look
that we were
before?
talking about.
I should
If
let
I
them.
could teleport myself and say no, I still win. This rope here could have been a disastrous mistake. The scores were just a little bit closer.
Yeah, but I thought that's a good way of kind of reviewing the game, especially when you're playing another good player, to kind of get their opinions and their thoughts and try and, I guess, think about ways that you could do better next time.
Oh, we get both players, it looks like. Or...
Hello, Josh and Alastair.
Oh no, for some reason.
Hi, Chris. Well done.
Thank you.
Hello, Chris.
Hello. Welcome to my paranoid defense when you don't need to. The last rack, I tracked him at shirts and a V, and I didn't see the end, so I was like, oh, you could have something, and I just decided to block. And yeah, I mean that was a nice try from. I'm really impressed with Lewis, like not giving up and trying that phony, because if it was under like 27 or whatever it was, I wouldn't have challenged. I would have just let it and win the game. But yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We like the creativity by Lewis there, fighting till the very last moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
sorry, go ahead.
The only thing I can say is I've now drawn 6 blanks on stream, and I mean, I don't know. This is not an end Zex in the first move, but let me know what you think of any potential decisions that I had.
Yeah, so there was one moment where I think you had a substantially better play than QIN that you missed Vittel to the E in Taluines.
Vittel. Yeah. I didn't even consider that. I obviously would have played that. I was too tunneled on Volte versus Chin. I didn't like the Chin sort of kept the S, like sort of protected it, but also like so definitely Vittel. That's a big miss there, but
so that's pretty much the only qualm we had with your play.
Yeah, I mean
a lot of lovely moves. Like,
thank
Finito
you.
was very nice.
Yeah, I mean I didn't like those eyes, but I quite liked Finito, because I did feel like even with an R bingo after that, I'm in decent shape. I'm up by 80 there, so I think I'm good shape to win. And he just needed to get rid of that clunk, so yeah.
Yeah, really well done. Yoi, we were thinking about whether you wanted to open that S hook, or whether you wanted to exchange. It was an interesting decision for sure.
Yeah,
I think we like your choice.
Yeah, I mean, he blocked Evoive through that A, obviously, and but yeah, I mean, just with the blank in hand, I thought I was a little bit of a favorite, even though he'd played 3 turns, so he probably, and no S is out yet, but none of his plays really signaled necessarily at an S, and I thought I was a little bit of a favorite, and it's 12 points, so.
Yeah, to do it was definitely a good play.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, do you want to talk to Lewis, or are we done here for today?
If he wants to, we could talk to him. We don't have really much to.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Cool. Okay.
So loud in there.
That's a good reason to put on the big headphones. Yes.
You're not used to the winner being in this chair.
That is true, actually. We've had a lot of second players winning the game. You're totally right. What's up, Lewis? How's it going?
Yeah, not bad, thanks.
Yeah, we love your spirit with Stray in there.
There's like, I don't know. I just saw it and I was like, oh, that looks very, very cool. But I know it's not right, obviously. But
yeah, no, it shows good fighting spirit and definitely like never giving up. And I mean, if it was a W, you would have been there. But well played though. Just a bit unfortunate a few times.
Yeah, I should have played fiery. I don't know what, like that looked weird. I feel like that's the only thing.
Yeah, it's a new word.
Yeah.
We saw a little bit of shakiness for sure on the words. I know you're getting back into it, getting back into the fold, relearning the words. So yeah, nothing to have qualms with those words that were slightly better.
What were those?
5-letter words, but like Yamen maybe on the AYE turn. There's a few decisions that if you know the word, you play it, you see it. Jamon as well.
Yeah. I mean, I lined that up instantly, and I was like, that kind of looks wrong.
I had one really cool idea, I guess, for you instead of talk, given that you're sort of constricting yourself to the bottom part of the board by playing talk, allowing
Oh yeah,
Chris
what was
to
your?
block. Maybe Kit, where you played chip, setting up your S,
Oh yeah, that is
would have
cool.
been interesting. But given what happened, you didn't even draw the E, which is the last tile in the bag. That was just very unfortunate. We really like your play of float, just blowing the board open.
Yeah.
Especially against your opponent who loves to close things down, maybe a little too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything to say, Alastair?
Yeah, no, I agree with all of those. I think you did get a bit unlucky with all of those times when there's so many consonants left and you just kept getting more and more vowels. Like those times when you kept holding the EAU and just you could see like so many consonants and they weren't coming to you. So I think you're fairly unlucky from that side of things. But no, overall well played and yeah, a lot of great moves.
Yes.
Yeah. You stayed in there, didn't get a blank. You're struggling really hard. Yeah, some great plays you made. So keep your head up. You're doing great.
Yeah.
Six more rounds to go. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow.
Yep.
And get some rest. Don't get swept up by whatever's going on. The cyclone, I heard. I don't know what's going on.
It's so warm outside. Like considering.
Welcome to the North Island.
Yeah.
Great to see you playing and keep up the good work.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Sweet. Nice to talk to you again.
See you later.
Yeah.
See.
All right, that was Lewis Hawkins and Chris Tallman after the final round of day 2. So 1 day left, Alastair. Will you be keeping your eye on this tournament? I think so.
Definitely, it looks exciting. It's been kind of tightly contested throughout, and as we know, kind of 24 of the best players in New Zealand fighting it out, and kind of can go any way. And in the last day, you'll get a lot of the top players playing against each other as well with the way the draw's working. So yeah, lots of excitement to come. So stay tuned and remember to support.
Yes, indeed. So as it stands right now, I think 4 players at 12 out of 17. Dylan Early, Howard Warner, Lewis, and Peter. Chris Tallman is right behind, as well as Sicily with 11 wins. So things are still extremely tight. We love to see it. I don't think anyone's running away with this tournament anytime soon. So I'm super excited. 6 rounds to go. I'll be here all day tomorrow. We're starting off at 1:30-ish. 8:30-ish New Zealand time. I think it's 4 o'clock my time, which doesn't matter because none of you are probably watching from my area of the globe. But it's gonna be great. I'm super excited. Remember to like the video. Remember to subscribe to this channel. Remember to donate if you can. And we'll see you right back again tomorrow. Alastair, it's been great working with you.
Thank you. Same with you.
Hopefully you can do some more commentary in your retirement or in your temporary
Until I can
retirement.
unretire.
Yeah, it'll be great. It'll be great to have your insights. It's been really awesome. So
thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. Yeah, you did great. So, all right, guys, this is us signing off. Have yourself a nice evening. And we'll be back again tomorrow with more Scrabble. Cheers.